Chapter 3369. The Chao-in Pavilion Master watched Lu Zhujun leave with a sneer on her face. After she was completely gone, she chuckled and said to Wan Wen and the others below, "If you see Elder Ning's whereabouts in the future, remember to report to me immediately." "Yes, Pavilion Master." Wan Wen and the others looked at each other, then responded in unison. "Don't worry, I will not betray my own elder. However, this may be an opportunity for us to leave the slums region." The master of the Chao-in Pavilion replied before leaving. In the distance, my Jiaming muttered to himself. So Elder Ning went to the outside world and escaped from the cultivators of the cleansing team. No wonder he gave me 1,000,000 origin essence stones some time ago. 1,000,000? Ming Fenglan looked at my Jiaming, dumbfounded. Wan Wen gave her 100,000 origin essence stones for her promotion to elder, which made her feel very rich. My Jiaming actually got 1,000,000 origin essence stones? "I really envy you," Ming Fenglan said enviously. In the next few months, under the leadership of Lu Yan, Lu Zhujun and the other captains frantically led their subordinates to search for Ning Qi's traces. However, there were no clues at all. It was as if he really disappeared from the face of the earth. In order to find Ning Qi, Lu Yan even used his personal connections. Several major forces also helped to search, but to no avail. Finally, the other commanders of the cleanup team also found out about this matter. Lu Zhujun was summoned back, and no one knew what kind of punishment he would face. Lu Yan was also personally reprimanded by the palace master. Then, Yan Tiannan and the other commanders happily joined in the search. After a few more months, an expert from the Feng clan came. He was dressed in white and carried a long sword on his back. He floated to Lost City, Cleansing Hall. In a dark prison, the mask on Lu Zhujun's face had disappeared. Her beautiful face was abnormally pale and her hair was disheveled. In front of her stood 3 figures. One of them was dressed in white and carried a sword. The other was Lu Yan. The last one was an old man with a beard that reached his chest. "Sinner Lu Zhujun greets Vice Palace Master Shintu and the Great Commander," Lu Zhujun said in a low voice. "This is the elder of the Feng clan, Feng Jiuyu. He has something to ask you. Answer him truthfully." Vice Palace Master Shin Tu said lightly. "Feng family?" A trace of shock flashed across Lu Zhujun's eyes as she looked at Feng Jiuyu. Feng Jiuyu's expression was incomparably cold, and it was impossible to tell whether he was happy or angry. Feng Jiuyu said calmly, "Feng Yingqin, Feng Yingui, and Feng Yingshang were under your protection this time. They went to the Heaven World Mountain to carry out the mission. Why did they die?" Lu Zhujun quickly whispered, "Senior, 3 Feng family prodigies died in the hands of the void worms." "Lies!" Feng Jiuyu suddenly shouted in a light voice. "They've failed their mission. I've already dealt with that void worm myself. And the other 3 void worms don't dare attack at all." He personally dealt with a void worm. Deputy Palace Master Shintu and Lu Yan's expressions changed slightly. They were shocked in their hearts. As expected of an elder of the Feng family, his methods are indeed powerful. He's only at the 4th step of the rebirth realm, yet he can easily kill an existence of the same level. LV Yen was secretly shocked. Even he didn't have the confidence to deal with those void worms after advancing to the rebirth realm. Although they were star beasts with low intelligence, the bloodline of these void worms was extraordinary. They were born with a terrifying divine ability, and anyone who approached would be sent into the myriad world reincarnation realm. 10,000 realms reincarnation. Only those of the same level could resist this mystic art. However, it was not an easy task to kill it. Moreover, there was one thing that shocked LV Yen the most. From the beginning, Feng Jiuyu didn't personally follow the 3 Feng family prodigies into the slums region. Instead, he used some unknown method to kill the void worms from a distance. This made Feng Jiuyu's strength even more terrifying and valiant. But that's what that kid told me. He said that the three prodigies all died in the hands of the void worms. Lu Zhujuan's eyes revealed a trace of panic. That kid? Feng Jiuyu frowned slightly. It's like this. Vice Palace Master Shin, too, smiled bitterly and recounted what had happened. When Feng Jiuyu heard that Lu Zhujun had planned to take the initiative to bring Ning Qi to the Feng clan to report the matter, his eyes softened a little. However, it immediately became cold and stern again. Where is the guy you spoke of now? Feng Jiu, you said indifferently. He escaped, Lu Zhujun said softly. I don't know what method that guy used to escape from my subordinate. Our eradication hall is also constantly searching for his traces. If there are any clues, we will report it to Brother Feng immediately. How about it? Deputy Palace Master Shinta said. Where did he go missing? I want to find him personally. Feng Jiuyu said indifferently. LVN, bring Brother Feng on a trip. Deputy Palace Master Shintu smiled. Yes. LVN nodded, then looked at Feng Jiuyu. Senior Feng, shall we go? Yes. After Feng Jiuyu left with LVN, Lu Zhujun quickly looked at Deputy Palace Master Shintu. Deputy Palace Master, can I ask the Palace Master for mercy? I want to participate in this search. How about this? Come with me. I have a task for you. If you do it well, I will forgive you this time. Deputy Palace Master Shintu's eyes moved slightly. Okay. Lu Zhujun quickly nodded in agreement. As long as she could leave this place, she would do anything. Not long after, Lu Zhujun once again changed into the Dragon Rider's special robe and wore a mask. After listening to Deputy Palace Master Shintu's instructions with a serious expression, a hint of struggle flashed in her eyes. If you can bring me this Chaos Star, not only will you be innocent, but I will also help you break through the Karma Realm and become a Heaven's Mandate Realm expert. Deputy Palace Master Shinta smiled. You are a disciple of the ancient Star Pavilion, so you are the most suitable person to do it. Okay, I promise, Deputy Palace Master, that I will bring you the Chaos Star. Lu Zhujun gritted her teeth and left. Top cultivation training ground. System. Can't you provide me with some detailed information about this advancement mission? You should at least tell me where the ancient Star Pavilion is, right? What use does the Chaos Star have? Shouldn't you at least mention it? Ning Qi was bored to death sitting in the stone pavilion. He tried to bargain with the system, but the system still didn't pay attention to him. Forget it. Ning Qi shook his head. He had already stayed here for many years. For safety's sake, Ning Qi decided to stay for a while longer before leaving. Lu Zhujun couldn't always guard the transfer array, right? It was impossible for them to know the reason behind his disappearance. Chapter 30, 370. Ning Qi's figure suddenly appeared at a teleportation array in the Phoenix Land. A group of cultivators happened to be teleporting over at the same time. Ning Qi appeared behind them silently, making it impossible for anyone to detect him. However, when they left the teleportation array, there was a cultivator wearing a blood puppet mask standing outside. His eyes hidden under the mask were staring at everyone who walked out of the teleportation array. Cleanup team? Is Lost City arresting a fugitive? Many cultivators were secretly shocked, but they still left the teleportation array calmly on the surface, including Ning Qi. The one with the sallow face. Wait a moment. Suddenly, the cultivator from the cleanup team spoke. Ning Qi was slightly startled. He turned around and smiled at him. What's the matter? The group of cultivators who had just left the teleportation array stopped in their tracks and looked at Ning Qi with a trace of confusion and suspicion. When they took the teleportation array just now, they didn't seem to see Ning Qi. However, they weren't very sure. Maybe he entered at the last moment when the teleportation array opened. What's your name? What are you doing in the Phoenix land? The cultivator said indifferently, I'm Jiang Yu. I'm here to look for a few spiritual herbs, to refine pills. Ning Qi said indifferently, Surname Jiang? Everyone looked at each other with a trace of seriousness in their eyes. There were 4 great emperor families in the human clan. Each of them was like a giant that ruled over a region and controlled the lifeline and luck of the entire human clan. Apart from the Feng clan, there was also the Jiang clan. Although not all cultivators with the surname Jiang were from great emperor families, having the same surname as a great emperor family was enough to make people fearful. The eyes of the cultivator from the cleanup team also flashed with a trace of fear. He looked at Ning Qi up and down, then nodded. It's fine. You can leave. Ning Qi nodded with a faint smile on his face and walked away slowly. As expected, there's also a Jiang clan in the human clan of Shenlua world. Looking at their expressions, the Jiang clan is probably similar to the Feng clan. They're both great emperor families. Is Jiang Tianshu from the Jiang clan? But from what he said previously, he should be from the same sect. I was from the same sect in my previous life. Ning Qi pondered. 2 hours later, Ning Qi finally found out the details of the area he was in through various channels. The Phoenix land referred to all the areas under the jurisdiction of the Feng family, and the Phoenix market he was currently in was a large market that was extremely remote in the Phoenix land. Before this, Ning Qi thought that this was a giant city, but he didn't expect that it had all kinds of things. The merchant guild was stationed in a huge market square that could generate hundreds of millions of origin essence stones every day. It was even more lively than Lost City. Every day, many cultivators would flock here, wanting to find some opportunities and make a living here. After walking down one street, Ning Qi saw no less than 10 fourth-step cultivators, more third-step cultivators, and most of them were second-step cultivators. These existences from the human immortal realm to the arch realm were probably equivalent to those in the celestial realm of mortals. In the divine Luo realm, even the newborn humans have the strength of the foundation establishment stage to the Mahayana stage. These alien race cultivators who are stronger than humans are probably born at the second step. I wonder if there are any races that are born at the third step or the fourth step. Ning Qi thought as he walked through the various stalls. He also saw a few cultivators from the cleansing team, but Ning Qi looked very calm and didn't plan to leave the Phoenix market. He wanted to use the darkness to buy some time and directly buy in the Phoenix market. Purifying spirit flower. Senior, you look unfamiliar, and you often wander around the various stalls. What are you planning to buy? I'm Lin Mei, a native of the Phoenix market, and I know a lot about this place. If Senior is willing to spend 2 origin essence stones, I can lead the way for Senior for the next 7 days. I'll do my best to lead the way. A female cultivator who had been observing Ning Qi for a long time suddenly walked in front of Ning Qi and said boldly. This female cultivator was only a Tai perfected immortal, which was almost the lowest level in the Phoenix market. Ning Qi had noticed her a long time ago, but he wanted to see what this woman was planning. He didn't expect that she was here to buy business for him. How much do you know about the Phoenix market? 2 origin essence stones is not a small amount. Is it only worth 2 to lead the way? Ning Qi smiled faintly. When Lin Mei heard this, she was delighted. As long as the other party didn't chase her away immediately, it meant that there was hope for this business. She turned her head and glanced at Ning Qi, hinting in a low voice, Senior, do you see that stall? The owner of the stall is one of the famous bandits in the Phoenix market. He is backed by the Blood Slaughter sect and often plunders cultivators everywhere. The things he sells are all illegal goods. If you touch them, it will easily attract revenge. At the same time, this person is also a traitor. If he sees that people are generous, he will secretly follow them. He will rob and kill them. And that person over there, he is backed by a big shot from the Lost City cleansing team. If you offend him, You might be captured and imprisoned in the Lost City prison in a few days. That one over there. In a moment, Lin Mei had pointed out the background of several stall owners. Ning Qi looked at her faintly, seeming to distinguish whether this woman was lying or not. Yes, take these 2 origin essence stones. Ning Qi nodded lightly, took out 2 origin essence stones, and threw them to Lin Mei. Thank you, Senior. But these 2 origin essence stones can only be sold for 7 days. Lin Mei was overjoyed and then reminded him. Enough, Ning Qi said faintly. Tell me, where can I buy clean spirit flower? Clean spirit flower? This kind of spiritual material is extremely rare and can't be seen here. If Senior wants to buy clean spirit flower, you must go to the Phoenix Pavilion. That is the Chamber of Commerce opened by the Feng family. It is ranked first in the Phoenix market. Even if there is no clean spirit flower for the time being, if Senior is willing to spend a lot of money, the Feng family will also get clean spirit flower for Senior. Lin Mei whispered. Lead the way, Ning Qi said faintly. Yes. Not long after, Lin Mei brought Ning Qi to a stop in front of a very bustling building. This building looked a bit like a shopping mall on Earth. It was very lively inside and had 9 floors. Each floor occupied a very large area. In front of countless counters, there were many cultivators. In front of countless counters, there were many cultivators. Senior, the 1st to 3rd floors of the Chao Phoenix Pavilion sell medicinal pills. The 4th to 6th floors sell magic treasures. The 7th floor sells various alchemy spirit materials. The 8th floor sells artifact, forging spirit materials. And the 9th floor sells cultivation techniques. Do you think we should go to the 7th floor to look for one? Let's go to the 7th floor to find one, Lin Mei said. Anything is fine. Ning Qi nodded faintly and paused. How much do you know about the price of clean spirit flower? In the past 10 years, 5 clean spirit flowers have appeared in the Phoenix market. The lowest price is 80,000 origin essence stones, and the highest one sold for 130,000 origin essence stones. If we are lucky and no one competes for it, we may be able to save a lot of money. Lin Mei thought about it and said, Chapter 3371. The 7th floor of the Chao Feng Pavilion covered an area of about 30 hectares. Spiritual materials and fruits of various grades, attributes, and effects occupied various counters. One of the biggest counters was surrounded by 3rd step cultivators. There were also a few 4th step cultivators. Senior, the purifying spirit flower is a dark Yin grade spiritual flower. Those counters might have it. They sell dark Yin grade spiritual materials. Lin Mei pointed at a few counters not far away and said, Dark Yin grade? Ning Qi's eyes flashed with curiosity. He had never understood the grades of spiritual materials in the Shenlua world. Dark Yin grade didn't sound like the lowest grade. In order to avoid suspicion, Ning Qi temporarily hid his doubts in his heart. He would find a chance to get information from Lin Mei after he obtained the purifying spirit flower. What kind of spiritual materials would you like to purchase? There are 3,758 types of dark Yin grade spiritual materials here. Whether it's for refining elixirs, poison elixirs, or consuming them directly, they have all kinds of effects. Behind the counter, a cultivator at the early stage Tao-seeking realm looked at Ning Qi with a smile. He had long known Lin Mei, who was active in the Chao Feng market and specialized in leading people to earn a living. Once he saw that Ning Qi was brought by Lin Mei, he knew that Lin Mei was right. He was definitely not a miser who would only look and not buy. I want a purifying spirit flower. The higher the grade, the better. Do you have it here? Ning Qi smiled. Purifying spirit flower? What a coincidence. One purifying spirit flower will be delivered here tomorrow. If you want it, you can get it tomorrow after paying a deposit. The other party was stunned for a moment before smiling. Tomorrow. Ning Qi's eyes flickered. How much do I need to pay as a deposit? The price of a purifying spirit flower is about 100,000 origin stones. Although there are fluctuations, once you pay a deposit, no one else is qualified to fight for it. Therefore, we will calculate it according to the middle price. 30% of the deposit will be 30,000 origin stones. The other party said passionately, every time a deal was made, he could take 1,000th of the profit. 100,000 origin stones was not a small amount. His commission was at least 100 origin stones. All right. Ningqi nodded and took out a Qian Kuan ring. With a thought, he transferred 30,000 origin stones from his interspatial bag into it. This is the deposit. Ningqi handed the Qian Kuan ring to the other party. Wait. When the other party was about to check if the deposit in the universe ring was correct, a voice suddenly came from behind him. Shopkeeper Chin? The cultivator behind the counter was slightly startled, and a hint of doubt appeared in his eyes. Shopkeeper Chin looked like an old man in his 70s or 80s, but he exuded the aura of an immortal palace cultivator. Beside him was a young man with a cold expression, and the young man had 4 followers behind him. Return the deposit to him. The purifying spirit flower has been reserved by young Master Chong. Shopkeeper Chin glanced at Ningqi and instructed the cultivator behind the counter. But this young master has already paid the deposit. The cultivator behind the counter revealed a troubled expression. You haven't accepted the deposit yet. You haven't even given me the token. So this deal isn't done. Do you want me to teach you again? Shopkeeper Chen frowned slightly. First come, first served. Ningqi looked at Shopkeeper Chen coldly. Sir, the deal has not been completed, so there is no such thing as first come, first served. If my subordinate had accepted your deposit today, I would have turned around and left without another word. However, he hasn't accepted it yet, has he? If your excellency really wants to buy the purifying spirit flower, you can wait until next time. The first time. Shopkeeper Chin looked at Ningqi with a faint smile. I'm afraid I can't wait, Ningqi said lightly. Many cultivators nearby noticed the situation and glanced over from time to time. Shopkeeper Chin, here are 40,000 origin stones as a deposit. I'll buy this purifying spirit flower at the highest price on the market, 130,000. Young Master Chong said lightly. A look of joy flashed in Manager Chen's eyes. He extended his hand and took the universe ring from young Master Chong. He scanned it with his spiritual force and confirmed that there were 40,000 origin essence stones inside. He nodded happily, no problem. When the purifying spirit flower arrives tomorrow, I will personally deliver it to young Master Chong. This time, not only was Ningqi's complexion livid, but even the cultivator behind the counter was vaguely dissatisfied. He could have gotten 1,000 origin essence stones from Ningqi's order, but now it was robbed by his immediate superior. So the Phoenix Gazing Pavilion doesn't care about first come, first served. It goes to the highest bidder. All right, I'll pay 150,000 origin stones. Ningqi said lightly. 150,000? Young Master Chong, subconsciously, looked at Ningqi with a cold gleam in his eyes. Shopkeeper Chin was also stunned. His gaze towards Ningqi was no longer as casual. After all, Ningqi was able to pay 150,000 at once, which was far above the market price. The existence of the flower should have some tricks up their sleeves. You don't look familiar. You must be a foreigner passing by, right? Someone in my family died, and his soul is in a state of confusion. This purifying spirit flower is mine. Are you sure you want to fight with me? Young Master Chong said. Doesn't it go to the highest bidder? Let's go by the rules. Ningqi smiled noncommittally. Shopkeeper Chin? Young Master Chong frowned and looked at the old man. He had already bought the purifying spirit flower at a price higher than the market price. He did not want to pay tens of thousands of origin stones for nothing. To him, this was a huge sum of money. Young master, the Phoenix Gazing Pavilion can only sell this purifying spirit flower to young Master Chang. After all, I've already received young Master Chang's deposit. I'm sorry. Shopkeeper Chen smiled. What a joke. He just received my deposit. As the shopkeeper of the Phoenix Gazing Pavilion, how can you not distinguish between public and private affairs? Ning Qi sneered. The cultivator behind the counter was secretly pleased. However, he did not dare to speak in such an occasion. In his heart, he hoped that Ning Qi could make Shopkeeper Chen back off. I'm the shopkeeper of the Phoenix Gazing Pavilion. I make the rules here. Seeing that Ning Qi was not giving him face, Shopkeeper Chen could not help but shout angrily. Shopkeeper Chen, you're really impressive today. A cold voice suddenly sounded. Shopkeeper Chen's expression changed slightly. He quickly turned around and bowed to the person. Your subordinate greets the Vice Pavilion Master, Miss Mo Ran. A hint of joy flashed in young Master Chang's eyes. His originally cold and arrogant face also had a hint of a smile. Feng Mo Ran nodded at young Master Chang before looking at Shopkeeper Chen. Our Phoenix Gazing Pavilion has always prioritized fairness. Shopkeeper Chen, have you achieved that today? Vice Pavilion Master. Shopkeeper Chen's face was pale. He felt guilty and did not dare to reply. Miss Mo Ran, my personal maidservant, is dead. I want to find out who killed her. How about you let me have this purifying spirit flower today? Young Master Chang said in a low voice. Chapter 3372. The highest bidder gets it? Young Master Chang's expression changed a few times before he finally smiled. Miss Mo Ran is right. In that case, the highest bidder gets it. That will be more fair. Shopkeeper Chen stood at the side without saying a word. He had planned to show off his strength in the morning Phoenix Pavilion today, but he had not expected to meet Feng Mo Ran. After today's matter, he would probably be punished by Feng Mo Ran. Thinking of this, Shopkeeper Chen felt a little uneasy. Foreigner, you just bid 150,000 origin essence stones. How about this? I'll bid 180,000 origin essence stones. This price has far exceeded the normal value of the purifying spirit flower. You don't have to be angry with me. Young Master Chang looked at Ning Qi and said plainly, 180,000 origin essence stones. The Chang family is indeed rich. No wonder they are one of the 4 major families of the Morning Phoenix Pavilion. I heard that their patriarch has broken through to the late-stage rebirth state and is only 1 step away from the perfected 4th step. From what he said, he spent 180,000 origin essence stones just for a personal servant girl. He should be someone who values relationships. You don't quite understand this. Many cultivators in the surroundings put down what they were doing and approached. When young Master Chang offered a price of 180,000, many cultivators below the late stage Dao querying realm were shocked and envious. This was because none of them had reached such a level. This level, even if the cultivators of the Immortal Palace had millions of wealth, they could not pay nearly twice the market price for the purifying spirit flower. After all, it was only effective for souls. To the living, it was just an ordinary flower that was slightly brighter. Feng Mo Ran's eyes moved slightly as she looked at Ning Qi. She had just felt that this sallow middle-aged man had an extraordinary aura. Perhaps he could really challenge Chang Kuan. 200,000, Ning Qi smiled. Lin Mei's mouth formed an O shape as she stared at Ning Qi's back in shock. This temporary boss of hers actually had such a terrifying amount of wealth? The purifying spirit flower's normal price was between 80,000 to 120,000. Now it was 200,000. This did not seem like a normal transaction. Both parties had entered a phase of anger. A trace of imperceptible joy flashed in the eyes of the Phoenix Pavilion cultivator behind the counter. If Ning Qi really took the purifying spirit flower from Chang Kuan at the price of 200,000 primal essence stones, then the commission would belong to him. This was a commission of 2,000 origin essence stones. Ah! God bless this young master. The Supreme Saint Assembly blessed this young master. You must let him win. 200,000? Foreigner, you must have a high social status. Chang Kuan's eyes flashed fiercely. As soon as he said that, many cultivators looked at Ning Qi with a hint of hidden greed. Ning Qi noticed this, and his eyes turned cold. He said indifferently, "Young Master Chang, don't talk nonsense. If you can't afford it, then scram. Get lost? How dare you? You dare to speak to young master like that?" The attendants behind Chang Kuan immediately jumped out and glared at Ning Qi. Feng Mo glanced at Chang Kuan with a hint of warning in her eyes. Seeing this, Chang Kuan smiled and waved his hand to calm his subordinates down. He then said, "Don't worry. Trouble comes from the mouth, foreigner." After a pause, he continued, "I will bid 300,000 origin essence stones. You cannot compete with me for this purifying spirit flower today. 300,000. Hiss! Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Even Feng Mo Rant's expression changed slightly. This scene was seen by Chang Kuan, and his bleeding heart instantly healed. He glanced at Ning Qi proudly, but in the depths of his eyes there was a trace of naked, killing intent. He did not intend to hide it. Shopkeeper Chen's ugly expression gradually improved. No matter what, he was the one who brought Chang Kuan here today. If he could really sell a purifying spirit flower for the high price of 300,000 origin essence stones, he who indirectly facilitated this transaction might be able to avoid punishment. Thinking of this, there was a hint of a smile in Shopkeeper Chen's eyes. How about 300,000 origin essence stones? Do you want to bid a higher price? Chang Kuan looked at Ning Qi with a faint smile. It's meaningless to add a few 100,000 at a time. How about this? 500,000 origin essence stones. Ning Qi said indifferently, 500,000. Who the hell is he? Is he richer than the Chang family? This price can buy a third-grade primordial spiritual treasure. Everyone looked at Ning Qi in disbelief. The smile on Chang Kuan's face suddenly froze, and his expression gradually turned livid. He only brought 400,000 origin essence stones this time. If he really wanted to compete with Ning Qi, he could have ordered someone to go back to the family to get it. However, it was just a purifying spirit flower. If he bought it for more than 500,000 origin essence stones, the first thing he would have to face was the family's punishment. 300,000 origin essence stones was already his limit. Shopkeeper Chin was a little dumbfounded. If he had known that Ning Qi was so rich, he would definitely have taken a detour just now and would not have dared to offend Ning Qi so easily. But now that it had happened, it was useless to regret. Young Master Chang, do you still want to increase the price? Feng Mo looked at Chang Kuan and said indifferently, "Uft." Chang Kuan suddenly laughed and looked at Ning Qi mockingly. "You spent 500,000 origin essence stones just to be angry with me. It's really admirable. In that case, I'll let you have this purifying spirit flower worth 500,000 origin essence stones." After saying this, he smiled at Feng Mo. "Miss Mo Ran, I'll take my leave first." After a few breaths, Chang Kuan left the 7th floor with his entourage. The moment he went downstairs, Ning Qi could feel that Chang Kuan's eyes were like knives falling on his body. But Ning Qi didn't care and handed the deposit to Xiao behind the counter. "Corporal, consider it a deposit. Tomorrow, when I get the purifying spirit flower, I'll pay the rest," Ning Qi said indifferently. When the Xiao behind the counter heard this, he first looked at Feng Mo. When he saw her nod slightly, he began to check the number of origin essence stones in the interspatial ring. When he found that there were indeed 150,000 origin essence stones in there, he could not help but nod happily. Deposit. The amount is correct. Please wait a moment. Not long after, he took out a token and handed it to Ningqi. It was a jade slip that had a special fluctuation of magic power on it. Young master, shopkeeper Chin was a little muddle-headed today. I've offended you and broken the rules of my Chaofeng Pavilion. Please forgive me, young master. After the transaction was settled, Feng Mo spoke to Ningqi with a smile. When shopkeeper Chin heard this, he took a step forward with an uncomfortable expression. He cupped his hands and said, "Please forgive me, young master. Because of you, I've spent an extra 400,000 origin essence stones. This Chaofeng Pavilion says it's fair, but in reality it's not very fair." Chapter 33, 73. Deputy Pavilion Master, this person is really arrogant. When Manager Chin saw that Ningqi did not give him any face, he hurriedly went forward and whispered, hoping that Feng Mo would share a common hatred with him. He could have bought the purifying spirit flower with 100,000 origin essence stones, but he ended up spending 500,000. It's normal for him not to give me face. Feng Mo smiled. Remember this person's appearance. In the future, when he comes to our Morning Phoenix Pavilion, he will be a distinguished guest. Our Morning Phoenix Pavilion's aim is to earn money. If we don't earn money, what is it? It's an old tortoise. After Feng Mo finished speaking, he left. After Manager Chin pondered for a few breaths, his expression became extremely ugly. Old tortoise? Wasn't that him? Senior, actually, if you wait patiently, it won't be long before there is a second purifying spirit flower, and you won't need to spend so many origin essence stones. I didn't bring you to Morning Phoenix Pavilion on purpose. Lin Mei followed behind Ningqi. When she saw that Ningqi was silent, she thought that he was angry because he spent 500,000 origin essence stones to buy the purifying spirit flower. If it was a cultivator with a bad temper, it was very likely that he would implicate her. So she hurriedly explained, "This matter has nothing to do with you. It was just a coincidence." Ningqi smiled faintly. "Since you know this place so well, I want to find a place to stay temporarily. Do you have any suggestions?" "A place to stay temporarily?" "Yes, not far ahead, about 2 streets away from the Chaofeng Pavilion. There was an inn for passing cultivators to stay in. However, the price was a bit high, but it was safe to stay there. The owner behind the inn seemed to also be a master. The owner of that inn seems to be related to the Feng family." Lin Mei hurriedly said, "Lead the way." Ningqi smiled. 10 minutes later, Lin Mei brought Ningqi to the Dragon Gate Inn. When Ningqi saw the words Dragon Gate on the signboard, he was slightly stunned. Dragon Gate. Could this inn be related to the Dragon Clan? "Miss Lin, you brought a guest again? Quick, please come in." A cultivator came out with a smile. He first greeted Lin Mei, and then he warmly invited Ningqi in. "How much does your Dragon Gate inn charge?" Ningqi asked faintly while looking at the layout of the inn. "Sir, the rooms in Dragon Gate Inn are divided into 4 classes: Heaven, Earth, Mystic, and Yellow. A yellow grade room costs 1 origin stone for 3 days, a Mystic stone for 1 day. An Earth grade room costs 3 origin stones for 1 day, and a Heaven grade room costs 10 origin stones for 1 day. Which one would you like?" "There's such a huge difference in prices. Could there be some sort of benefit to it?" Ningqi smiled faintly. "In truth, the benefit lies in whether the spirit gathering matrix is good or not. However, you're not staying here for the spirit gathering matrix, but for your safety. As long as you stay in Dragon Gate Inn, even if it's a yellow grade guest room, you will be protected by Dragon Gate Inn. If it's a sky grade guest room, there will be 2 late-stage Dao seeking realm cultivators as guards when you go out. 10 origin stones a day is indeed not expensive." Ningqi smiled when he heard that. There were 2 cultivators in the later stage of Dao querying realm protecting them. To some cultivators who were in danger, 10 origin stones per day was not expensive at all. However, Dragon Gate Inn was not someone who would do business that would suffer loss, so they might be able to keep a low profile in Phoenix Rising Market. No one would dare to attack the cultivators staying in Dragon Gate Inn. Because of that, they would just send people to go through the motions and easily earn origin stones. If you stay in the Heaven Grade guest room for a long time, more than a year, there will be a chance for the Immortal Palace cultivators to protect you, the other party said. He paused for a moment. Sir, which one would you like? Heaven Grade. Ning Chi said faintly. All right. A hint of joy flashed in the other party's eyes. He eagerly made arrangements for Ning Chi. Ning Chi did not need to use his brain during the entire process. All he needed to do was throw money. Very soon, he brought Ning Chi to the top floor of Dragon Gate Inn. The rooms there had their own doors and courtyards. The courtyards were like pavilions in the sky. Senior, are you going to rest? I'll wait for you at the entrance tomorrow morning. Lin Mei said carefully. No need. You can stay here today, Ning Chi said faintly. Then he ignored Lin Mei's reaction and walked into the inner room, leaving Lin Mei in a daze at the entrance of the courtyard. Does this senior want to? Lin Mei hugged herself in fear. Her expression kept changing. She wanted to leave, but she did not dare to. In the end, she gritted her teeth and decided that if Ning Chi acted recklessly, she would threaten him with death. She believed that he would not do anything for a mere primordial unity, perfected immortal. He would not cause such a ruckus in Dragon Gate Inn. After making up her mind, Lin Mei walked into the courtyard carefully. Senior, will I stay in this courtyard tonight? She asked tentatively. Ning Chi's voice came from the inner room. Up to you. At this moment, Ning Chi, who looked like a middle-aged man with a sallow face, didn't know the twists and turns in Lin Mei's heart. He didn't let her leave completely for the sake of safety. Just now, there were many cultivators following behind them. He was afraid that Lin Mei would step out of the Dragon Gate. He was afraid that Lin Mei would be captured and questioned. At that time, it was hard to say whether the other party would keep her alive. When Lin Mei heard that Ning Chi's voice was normal, she heaved a sigh of relief. Then, her face turned extremely red. It seems that I have misunderstood Senior. As she thought about it, she relaxed and looked around happily. The spirit chi in the heaven-level guest room was hundreds of times stronger than the outside world. This was the first time she stayed in such a room. I will cultivate here tonight. It is equivalent to cultivating in the outside world for a year. What a profit! Lin Mei chuckled to herself as she sat down cross-legged. Not long after, she entered a meditative state. In the inner room, Ning Chi waved his hand and set up a restrictive spell. Then he took out the Lao Jun elixir furnace. The Lao Jun elixir furnace surged with immortal flames and emitted terrifying heat. However, it was blocked by the restrictive spell, and the aura did not leak. Fire Qilin's head came out first. Then, she twitched her nose in confusion. This feeling, are we in Shanluo world? Have you been sleeping all this time? Ning Chi was speechless. Yes, I am about to advance, so it is easy for me to fall into a deep sleep. Maybe the next time I wake up, it will be the time for me to go through the tribulation. Fire Qilin nodded. So fast? Ning Chi was stunned. Could this be the terrifying thing about the spirit of the secret realm? In such a short time, her cultivation had gone from the early stage, Tao-seeking realm, to the stage of advancing to the Karma realm. Oh, right. I will be able to get the clean spirit flower tomorrow. How is Shui, Er's situation? Ning Chi asked. Lady Shui, Er's situation is not optimistic. If you can get the clean spirit flower tomorrow, that will be for the best. Otherwise, you will have to find a spirit cultivating flower to replace it and extend her time. Fire Qilin said. Chapter 3374. The next day, as soon as Ning Chi left the courtyard, he saw that Lin Mei was still in a meditative state. There was a satisfied smile on her face, as if she was willing to be immersed in this state forever. It wasn't until the sound of Ning Chi's footsteps startled her out of her reverie that she stood up in a panic. Her cheeks were flushed red. "Senior, I didn't notice," Lin Mei explained softly. As a wily old fox who had been in the Chow Fong market for many years, she secretly regretted that she didn't grasp the time well and left a bad impression in front of Ning Chi. However, the spiritual energy contained in the heaven-level guest room, which cost 10 primordial essence stones a day, made her regret again. This kind of second-step cultivator was addicted to it, unable to extricate himself. "It's fine. Let's go." The purifying spirit flower should have arrived at the Phoenix Pavilion by now, Ning Chi said as he walked out. Seeing this, Lin Mei hurriedly followed. Along the way, Ning Chi did his best to suppress the excitement in his heart, keeping his expression calm. He didn't want others to know just how much importance he placed on the purifying spirit flower. Yesterday, others had misunderstood him because he had a grudge with Chong Kun. Ning Chi was happy to see the high price of 500,000 origin essence stones, seemingly knowing that Ning Chi had already set off. When the two of them arrived at the Chow Fong Pavilion, Fong Moran was already waiting for them with the cultivator who had previously received Ning Chi. "I'm flattered that the Deputy Pavilion Master is waiting here personally." Ning Chi smiled. Lin Mei was immediately convinced. However, when she thought about it, she realized that such preferential treatment was exchanged for 500,000 origin essence stones, so she wasn't so envious anymore. 500,000 is not a small number. Ordinary cultivators of the Immortal Palace may only have 1 million, and that's including the elixirs, spiritual materials, and primordial spirit treasures they have. Therefore, this transaction is very important to me. Let's go. I'm already unhappy with you, so I naturally don't want you to leave the Phoenix Pavilion unhappily in the future. Fong Moran smiled. Yes. Ning Chi nodded noncommittally. In that case, let's go take a look at the goods. This way, please. On the way, Ning Chi already had a clear understanding of the Shenluo world's economy. To him, 500,000 was just a drop in the ocean. However, the Star Soul stones in his interspatial bag could only be used to condense the Star Soul essence. Normally, he could not use them easily. Even a rebirth state expert would be envious of such wealth. A normal cultivator of the Immortal Palace was equivalent to a millionaire on Earth. Their wealth would fluctuate depending on their background. For example, Fong Ingchen and the other two had more than 20 million primordial essence stones in total. Based on this, a normal Karma Realm cultivator's wealth should be above 10 million, below 50 million, or even lower. In Ning Chi's spatial bag, there were 4,500 Star Soul stones. If they were all cut into origin stones, there would be 5 billion origin stones. That was why Ning Chi believed that such wealth would make even rebirth state experts jealous. When I have the chance, I have to find out more about the uses of astral soul essence. According to the ratio of astral soul essence condensed from astral soul stones, a single astral soul essence is equivalent to the entire wealth of a karmic realm cultivator. Its true use is definitely not just to refine puppets. However, whether it is origin stones or planet soul essence, I can't use them to increase my strength before I reach the 4th step. I have to go to the ancient star system pavilion, but I also have to go to the place the silver dragon mentioned. Only by going there will I have a chance. Only by going there will I have a chance to quietly advance to the Karma Realm without going through the Holy Saint Council. After arriving at the counter from yesterday, the cultivator that had been following Fong Mo immediately walked into the counter and carefully took out a jade box. In truth, if it was just a normal, purifying spirit flower, he wouldn't be so careful. However, this purifying spirit flower was sold for 500,000 origin stones, so he was afraid of accidentally breaking it. That guy really came to buy the purifying spirit flower. I thought he was just throwing a tantrum with Chong Kun and losing a deposit. But if he really spent 500,000 spirit stones to buy a purifying spirit flower, He'll lose hundreds of thousands of origin essence stones. Could it be to get close to Lady Mo Ran? That's possible. I heard that Lady Mo Ran's status in the Feng family is not low. She came to the Imperial Phoenix Pavilion to gain experience, so she will naturally return to the Feng family in the future. If that's the case, then this guy is really willing. The cultivators that had seen Ning Qi and Chang Kuan angry yesterday were very shocked to see Ning Qi actually come to pay the rest of the money. There was also a hint of envy and jealousy, and the greed in many cultivators' hearts became even stronger. The jade box gave off a special cold aura. Feng Mo smiled at Ning Qi and said, "Young master, the purifying spirit flower is inside this jade box. I refined this jade box with 10,000-year ice essence, so it can ensure that the medicinal effect of the spirit material won't be lost. It can even allow the spirit material to obtain better nourishment and increase its medicinal effect by 10%. Oh, then this is a rare treasure." Ning Qi was slightly startled and took the jade box. "I have two, so I don't need this many. This can be considered compensation for the hundreds of thousands of origin stones you spent. In truth, our Imperial Phoenix Pavilion is very fair." Feng Mo winked at Ning Qi. The corner of Ning Qi's mouth curled up slightly. If the effect of this jade box was really as it said, that it could increase the efficacy of spiritual materials by 10%, then its value was estimated to be above 200,000 origin stones or even more. Overall, Ning Qi could not be considered to have lost money this time. Opening the jade box, a delicate and beautiful, purifying spirit flower lay quietly in it. There was still a trace of coldness wrapped around it. Ning Qi glanced at its attributes, and after confirming that it was a purifying spirit flower, he closed the jade box and put it into his spatial bag. Then he took out an interspatial ring and handed it to the cultivator behind the counter. "Deputy Pavilion Master, the rest of the money is paid." The cultivator looked at Feng Mo with a slightly excited expression. "Then this transaction is over. I wonder if young master is still angry?" Feng Mo looked at Ning Qi and said with a smile, "Why do you say that, Miss Mo?" Ning Qi smiled. "Otherwise, why haven't you told me your name until now?" Feng Mo said with a light smile, "I'm Jiang Yu. I've embarrassed myself in front of you." Ning Qi smiled and cupped his hands. Before Feng Mo could speak, he said that he had something to do and needed to leave first. "Jiang Yu? Don't tell me you're a disciple of the Jiang family." "Oh, I'll ask Jiang Pei to check for me when I have time." Feng Mo looked at Ning Qi thoughtfully. After leaving the Imperial Phoenix Pavilion, Lin Mei hesitated for a moment and whispered, "Senior, are you going to leave the Imperial Phoenix Market after buying the purifying spirit flower?" "I still have to stay for a while. You stay with me for the time being. The origin stones will be given to you." Ning Qi smiled faintly. Chapter 33:75. When she returned to Dragon Gate Inn, Lin Mei suddenly stopped and looked behind her. 8 cultivators walked past the entrance of Dragon Gate Inn with calm expressions on their faces. There did not seem to be anything amiss about them. "Senior, we should be targeted by someone. Next time we go out, we should bring the guards from Dragon Gate Inn with us." Lin Mei whispered. She was only a primordial unity perfected celestial, so she did not know Ning Qi's cultivation level in Step 3. Therefore, she was worried about their safety. Murder and robbery were not uncommon in the Chao Feng market. "You arrange it." Ning Qi smiled. Suddenly, a few figures walked out of the Dragon Gate Inn. All of them were wearing blood puppet masks. They did not even look at Ning Qi and Lin Mei as they walked past them. "It's the cultivators of the Cleansing Squad. I heard that the Cleansing Squad has recently been searching for a criminal, and even many captain-level cultivators of the Dragon Rider rank have personally joined the battle. I really don't know what kind of heinous crime that fella committed, for them to muster such a large force. It's also good that there are fewer robberies and murders in Chao Feng Market these days." Lin Mei whispered. Don't pay too much attention to things that have nothing to do with us, lest we attract unnecessary trouble. Ningqi smiled. Senior is right. Lin Mei hurriedly nodded. After returning to the courtyard of the sky-level guest room, Ningqi asked Lin Mei to stand guard at the door while he went to the top-notch cultivation training ground. Are you ready? The Fire Qilin stood beside the Grand Supreme Lord Pale Furnace and looked at Ningqi. Ningqi was a little nervous. He wasn't sure if the purifying spirit flower could help Wang Shui regain her sanity, as the Fire Qilin had said. At the same time, it could help her reach the early stage of the Tao querying realm and become a ghostly immortal. Will there be any side effects? Ningqi whispered. No, the purifying spirit flower is a holy object to souls. The Fire Qilin said. All right. Ningqi nodded and opened the jade box. With a slight thought, the purifying spirit flower flew to the Fire Qilin. The Fire Qilin suddenly opened its mouth and inhaled. The immortal flames in the Grand Supreme Lord Pale Furnace swept out and were sucked into the Fire Qilin's stomach. Without the suppression of the immortal flame, Wang Shui's soul suddenly rushed out of the Lao Jun elixir furnace and looked at Ningqi and Fire Qilin with cold and crazy eyes. This is a purifying spirit flower. Eat it, the Fire Qilin said slowly. Her crazy and cold eyes shifted from the two of them to the purifying spirit flower. In the next moment, Wang Shui's soul seemed to realize the benefits of the purifying spirit flower to her soul. She immediately rushed over and swallowed the purifying spirit flower. The next moment, Wang Shui's soul stood still in the same place. There was a faint white light that overflowed from her body. The crazy icy aura on her body gradually dissipated and was replaced by a warm feeling. It's working. Ningqi breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Then, he looked at Wang Shui's change with anticipation. Since Wang Shui was killed by Lai Kong many years had passed, he finally kept his promise and pulled Wang Shui back from hell. The warmth was getting stronger and stronger, and Wang Shui's face suddenly showed a holy color. Ningqi guessed that this was the purification effect of the purifying spirit flower on her mind. Fire Qilin, how long will it take for her to wake up? Ningqi asked while staring at Wang Shui. I'm not sure. It could be as short as 3 to 5 years. It could be as long as 10 to 100 years. The longer the time, the more benefits it will bring her. Your purifying spirit flower is considered excellent among the Xian-Yin grade spiritual materials. It might take 20 to 30 years. The Fire Qilin said. Just like that, time passed year after year. Whether it was snowing or raining, Ningqi stood in front of Wang Shui and stared at her intently. It was the final, critical moment. He didn't want Wang Shui to have any changes at this step. It seemed that from the 10th year onwards, Wang Shui's body became more and more real, as if she had a physical body. Her pale skin also had a trace of blood. If one looked closely, one could see the blood vessels under her skin. If one didn't know Wang Shui's situation at the moment, no one would think that she was just a soul. 30 years later, the strange phenomenon on Wang Shui's body gradually disappeared. Her eyelashes suddenly moved, and then she slowly opened her eyes. Shui air. Ningqi was a little nervous. Wang Shui's eyes looked abnormally pure, like a white paper that had never been stained with ink. Yeah, Wang Shui opened her mouth, but what came out was a series of meaningless syllables. What happened? Ningqi suddenly looked at the Fire Qilin. The Fire Qilin looked at Wang Shui in a daze. After a few breaths, she said with some doubts, could it be that even her original memory was washed away by the clean spirit flower? Didn't you say that there were no side effects? How could this be? Ningqi frowned slightly. If she lost all her memories, would Wang Shui still be the previous Wang Shui? It doesn't make sense, the Fire Qilin muttered. The next moment, she looked at Ningqi with some realization. Perhaps her earliest memory had been washed away the moment she was refined into a soul. Is there a way to recover? Ning Qi took a deep breath. At this time, Wang Shui suddenly staggered a step. She seemed to not even know how to walk. Seeing that she was about to fall, Ning Qi gently reached out and took her into his arms. It seemed that Wang Shui felt the warmth. Wang Shui hugged Ning Qi tightly, and her mouth still made meaningless syllables. To recover, I am afraid that only when I reach the rebirth state and have the qualification to enter the myriad world reincarnation for a short time can I find a way, the fire Qilin whispered. Rebirth state, enter the myriad world reincarnation for a short time? Ning Qi fell into deep thought. A few days later, it was still the top cultivation training ground. What is this? Ning Qi pointed at a tree not far away. Wang Shui saw it and immediately said happily, a tree! Who is she? Ning Qi pointed at the fire Qilin. Aunt Qilin. As Wang Shui spoke, she wanted to jump onto the back of the fire Qilin, but it was easily avoided. Sit down obediently. Ning Qi pointed at the small stool in front of him with a serious face. Wang Shui could only pout and sit back on the stool. After a few days of teaching, she had learned some basic communication skills. This was also based on her initial stage, Dao, querying cultivation. If it was a mortal, not to mention a few days, even 2 years might not be enough. Who am I? Ning Qi smiled, pointed at himself, and asked. Daddy. Wang Shui answered very quickly. Ning Qi's face turned black as he looked at the fire Qilin. Maybe. I still need a period of patient teaching. Take it slowly. One day she will grow up. The fire Qilin looked at Ning Qi with some sympathy and comforted him. Chapter 3376. After more than 3 years of teaching, Wang Shui's mental age had reached 7 or 8 years old. She was naughty, naive, and cute, but she still couldn't recall the little bits and pieces of the past. Even if Ning Qi repeated it again and again, telling Wang Shui that he and her were the process of getting to know each other, Wang Shui only listened to it as a story. Uncle, it's so boring here. Let's go out for a walk. Wang Shui sat on a small bench and looked at Ning Qi expectantly. Although she didn't call Ning Qi Dad anymore, she insisted on calling Ning Qi Uncle. No matter how Ning Qi corrected her, she immediately forgot about it the next day. Let's go. It's time to leave here. Ning Qi nodded. Not long after, he appeared in the room with Wang Shui. Stay here. I'll take you out for a walk later. Ning Qi told Wang Shui. Then he called Lin Mei, who was cultivating outside the door, in. Senior, this is... When Lin Mei saw Wang Shui, her eyes moved slightly and her expression became a bit strange. She had been cultivating outside, so why was there another woman in Ning Qi's room? I have a few things to ask you. If the information you answer is useful to me, I'll give you 100 origin stones. Ning Qi smiled. 100 origin stones? Lin Mei's expression changed. She didn't care how Wang Shui appeared. She looked at Ning Qi ecstatically. Senior, please ask. Do you know about the ancient star pavilion? Ning Qi said lightly. Ancient star pavilion? Isn't that one of the famous sects of the ancient immortal clan? Rumor has it that there are existences beyond the 5th step in the ancient star pavilion. Lin Mei was slightly startled and then asked in a low voice, Senior, do you plan on joining the ancient star pavilion? However, the ancient star pavilion only accepts a disciple every 100 years. Each time, only a few dozen people are lucky enough to join, and the human race only accounts for a very small portion of them. I even heard that in the last 1,000 years, no human has successfully passed the test to join the ancient star pavilion. Ancient immortal clan. Ning Qi's eyes moved slightly and a trace of confusion appeared in his heart. Lin Mei's words made it sound like ancient immortals and humans were completely different races. In the world of immortals, however, Ning Qi had assumed that ancient immortals were nothing more than ancient immortals. a term derived from the differences between modern immortals and ancient immortals. You said no human has passed the test in 1,000 years. Does that mean all foreign cultivators can join the ancient star system pavilion? Ning Qi said lightly. It looks like Senior knows very little about the ancient star pavilion. The ancient celestial clan has always accepted all kinds of people, and the ancient star pavilion is the most famous among the ancient celestial clan. There are even a lot of dragon clan disciples, and the 4 great emperor families all have disciples studying there. Art cultivation, Lin Mei explained. The system wants me to go to the ancient star pavilion to obtain the great desolation star. I'm afraid this place is related to my previous life. Perhaps I was a disciple of the ancient star pavilion in my previous life. Ning Qi's thoughts suddenly became clear. He remembered that the North Mystic Divine Emperor had been helping the ancient immortal clan ever since he went to the deity realm, and the ancient star pavilion was a large sect of the ancient immortal clan in the Shenluo realm. It couldn't be a coincidence. Senior, although our divine Luo world is the leader of the 10,000 worlds, there are countless worlds of various sizes other than the divine Luo world. Almost all of these worlds have a branch of the ancient immortal clan. With the strength of the ancient immortal clan, they were able to establish the divine Luo world, ranked in the top 100 among all the races in the myriad world. Lin Mei continued. I know. Ning Qi nodded lightly. Hearing this, Lin Mei didn't find it strange. This was common knowledge. Basically, every cultivator knew it when they started cultivating. How strong is the great emperor of the Feng clan? Ning Qi asked calmly. Lin Mei stared at Ning Qi, dumbfounded. Senior, I'm only a second-step cultivator. I really don't know anything about the Emperor's memorial tablet that the Supreme Holy Assembly has bestowed upon me. However, there has been a war between the myriad races in the divine Luo world. The 4 great emperors of the human race have gone to other great worlds to fight. Now, the 4 families only have 5th-step cultivators. Great Emperor is at the 6th step. Ning Qi's eyes moved slightly. He had gotten the information he wanted, but he hadn't expected the human clan to be so powerful. They even had a 6th-step cultivator. They were only 1 step away from being comparable to the existences in the Supreme Sacred Council. But the 6th step and the gap between the 7th step was probably equivalent to the gap between the 1st step and the 6th step. The last question, where is the ancient star pavilion? Ning Qi said lightly. This, Lin Mei was slightly taken aback. She then smiled bitterly and said, Senior, this junior doesn't know. She hadn't even traveled the entire human clan. So how could she know where the ancient celestial clan was? Not to mention the famous ancient star system pavilion. After pausing for a moment, Lin Mei seemed to recall something. She hurriedly said, Perhaps the Morning Phoenix Pavilion might have this information. However, the price might be very expensive. As long as it can be bought with origin essence stones, it's not expensive. Ning Qi faintly smiled. Let's go to the Chaofeng Pavilion. When Wang Shui saw it, she quickly pulled Ning Qi's clothes and followed closely. Anything that can be bought with origin essence stones isn't expensive? Lin Mei couldn't help but ponder over the sentence. She then looked at Ning Qi's back with a hint of admiration in her eyes. This was a tycoon, Phoenix Court. When he was about to reach the entrance, Ning Qi suddenly noticed 2 familiar figures, not far away. One of them was Feng Mo Ran. She was standing respectfully in front of a young man. The white-robed young man with a sword on his back gave Ning Qi an extremely familiar feeling. At the same time, Ning Qi felt that he was extremely dangerous and terrifying. That sword, Ning Qi's eyes moved slightly. He immediately took out the smiling mask from his dimensional bag and put on. The white-clothed young man happened to notice it. He glanced at Ning Qi and frowned slightly. Mo Ran, your trial is over. Feng Yingqin and the other 2, who were supposed to be rank 3 geniuses and went to the ancient star pavilion, died. One of the spots will be taken by you as long as you can complete the next promotion mission and become a rank 3 genius. Level 3 prodigy. Feng Ju, you looked at Feng Mo Ran and said, Grandpa, don't worry. I will definitely complete the mission and won't let you down. Feng Mo Ran quickly nodded. There was a hint of undetectable ecstasy in the depths of her eyes. Okay. Feng Jiuyu nodded and turned to leave. However, when he left, he glanced at Ning Qi again. It wasn't until Feng Jiuyu left that Ning Qi's tense body suddenly relaxed. He didn't know when, but his palms were covered in cold sweat. Chapter 3377. After Feng Jiuyu left, Feng Mo subconsciously looked at Ning Qi. She didn't recognize Ning Qi, but she recognized Lin Mei. Young Master Jiang Yu? Feng Mo Ran said tentatively. Yes. Ning Qi nodded. This mask should be made by Lost City, right? It's worth at least 1 million origin stones. I have one too. Feng Mo Ran smiled, took out a mask and put it on. However, her blood puppet mask had a half-smiling, half-crying face. It seems like Lost City not only gives these treasures to the cleanup team, but also exports them. Ning Qi was slightly startled and then felt relieved. This way, even if he wore the blood puppet mask, he wouldn't be suspected. No wonder Feng Jiuyu didn't attack him earlier. Miss Mo Ran, I want to buy some information. Ning Qi went straight to the point. Information? As long as the price is high enough, I can sell you any information you want. Feng Mo smiled. After a pause, she continued. This isn't the place to talk. Young Master Jiang Yu, please follow me. Facing Phoenix Pavilion, in an extremely luxurious room, Feng Mo smiled at Wang Shui. Young Master Jiang Yu, is this your Dao partner? Uncle, who is she? Wang Shui looked at Ning Qi. Uncle? Feng Mo smiled awkwardly. So it's young Master Zhang's niece. Lady Mo Ran, I want to buy information about the location of the ancient star system pavilion, including the dangerous places we will encounter along the way. Ning Qi smiled. Ancient star pavilion? Feng Mo looked at Ning Qi with a strange expression. I wonder why young Master Jiang is going to the ancient star pavilion. A little private matter. Ning Qi smiled. There's no reason for the Jiang family not to know the location of the ancient star pavilion. Could it be that his surname is Jiang and he's not from the Jiang family? Feng Mo Ran's heart moved, and then she smiled. I have the location of the ancient star pavilion and the dangerous places along the way. However, I can only sell you an incomplete map. After a pause, she continued. The family has a rule that only disciples can use the complete map. Incomplete? As long as you can take me to the ancient star pavilion. I wonder how much such a map would cost? Ning Qi smiled. 1 million origin stones. Feng Mo said. She seemed to be afraid that Ning Qi would misunderstand her, so she explained, the ancient star pavilion is stronger than the 4 great emperor families of the human race. Unless a great emperor family marries into the family, no matter how talented a cultivator is, they can't become a member of a family. The ancient star pavilion is different. As long as you can get a spot in the assessment and pass the assessment, you can become a disciple of the ancient star pavilion. Your future is limitless, and it is the dream of countless cultivators. 1. You. 1 million origin essence stones. This should be enough for me to cultivate to the early stage Dao querying realm. Lin Mei was drooling as she listened. All right, 1 million origin essence stones. Cash and goods. A hint of hesitation appeared on Ning Qi's face. Then he gritted his teeth and said, Feng Chen said. Feng Monin already had a guess. Otherwise, 1 million essence stones would not be so painful for the Jiang family's cultivators. At the same time, she also noticed that Wang Shui exuded a trace of Ghost Immortal's aura. She suddenly understood that Ning Qi spent 500,000 primordial stones not to spite Chang Kuan, but because he really needed this purifying spirit flower. This is the route to the ancient star pavilion. Young Master Jiang, please take it. Feng Mo took out a jade. She placed some things on it with her divine sense before handing it to Ning Qi. Ning Qi gave Feng Mo 1,000,000 origin stones and took the jade. He scanned it with his divine sense and found an incomplete map. There seemed to be a lot of places that had been erased, but the route to the ancient star system pavilion was still there. It was quite complete. Ning Qi found that 1/3 of the route in the jade coincided with the route to the dark cultivator gathering place that the silver dragon had given him. As a result, when he went to the ancient star system pavilion, he could take a look there. The silver dragon said there is something there that can allow Ning Qi to avoid the Supreme Sacred Council and enter the Karma realm. Thank you. Ning Qi put away the jade and clasped his hands. If there is nothing else, I'll take my leave. Young Master Jiang, please wait. Feng Moran suddenly stood up. May I ask if this young lady has taken the purifying spirit flower you bought some time ago? Is she a ghost immortal? When Wang Shui saw Feng Mo looking at her, she immediately stuck out her tongue and made a face. She didn't know why, but she didn't like Feng Mo, so Senior bought the purifying spirit flower for her to consume. A hint of understanding flashed across Lin Mei's eyes. This matter seems to have nothing to do with Miss Mo Ran. Ning Qi smiled. Young Master Jiang, don't misunderstand. I see that this lady has just become a ghostly immortal. I have some elixirs that are extremely beneficial for ghostly immortals. They can help her break through to the later stage of the Tao querying realm within a short period of time. I wonder if young Master Jiang is interested? Feng Moran smiled. Oh, what kind of pill was this? What's the price? Ning Qi sat down again and looked at Feng Mo with interest. The stronger Wang Shui was, the higher her ability to protect herself in the divine Luo world. Ning Qi didn't really understand the cultivation methods of ghost immortals. Therefore, he wasn't able to help her personally in this aspect. However, if he could buy some elixirs that were suitable for ghost immortals to raise their cultivation, Ning Qi might be able to do so. He could definitely do it. The ghostly pregnant pill is rather rare. Only the ghost race knows how to refine it. However, it is extremely effective for human ghost immortals. One ghostly pregnant pill costs at least 200,000 origin essence stones. 10 of them form a set. If she consumes all of them, this lady's cultivation will at least advance to the middle stage of the Tao querying realm. I won't sell this pill. I hope that young Master Jiang can help me with a small matter. I will use this pill as a reward. Feng Moran smiled. Can't I buy the ghostly pregnant pill even if I go to other markets? Ning Qi smiled. You can't buy it. The ghost race is extremely strict with the ghostly pregnant pill. I only managed to get 10 of them by chance. Feng Moran smiled. Tell me about it. What do you need? If it's within my capabilities, it's fine. Ning Qi said plainly. My grandfather gave me a mission. It's a Feng Family Prodigy Advancement mission. After completing this mission, I can become a Class 3 Prodigy. However, this mission requires at least 2 Immortal Palace cultivators to complete. I don't trust the others in the family. I don't have any good friends. If young Master Jiang can help, that would be great. Chapter 3378. Kill a perfected Tao seeking realm dark cultivator? Ning Qi calmly smiled and said, Dark cultivators are secretive. Even if we meet them head-on, we won't be able to determine their identity. I wonder how Miss Mo Ran plans to kill them? Our great emperor's family has a special intelligence channel. On the way to the ancient star system pavilion, there is a dark cultivator from the Heavenly Shell clan. I know his appearance and habits. As long as we follow the clues, we will be able to find him. Kill him. Feng Mo smiled. If it's on the way, we can give it a try. Ning Qi pondered. Okay, I have already resigned from my position as the Deputy Pavilion Master of the Morning Phoenix Pavilion. Let's set off now, Feng Emo said. Ning Chi pondered for a bit before smiling and nodding. All right. Traveling with Feng Emo and her identity as the genius of the Feng family gave Ning Chi the best protection. The people at Lost City probably wouldn't think that he would be with the genius of the Feng family. When they left the Morning Phoenix Pavilion, they bumped into Chong Kuin again. However, this time, the 4 followers behind him were cultivators from the Celestial Palace. Miss Emo ran, what a coincidence. I have something to discuss with you. Chong Kuin smiled. After a pause, he glanced at Lin Mei and then looked at Ning Chi suspiciously. When Ning Chi fought with him for the purifying spiritual flower that day, he knew that Lin Mei was his guide. However, Ning Chi had Wang Shui by his side, and he was wearing a smiling mask. However, Chong Kuin couldn't help but feel suspicious and uncertain about Ning Chi's identity. Something to discuss? What is it? Feng Emo smiled. It's like this. Our Chong family bought a spot to enter the ancient star system pavilion. I heard that Miss Emo Ran only needs to complete an advancement mission to get the same spot. I plan to go with Miss Emo Ran and help Miss Emo Ran. After completing the mission, how about we go to the ancient star system pavilion together? Chong Kuin smiled. Young Master Chong is really well informed. No wonder the Chong family is called one of the 4 great families of the Morning Phoenix Pavilion. Feng Emo let out a faint smile. It was obvious that what Feng Jiuyu had told her at the entrance of the Morning Phoenix Pavilion had been heard by the Chong family spies. However, Feng Emo was very curious. The Chong family was such a small family, and the strongest person in the family was only at the early stage of the rebirth realm. How could they buy a spot in the ancient star system pavilion? Not at all. Compared with the Feng family behind Miss Emo Ran, the Chong family is just an ant next to an elephant. Chong Kuin smiled modestly. There was a hint of flattery in his tone. He paused and looked at Ning Chi. Sir, are you satisfied with the purifying spirit flower? Senior, you've misunderstood. That senior has already left Chao Feng Market. Lin Mei suddenly had an idea and whispered, Oh, not him. Chong Kuin smiled faintly, but the suspicion in his eyes deepened. If it was that outsider, he really wanted to know why he suddenly put on a blood puppet mask. Could it be that he was afraid of being ambushed? Thinking about this, there was a flash of a smile in Chong Kuin's eyes. He didn't put Ning Chi in his eyes at all. He was going to use this spot to go to the ancient star system pavilion with Feng Emo. He believed that with his elegance, it wouldn't be long before he believed that with his elegance, it wouldn't take long for him to capture Feng Mo's heart. Miss Emo Ran, since this young Master Chong is willing to go with you, then I'll take my leave. Ning Chi's voice was a bit hoarse, different from before. Young Master Chong, please wait. Since it is such a coincidence, why don't we go together? The journey to the ancient star system pavilion is long and will take at least 20 years. It would be good for us to look out for each other. Feng Emo smiled. Miss Emo Ran, he is also going to the ancient star system pavilion? Chong Kuin was startled, and the sense of superiority in his heart disappeared. Surnamed Jiang? Could he be a disciple of the Jiang family? Thinking about this, Chong Kuin's eyes revealed a hint of vigilance. He wasn't confident in competing with the Jiang family for a woman, but as long as he could marry Feng Emo, he would be able to form a marriage alliance with the Feng family. It would be a great help to the Chong family's ambition to become the #1 family in Chao Feng Market. I wonder if this young Master Chong is willing. Ning Chi chuckled. Young Master Chong, what do you think? Feng Emo smiled. Of course I'm willing. Chong Kuin cursed in his heart, but he smiled and didn't dare to show his anger. Before he determined Ning Chi's identity, he wouldn't take the risk. If he offended the great emperor's family, the Chong family would be destroyed at any moment. At this moment, the group went from 4 to 9 people. The Chang family seemed to value Chang Kuan a lot, or rather, the spot he had, so they gave him 4 cultivators from the Celestial Palace. When they were about to leave Chao Feng Market, Lin Mei revealed a trace of reluctance. She was very envious of Ning Qi's group for being able to go to the ancient star system pavilion. As for her, after Ning Qi left, she would have to find another boss to earn a meager income. Senior, Junior will send you off here. Lin Mei stopped and said reluctantly. Ning Qi looked at Wang Shui and then at Lin Mei. Do you want to go to the ancient star system pavilion? What? Lin Mei stared at Ning Qi, dumbfounded. My niece needs a maid to take care of her. If you're willing, then follow me as a maid. Ning Qi smiled. Feng Moran looked at Ning Qi in surprise. Normally speaking, primordial unity true immortals would not even attract early-stage, Dao-seeking realm cultivators. At the very least, they would need to be at the Emperor realm or even the ancient transformation realm before they could become maids. Sir, if you need a maid, I can ask the Chang family to send an ancient transformation realm maid. Forget about a grand unity true immortal. Chang Kuan said with a smile. Lin Mei's eyes dimmed, but when she saw Ning Qi ignore Chang Kuan and look at her with a smile, she suddenly felt a surge of courage. Thank you, Senior. Junior is willing. Lin Mei clasped her hands and bowed. Okay. Ning Qi smiled. After everyone set off again, Chang Kuan and his 4 followers flew at the back. Occasionally, they would look at Ning Qi with a hint of resentment. Ning Qi completely ignored him in front of Feng Mo Ran just now. This was clearly deliberately taking him down a notch. A few days later, in a place far away from the Chao Feng Market, a teleportation array appeared. Ning Qi and others fell from midair and found that the teleportation array was extremely lively. At least hundreds of cultivators were waiting in line, and more were coming. More and more cultivators were coming. When Chang Kuan saw that he would have to queue for at least half an hour, he immediately walked to the front of the line and clasped his hands at the group of cultivators in line. I'm Chang Kuan. I have an important matter to attend to. I wonder if everyone... Scram. Chapter 3379. There were hundreds of cultivators waiting in line to take the teleportation array. Many of them were immortal palace cultivators, so they did not give Chang Kuan any face. No matter who you are, you have to line up properly here. What right do you have to jump the line? A cultivator with tentacles all over his face sneered. He was one of the immortal palace cultivators who scolded Chang Kuan. Even when he saw the 4 immortal palace cultivators behind Chang Kuan, he did not show any fear. At this realm, death was already very difficult. Unless a karma realm existence took action, he would at most lose a physical body. Therefore, who was afraid of who? Chang Kuan's face was extremely gloomy. Haven't you heard of my Chang family? Chao Feng Market's Chang family, I have long heard of you. So what? The other party sneered. Chang Kuan was startled. Since the other party knew his background, he did not give him any face. He could not do anything to the other party for a while. I am Feng Moran of the Feng family. I wonder if you can do me a favor? Feng Moran suddenly said. Feng family? Everyone was slightly stunned. Even the cultivator with tentacles all over his face who did not give Chang Kuan any face changed his expression. He looked at Feng Moran up and down, then said with a smile, If you are a disciple of the Feng family, we naturally have to do you a favor. Not long after, Chang Kuan followed Feng Moran and Ning Qi into the teleportation array with an ugly expression. After arriving at the other side of the teleportation array, everyone continued to hurry on their way. However, half a day later, Feng Moran suddenly stopped. In front of everyone, there seemed to be an endless mountain range that seemed to separate the 2 places. This is the Netherworld mountain range. There are star demons comparable to 5th step supreme figures. We have to walk next. We can't be too fast, lest we accidentally rush into the nest of a star demon supreme figure. Feng Moran reminded them. A A trace of fear flashed in Lin Mei's eyes. With her cultivation level, if she did not follow Ning Qi and the others, she would not be qualified to enter the Netherworld mountain range. She would lose her life if she encountered a third-step star demon. Miss Moran, please rest assured. Chang Kuin suddenly smiled and looked at his 4 followers. You guys take the lead. If there is any danger, report immediately. Yes. The 4 followers looked at each other. Although they were dissatisfied, they didn't dare to refuse Chang Kuin's order. With the 4 immortal palace cultivators leading the way, Ning Qi and company advanced rather quickly. Star demons below the perfected Tao-seeking realm were dealt with by the 4 without them needing to do anything. But half a month later, the 4 followers suddenly disappeared. There was movement, but no news was sent back. Something's wrong. Feng Mo Ran looked into the depths of the underworld mountain range, and his expression gradually became serious. Only a cultivator at the Fate State or above could make the 4 cultivators of the Fairy Palace disappear without a trace before they could send a message, even if they were at the 4th step. Could it be that we're moving too fast and have entered a dangerous area? Feng Mo Ran frowned. Chang Kuin's face was livid. These 4 followers were supposed to escort him to the ancient star system pavilion, but now they had lost track of him before he had even walked 1/10 of the route. Rustle, rustle, rustle. There was a burst of very light footsteps in front of them. Then shadows appeared from all directions, as if they were surrounding Ning Qi and the others. It's him? Ning Qi's eyes lit up. One of them had tentacles all over his face. It was the foreign cultivator that had quarreled with Chang Kuin about the transfer array. In addition to him, a dozen other cultivators had also formed their own immortal palaces and were looking at Ning Qi and the others with cold smiles on their faces. 1 or 2 of these cultivators were humans, but most of them belonged to different races. Senior, this group of people might be the bandits of the Yellow Springs mountain range. I heard that countless cultivators die in the Yellow Springs mountain range every year, but only a small portion of them die at the hands of star demons or accidentally enter a certain hopeless situation. Most of them are killed and robbed. Lin Mei quickly sent a voice transmission. Ning Qi nodded slightly. He could tell that the cultivator with the tentacles all over his face should be a spy who was waiting at the transmission array for a worthy target. And this time their target was Feng Mo Ran, robbing and killing a disciple of the Feng family. This showed how bold these bandits were. It's you. Chang Kuin looked at the cultivator with tentacles all over his face in bewilderment. It's me, young Master Chang, we meet again. The other party said with a smile, Let me introduce myself. My name is Manjilu. Manjilu? One of the Yin Yang pirate commanders? I didn't expect you, Yin Yang pirate, to be so bold. You know that I'm a disciple of the Feng family, but you still dare to attack us? What did you do to young Master Chang's 4 followers? Feng Mo Ran said calmly. Those 4 guys only had their bodies destroyed. It's not a big deal, but if you don't want your bodies to be destroyed, hand over all your valuable things. Magic weapons, origin energy stones, elixirs, we want them all. Manjula smiled. After a pause, he looked at Ning Qi. The mask on this guy's face was bought from Lost City, right? Blood puppet mask, hee. It's worth millions of origin energy stones. Take it off and throw it to me. Aren't you afraid that my Feng family will retaliate after this? Just Yin Yang pirate. Your master's cultivation is at most karma state or heaven's mandate state. It's easy for my Feng family to suppress you. Feng Mo Ran smiled faintly. If we were so easily suppressed, how could our Yin Yang pirate survive here for tens of thousands of years? I won't bother you with this matter. I'll give you 10 breaths of time to hand over everything. Otherwise, your bodies will be destroyed. Even if you reform them in the future, your cultivation level won't be as good as before, right? Manjilu smiled sinisterly. The surrounding cultivators seemed to cooperate with him and also let out gloomy laughter. Miss Mo ran. If your body is destroyed, you won't be able to go to the ancient star pavilion. How about we take a step back for now? Chong Kuin said. Even if my Feng family's disciples die in battle, we won't show weakness to bandits. Feng Mo ran said faintly. Chong Kuin's expression changed a few times before he finally took out his universe ring and threw it at Manjulu. There are 3 million origin energy stones, some elixirs, and a rank 2 spirit treasure. I'll give it all to you. Let me leave. Manjula took it and nodded with satisfaction. You're quite tactful. Don't worry, we won't kill you. However, if you want to leave, you have to wait for them to hand over their things. Chong Kuin's expression changed slightly as he looked at Ning Chi and Feng Mo Ran. This girl is a ghost immortal. Interesting. If I sell her to the ghost clan, she'll be worth at least 200,000 origin energy stones. Manjula looked at Wang Shui with a hint of greed in his eyes. Ghost immortal? Purifying spirit flower? It's really you. Chong Kuin stared at Ning Chi with an ugly expression. Ning Chi smiled, took off his smiling mask, and looked at Manjulu. The next moment, his figure moved slightly and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Manjulu. Bang! Chapter 30, 380. Seeing this, Manjulu's companions were horrified. As a cultivator of the mortal palace, how could his body be destroyed just like that? You bang! Before he could speak, another person's head was smashed by Ning Chi. Suppress him together. Bang, bang, bang. In less than a moment, more than a dozen yin-yang bandits became headless corpses. Their bodies were dead, but their primordial spirits escaped into the mortal palace. The next time they condensed their bodies, their cultivation would drop by at least 20% to 30%. You, Chong Kuin looked at Ning Chi dumbfounded. He had never seen anyone who could kill so many people of the same cultivation level so quickly. Even someone as conceited as him only thought that he could deal with 2 yin-yang bandits at the same time. But Ning Chi slaughtered this group of yin-yang bandits in the blink of an eye. Not only was he ruthless, but he was also very decisive. Is he really not the Jiang family's prodigy? Feng Mo Ran also stared blankly at Ning Chi. In the Feng family, except for those few top existences, the rest of the immortal palace cultivators couldn't do what Ning Chi did today. Moreover, even if those few made a move, it might not be so clean. More than a dozen immortal palace cultivators. None had time to escape, and all their bodies were destroyed. Senior is so strong. Lin Mei was surprised and delighted. This was really a glimmer of hope at the darkest hour. Wait, he didn't use any magic treasure. Is he a physique cultivator? Feng Moran suddenly reacted, and then her eyes flashed with a trace of realization. Only a physique cultivator could have such terrifying, close combat ability. Lady Moran, let's go! After Ning Chi collected all the spoils, he smiled at Feng Moran. Okay, let's continue. Feng Moran reacted and then nodded. Although she was curious about Ning Chi's means, they were not familiar with each other, so it was not appropriate to ask. No one paid attention to Chong Kuin. He stood there blankly for a few seconds, then quickly caught up with Ning Chi and the others, wanting to say something but hesitating. Your Excellency, my universe ring. Finally, Chong Kuin mustered up the courage to speak. Universe ring? What universe ring? Ning Chi frowned. Feng Moran only felt that it was funny. Ning Chi's serious look of pretending to be stupid was full of humor. It's the one I just gave to Manjulu, Chong Kuin said. Oh, that was already Manduru's. Then I killed him. His things naturally belong to me. What do you think? Ning Chi laughed. This, Chong Kuin was slightly startled, then said with an ugly expression, that was originally mine, but it temporarily fell into the hands of Manduru. You killed him. Shouldn't you return it to me? Young Master Chong, the person was killed by young Master Jiang, so the item naturally belongs to young Master Jiang. Isn't this too far-fetched? Feng Mo Ran smiled. Isn't this the rule between cultivators? Huh. Chang Kuan suddenly smiled. Miss Mo Ran is right. In that case, I will give this interspatial ring to Brother Jiang. Anyway, the things inside aren't that valuable. After saying that, he didn't say another word, but occasionally looked at Ning Qi with a hint of malice in his eyes, as if he was plotting something. This guy is really thick-skinned. Ning Qi sighed in his heart. Logically speaking, if it was any other cultivator, they would have parted ways with them long ago. However, Chang Kuan endured and continued to follow them. At the same time, when the physical bodies of Manduru and others were destroyed, in the depths of the Netherworld mountain range, a figure flew out of a dark palace, and his eyes fell on the direction where Manduru and others died. He killed more than a dozen of my men in succession. It seems that there is still an expert hidden around Feng Mo Ran. Could it be that he was sent by Feng Jio? This business is a loss. Something is wrong this time. A few days later, Feng Mo Ran looked at Ning Qi and Chang Kuan solemnly again. Miss Mo Ran, is someone ambushing us again? Chang Kuan looked around suspiciously. Maybe, maybe not. Feng Mo Ran said with a dignified expression, What do you mean by this? Ning Qi smiled. I have heard of Yin Yang thief. They are just a small group of roving bandits. No matter how bold they are, they won't dare to attack the Feng family's disciples. In the human clan, only the great emperor's disciples dare to attack the great emperor's disciples. Feng Mo Ran whispered. What? Do you mean someone in your Feng family wants to kill you? Why? Chang Kuan's eyes flashed with a trace of shock. Then he seemed to have thought of something, and his expression suddenly became strange. If someone in the Feng family really colluded with Yin Yang thief, there was probably only one purpose, and that was to not want Feng Mo Ran to complete the task. They wanted to get her spot. It's for the spot that my grandfather fought for me. Originally, that spot should have belonged to Feng Ancient, but he died in Tianjia Mountain of the slums region. Feng Mo Ran said in a deep voice. When Ning Qi heard this, he reached out and touched his chin, nodding thoughtfully. Smart. A voice suddenly sounded. Then a figure appeared behind everyone. It was a young man in a black robe with a pale face. There was a special mark between his eyebrows, which reminded Ning Qi of Wu Yin. Three-Eyed Clan? Ning Qi's expression changed slightly. The other party appeared silently, and even he didn't notice it. This meant that his cultivation was probably higher than everyone present. Fourth step existence. Chang Kuan's expression changed drastically, and then he reacted very quickly. Senior, I'm a disciple of the Chao Feng Market's Chang family. I don't have a deep relationship with them. No matter what Senior wants to do, I don't intend to intervene. Please give me a way out. As he spoke, Chang Kuan walked to the back. However, the other party snapped his fingers, and a few pitch-black claws suddenly appeared on the ground, tightly grabbing onto Chang Kuan's ankles, preventing him from moving. It's you. You're not dead? After Feng Mo Ran saw the other party's appearance, there was a trace of shock on her face. Miss Mo Ran, do you know this person? Ning Qi immediately transmitted his voice. He is also a disciple of our Feng family, but he was born from an elder of the Feng family and a female cultivator of the Three-Eyed Clan. Many years ago, because he killed several second-grade Feng family's geniuses, he was personally executed by an elder of the Feng family. I just didn't expect that he is still alive. Feng Mo Ran's eyes gradually surged with a trace of horror. Surprised, right? Feng Ting Sha smiled faintly, and there was a trace of mockery in his eyes. This is all thanks to your Feng family. They need someone to secretly do the dirty work for them, so I can stand here today. Unfortunately, someone is interested in your spot, so you can't leave today. Unfortunately, someone is interested in your spot, so you can't leave today. Chapter 30, 381. Young Master Jiang, leave quickly. If you have the chance, please go to the Feng family and tell my grandfather about what happened today. Please. Feng Moran transmitted her voice with a pale face. You asked him to pass the message? Hee, no one can leave today. Feng Tingsha smiled slightly. Feng Moran didn't expect that he could even hear her voice transmission, and there was a hint of despair in her eyes. If everyone died here today, no one would know that Feng Tingsha was still alive, and no one would know that the Feng family actually had an elder. He always used him to do these heartless things behind his back. He even dared to assassinate the Feng family's disciples. Ningqi and Changquan were the same. Their ankles were gripped by the claws that suddenly appeared on the ground, but Wang Shui and Lin Mei were fine. Perhaps their cultivation was not worth mentioning in the opponent's eyes. I'll send you to a place to hide for a while. Ning Qi transmitted his voice, and then Wang Shui and Lin Mei's figures suddenly disappeared without a trace. They were thrown into the creation field by Ning Qi. When Feng Moran saw this scene, there was a hint of joy in her eyes. She didn't expect Ning Qi to have such a method. And what method did you just use? Feng Tingsha was slightly startled, and then his face gradually turned gloomy. Even a cultivator at the intermediate stage of karma state, like him, couldn't detect what method Ning Qi used to send those two ants away. This was too strange. It seems that something like the creation field is really far beyond my imagination. Even a fourth-step existence can't detect it. Ning Qi's eyes moved. Perhaps when his cultivation reached the extreme, this creation field would evolve into a real great world. Maybe then he would be the master of the world, the king of the world, the heavenly Tao. Guess. Ning Qi smiled at Feng Tingsha. This guy is so daring. Changquan's legs were already trembling because he was in a desperate situation. However, when he saw Ning Qi could remain calm in the face of a fourth-step existence like Feng Tingsha, he suddenly felt that Ning Qi's fight for the pure spirit flower with him in the Chaofeng Pavilion was also, it should be. He wasn't even afraid of a fourth-step existence. How could he be afraid of a fairy palace cultivator? These days, I've never seen a cultivator who isn't afraid of death. Your immortal palace, come out now. Changquan sneered, and a few hundred pairs of pitch-black arms suddenly appeared behind Ning Qi. They pierced into the void, as if they were digging for something. But before the arms could pull out the hell-suppressing immortal palace, they began to break apart inch by inch. In the end, they turned into black smoke and were sucked into the void, disappearing without a trace. Feng Moran and Changquan were dumbstruck as they looked at this scene. The Phoenix Thunderkill had actually failed? Impossible, unless his cultivation is higher than mine, or his immortal palace is stronger than mine. There's no way my mystic art would fail. Feng Tingsha's eyes flashed with a trace of disbelief. Then perhaps my immortal palace is stronger than yours. Ning Qi chuckled. In the next moment, his body began to rapidly grow, transforming into an ancient great ape. At the same time, the 9 inner hidden gates opened. A terrifying bodily strength surged through Ning Qi's body like a tidal wave, constantly washing through his ankles. With a crackling sound, the black arm broke. Break for me! Ning Qi shouted like a giant monkey. With a leap, he landed on top of Feng Moran's immortal palace. His incomparably huge palms constantly tore at the immortal palace. In just a few moments, the black arms that were slowly tearing at Feng Moran's immortal palace were completely torn apart. At this moment, Ning Qi's strength was no less than an ordinary early-stage karma realm existence. Thank you, young Master Jiang. Feng Moran was overjoyed. Without the tearing of the black arms, she immediately hid the immortal palace. You leave first. If you can escape, tell your grandfather about this, and let him come and kill this person. I can only delay for a while. Ning Qi calmly transmitted his voice. A trace of hesitation flashed in Feng Moran's eyes. Then, she immediately turned around and fled. At this moment, she no longer cared about whether or not she would inadvertently run into the lair of some star demon's supreme being. She displayed her fastest speed. She knew that Ning Qi's decision was the most correct one. In this situation, there was no one else. Me too. Chang Kuan hurriedly looked at Ning Qi with great anticipation. Ning Qi, who had already transformed into a giant ape, lowered his head and glanced at Chang Kuan. Then, he ignored him and his gaze fell on Feng Tingsha. You can't take out my immortal palace, so you can't completely kill me. I'm already in an invincible position. What can you do? So, those useless subordinates of mine died in your hands. Feng Tingsha didn't feel anxious because Feng Mo Ran had escaped. He looked at Ning Qi very calmly with a trace of mockery in his eyes. In less than a breath's time, he heard a miserable howl coming from Feng Mo Ran's side. Then, a few figures broke through the air and arrived. Feng Mo Ran lowered her head and seemed to have fainted. Ning Qi looked at the attributes of these people and was slightly stunned. These people were also disciples of the Feng family and had the cultivation of the Tao, querying, Great Perfection Realm. Feng Tingsha, why are you so slow today? You actually let Feng Mo Ran almost escape. One of the Feng family disciples said angrily, Believe it or not, I will report to my grandfather and let him really execute you. Another female disciple of the Feng family said coldly, All right, he didn't escape, right? Feng Tingsha smiled, but an undetectable killing intent flashed across his eyes. Who is this boy? How did Feng Mo Ran find such a helper? A mere immortal palace cultivator and his battle prowess can actually contend with Feng Tingsha. He is stronger than us. He isn't a cultivator of our human race, right? A great emperor family of a foreign race? Those few Feng family disciples' gazes landed on Ning Qi, their expressions uncertain. It's over. I'm definitely going to be silenced. If I knew this earlier, I shouldn't have traveled with Feng Mo Ran. I didn't expect that there are so many people in the Feng family who want to kill her. If I really marry her. Chang Kuan's face was pale. Do you really think that you can contend with me by relying on this physical body of yours? You don't know anything about the strength of a karma realm existence. Feng Tingsha smiled faintly and then snapped his fingers again. Immediately after, Ning Qi sensed that there seemed to be a mysterious power in his body that was currently pulling something out of his body. A bump suddenly appeared on Ning Qi's glabella. Immediately after, a pitch-black fruit suddenly appeared. Ha ha ha, your karma is not bad. Such a big one. Looks like you have lived for many years. As long as I swallow this karma of yours, perhaps I will have the opportunity to break through to the late-stage karma realm. Not bad, not bad. Feng Tingsha suddenly laughed loudly, his eyes revealing greed. The few Feng clan disciples also looked at Ning Qi in bewilderment. They had seen Feng Ting kill a cultivator at the early stage of the karma realm with their own eyes, and the other's karma was more than 10 times smaller than Ning Qi's. This is my karma. Ning Qi's gaze landed on the black fruit and seemed to see some flickering scenes within it. But when he looked carefully, he couldn't see it clearly. Chapter 30, 382. After the Feng clan disciples and Chang Kuan saw the scene, their expressions became extremely sluggish. Ning Qi couldn't find the black fruit between his eyebrows. It seemed like he could only see it when he was at the karma realm. What secret is hidden in my karma that a karma realm intermediate stage cultivator self-destructed just like that? When he condenses his physical body from the immortal palace, I'm afraid his cultivation will fall to the Tao querying realm. Ning Qi glanced at the headless corpse that Feng Ting killed. Then his gaze landed on the few Feng family disciples. He grinned. Hand Feng Mo over to me. The few Feng family disciples looked at each other and saw the fear in each other's eyes. Today's scene was a little out of their expectations and even beyond their understanding. How could a karma realm existence lose to a Dao querying realm cultivator. In their hands, Feng Mo can't be handed over or else we will be exposed. I'll take her away. You guys stay and block him. Bullsh *T. Feng Ting is already dead. Even if we leave with Feng Mo, we can't destroy her immortal palace. It's only a matter of time before we are exposed. I think we should hand it over to him. We are the Feng family disciples. I don't think he has the guts to do anything to us. When we return to the Feng family, we will report to Grandpa and let him kill this kid and Feng Mo. This way, we can prevent the news from spreading back to the Feng family. After some communication, the Feng family disciple who was carrying Feng Mo flew in front of Ning Qi and placed Feng Mo on Ning Qi's palm. We will hand her over to you. We will take our leave first. Leave? Who allowed you to leave? Ning Qi grinned. What? Don't tell me you still dare to attack us? Don't forget, we are all disciples of the great emperor family. The few Feng family disciples looked at Ning Qi in shock. I won't attack if people don't attack me. I think all of you understand this logic, right? The Feng family disciple can't be killed? As soon as he finished speaking, Ning Qi's fist had already landed on the guy who took over Feng Mo. With a bang, his physical body turned into a bloody mist. When the other disciples of the Feng family saw this, they turned around and ran. No one was willing to have their physical bodies destroyed. This would cause their cultivation to fall greatly. In the Feng family, once one's cultivation fell, the rank of Heaven's Prodigy would be lowered. They were already rank 3 Heaven's Prodigies. He would definitely become a second-class prodigy. Regardless of whether it was in terms of cultivation resources or status within the clan, it would cause huge fluctuations along with the decline of the prodigy level. Where are you going? A sinister smile flashed in Ning Qi's eyes. After Feng Ting killed him, he changed from being the prey to the hunter, and he only used a few breaths of time to annihilate all the Feng clan disciples that were fleeing in all directions. When he returned to take a look, Chang Kuin had already vanished. He killed a disciple of the Feng clan. He will definitely kill me to silence me. No, I have to return to the Chao Feng Pavilion and report this matter to the Feng clan. Chang Kuin thought anxiously as he fled. In his current state, he had lost all his magic treasures and didn't have a single origin stone. It would be difficult for him to reach the ancient Star Pavilion. It was better to return the way he came. In addition to getting a few more followers from his family, he could also take the initiative and report this matter to the Feng clan. As for how the Feng clan would deal with this matter, it had nothing to do with him. He didn't catch up, right? Chang Kuin turned around and saw that there was no one behind him. He heaved a sigh of relief. That guy must have thought that I went deep into the underworld mountain range. Who knew I would turn back? He turned around proudly and saw a figure standing with his hands behind his back, not far away, looking at him indifferently. You! Chang Kuin's face was slightly stiff. Young Master Chang, why didn't you say hello and just left? Ning Qi smiled. Ha ha! Chang Kuin let out a hollow laugh and whispered, I was afraid that the Feng clan would send more people to kill me. If I stayed here, I would inevitably drag young Master Jiang down. Oh! Thank you, young Master Chang. Ning Qi smiled. You're welcome. Chang Kuin kept laughing. Then please go on your way, young Master Chang. Ning Qi smiled and said, Do you want to do it yourself, or do you want me to do it? Go on my way? Young Master Jiang, are you going to kill me? Chang Kuin stuttered and looked at Ning Qi, but there was a trace of resentment in the depths of his eyes. I killed a disciple of the Feng clan, so I have to kill you, so that the Feng clan won't find me too early, right? Ning Qi smiled. Don't worry, I will never say a word to the Feng clan. Don't kill me. How about this? I still have something on me that is more valuable than the interspatial ring I gave Manjulu. I will give it to you and you let me go. Chang Kuin whispered. What is it? A spot in the ancient Star Pavilion. Without this spot, you can't participate in the assessment of the ancient Star Pavilion. let alone become a disciple of the ancient Star Pavilion. Young Master Jiang should know how valuable this thing is. Chang Kuan said while taking out a jade token. This jade token was as black as ink, but there were countless tiny light spots shining like the stars in the universe. Throw it over. Ning Qi smiled. Are you not going to make a heavenly blood oath? Chang Kuan smiled. I never swear. If you don't believe me, I will kill you first and then take this thing. Isn't it the same? Ning Qi smiled. I hope you can keep your promise. Chang Kuan gritted his teeth and threw the jade token to Ning Qi. This jade token was something that the Chang clan spent a lot of money to get. Chang Kuan would definitely be reluctant to give it up. But as long as he could save his life today, Chang Kuan knew that the rebirth state ancestor of the Chang clan would definitely personally take action. At that time, the jade token would return to his hands again. It was not considered a loss. Catching the jade token, Ning Qi gently rubbed his fingers. He could feel a cosmic aura coming from it. It was probably not something that could be imitated by ordinary means. Okay, if you can take 3 moves from me, I will let you go today. Ning Qi put away the jade token and smiled at Chang Kuan. You don't keep your promise? Chang Kuan looked at Ning Qi, dumbfounded. It's just 3 moves. You and I are both cultivators of the Immortal Palace. Don't you even have this little confidence? Ning Qi smiled. 3 moves. Chang Kuan's mind raced. Then he heaved a sigh of relief. If the other party really wanted to kill him, there was no need to say such words. He could just do it directly. If it was just 3 moves, he was still confident. Thinking of this, the Immortal Palace suddenly appeared behind Chang Kuan. A immortal palace that was more than 300 feet high, like a behemoth, occupied an extremely wide area behind Chang Kuan. Come on. Chang Kuan took a deep breath. Okay. Ning Qi moved and punched the immortal palace behind Chang Kuan like a cannonball. Hundreds of cracks immediately appeared on the immortal palace. This is the first move. Wait. Bang. The second move. Bang. The third move. Chapter 30, 383. You destroyed my immortal palace. Chang Kuan let out a desperate roar. The immortal palace that he had cultivated for many years turned into ruins with 3 punches from the opponent. The Yuan Shen in the immortal palace was also destroyed. Years of hard work collapsed in one night. Your immortal palace can't even take 3 punches from me. How weak. Since that's the case, you might as well not leave. Ning Qi smiled. Shameless. Despicable. Villain. Chang Kuan understood that the opponent had deliberately tricked him into revealing the immortal palace, giving the opponent a chance to kill him. From the beginning, the opponent had no intention of letting him go. I can't die. I have a bright future. How can I die here? Chang Kuan was in despair and unwillingness. He dragged his injured body and turned into a stream of light. Ning Qi smiled and casually picked up a stone from the ground. With a light toss, the stone was like an atomic bomb. When it landed on Chang Kuan's body, it directly exploded, blasting his body into a bloody mist on the spot. The next day, Feng Moran woke up. She had been unconscious for a day and a night after being cast a restrictive spell by the Feng family disciples. Young Master Jiang? Feng Moran saw Ning Qi at first glance, then saw Lin Mei and Wang Shui staring at her. She blushed and looked around nervously. Where are the Fengting assassins? All right, I met a few Feng family disciples and they suddenly attacked me. I used some tricks and broke out of the encirclement. The Fengting assassins should be searching for us. It's good that you woke up. Let's hurry. Ning Qi smiled. Thank you, young Master Jiang. Feng Moran cupped her hands at Ning Qi with a solemn expression. To be able to break out of the encirclement of the Fengting assassins unscathed and save her life made her curious about Ning Qi's background. Where did this prodigy come from to have such strength? Even the #1 cultivator in the immortal palace of the Jiang family couldn't do it, right? Thinking of this, Feng Moran secretly glanced at Ning Qi. Seeing that Ning Qi seemed to be calculating which direction to go, she got up and pointed in a direction. Let's go there. There's a 4th step rebirth state, star demon there. If the Fengting assassins chase after us, it will attract the attack of the star demon. We can help it temporarily. Okay. Ning Qi smiled and nodded. He was naturally not afraid of being hunted by Fengting Sha. Even if someone was hunting him, it could only be the Feng family elder behind him. However, if the other party wanted to know, they would have to wait for a while. During this time, he might have already arrived at the ancient star system pavilion. For the rest of the journey, everyone walked carefully. Occasionally, they would encounter some early stage and mid-stage Dao querying realm star demons. However, they were easily killed by Ning Qi and did not cause too much of a commotion. Several years later, after passing through an incomparably dark and gloomy path that was covered by the shade of trees, everyone's eyes suddenly opened up, and they felt as if they had found a glimmer of hope at the end of the tunnel. I've finally left the Yellow Spring mountain range. Feng Moran let out a sigh of relief and smiled at Ning Qi. Young Master Jiang, we are not far from where the Dark Cultivator is. Once we kill him, we can head directly to the ancient star system pavilion. Fengting hasn't caught up to us, right? What method did young master use to conceal our tracks? How can a karma expert be so easily fooled? I think he's busy and doesn't have the time to chase after us. Ning Qi smiled. I really didn't expect that if I knew which elder was responsible for executing Fengting Sha, I would be able to send a message back to the clan and have my grandfather expose that elder's crimes. Feng Moran sighed. Your grandfather should know, right? Ning Qi smiled. In our Feng family, there is a kind of elder named Execution Elder. Their identity is hidden. Usually, except for the patriarch, no one knows their secret identity. Only when it is necessary to execute the people in the family, they will take action, even if it is me. Even my grandfather doesn't know who the Execution Elder is. Feng Moran shook his head. Then let's put this matter aside for now and continue on our way. Ning Qi smiled. Okay. For months later, after passing through an extremely desolate plain with basically no signs of human habitation, a huge city finally appeared not far away. In Ning Qi's field of vision, he couldn't see the edge of the city. There were all kinds of buildings as far as his eyes could see. This is a market under the command of the Corpse Clan. It's similar to our Feng clan's Chao Feng Market. However, this market is guarded by a rebirth state expert all year round. His nickname is the Flying Corpse King. He's extremely powerful. With his divine ability, 10,000 miles of land will be barren. Feng Moran introduced in a low voice. Ning Qi nodded, although he was very curious about the strength of the Corpse Clan and the Human Clan. If he directly asked Feng Moran, she would definitely suspect his origin. According to the information, the last time that Dark Cultivator of the Heavenly Shell race was seen was in this market. At the time, 2 boundless cultivators who were in charge of hunting down the Dark Cultivator were killed by him. That's why he became my advancement mission. As long as I kill him, the family will gain a lot of benefits. Feng Moran said in a low voice. Boundless cultivator, Ning Qi's eyes moved slightly. There was another new name that he needed to understand. He had to find a chance to ask Lin Mei and see if she knew. Not long later, Ning Qi and the others arrived at the Corpse Whisper Market. It was a mix of good and bad people. In just a few breaths of time, Ning Qi's eyes saw more than 300 different races. However, the Corpse Clan occupied more of them. For out of 10 people, it was the Corpse Clan. There was a race that really broadened Ning Qi's horizons. This race looked like a pile of mud. To put it bluntly, it was a bit like a block. However, they didn't have a stench on their bodies. Instead, they had a fragrance. Feng Moran also told Ning Chi Fong Mo Ran also told Ning Chi that this Tai Sui clan liked cleanliness the most and couldn't tolerate unclean places. The corpse whisper market is so big. We can't search like a headless fly. Miss Mo Ran, do you have any new information? Ning Chi said. The corpse whisper market originally had my Fong family's information channel. However, this time, someone wanted to assassinate me. I can't guarantee that that group of people didn't participate in it. If I go like this, I'm afraid I'm walking into a trap. Fong Mo Ran smiled bitterly. After a pause, fortunately, I have a friend from the corpse clan here. Let's go find her. Maybe she has a way to find the traces of that dark cultivator. 2 hours later, Ning Chi followed Fong Mo to a small courtyard. After sitting for a dozen or so breaths of time, a woman wearing a white gauze dress slowly walked over. Her face was extremely beautiful, but her body gave off an extremely cold aura. Beneath her skin, there was no trace of warmth. There was no trace of blood under her skin. Chapter 3384. The relationship between these two is quite strange. Could they be lesbians? Ning Chi curiously looked at the female corpse clan cultivator and then at Fong Moran's cheeks flushed red as she smiled bitterly at the other party and said, Xiao, I've already told you. How can I marry you? Xiao rolled her eyes. Then why are you here today? After a pause, her gaze swept across Ning Chi, Wang Shui, and Lin Mei. It seemed that her gaze lingered on Wang Shui for half a breath's time before finally landing on Ning Chi. Could it be that you brought your lover to show off to me? This is young Master Jiang, not my lover. We came here today to ask you if you know the dark cultivator from the Heavenly Shell race who stayed in the corpse market for a while. Fong Mo said, Dark cultivator from the Heavenly Shell race? Why are you looking for him? Dark cultivators are extremely terrifying in the same rank. As a disciple of the Fong family, you should know this, right? Without some ability, how can he deal with the boundless Jiang cultivators? This is a group of terrifying monsters. They belong directly to the Supreme Saint Council and have no race or stance in their eyes. Sure, Xiao frowned. This is my mission to advance to rank 3 genius. You just need to tell me his whereabouts. With young Master Zhang's help, I have a 90% chance of success. Fong Mo smiled. 90% chance of success? Sure, Xiao couldn't help but look at Ning Chi. How strong did he have to be to dare to say he had a 90% chance of success when hunting the dark cultivator? This was a group of people who dared to fight against the Supreme Saint Council in the shadows and seemed to only exist to kill. Mo ran, I'm afraid you've been tricked. Sure, Xiao said directly. Tricked? Fong Mo ran was startled. Then he immediately understood Sure Xiao's meaning. He hastily smiled at Ning Chi in embarrassment. Then he said to Sure Xiao sternly, Xiao, you don't need to worry about young Master Zhang's strength. You have so many subordinates, so you should know the whereabouts of that dark cultivator, right? Tell me where he is. Once I complete the mission and advance to rank 3 genius, I will have the qualification to enter the Ancient Star Pavilion. In the future, I will personally thank you. I heard that there are only 3 spots for your Fong family's assessment this time. With your qualifications, you won't get your turn, right? Sure, Xiao was a little suspicious. It's a long story. Fong Ancient's physical body was destroyed by someone in the Heaven World Mountain. He hasn't even regenerated his physical body yet. Naturally, he's disqualified. Fong Mo said, If you can really get a spot to enter the Ancient Star System Pavilion, then I'll definitely help you. However, a while ago, that dark cultivator killed 2 boundless Jiang cultivators. After that day, he left the corpse language market to find them. It won't be easy for him. Sure, Xiao said with a solemn expression. Do you know the direction he left in? Fong Moran was a little disappointed. If this dark cultivator was not in the corpse market, the chances of finding him again would be a little low. Not to mention that this was a critical period, so she didn't dare to easily contact the spies of the Feng family for fear of being betrayed in a blink of an eye. Haha, don't worry. I've always sent people to keep an eye on him. Even if you didn't come, that dark cultivator wouldn't have lived for long. Soon, there will be even stronger, boundless border cultivators coming to kill him. So you don't have much time left, Corpse Xiaoxiao said with a smile. Then what are we waiting for? Quickly take us to him. Feng Moran hurriedly said. If that darkness cultivator was killed by a boundless border cultivator, then her mission this time would be considered a failure. If she wanted to wait for this kind of opportunity again, she might have to wait for many years. There's no rush. Before I go, I want to verify something. Shi Xiaoxiao smiled, then looked at Ning Qi indifferently. The smile on her face disappeared, and she said coldly, Mo Ran said that you are very strong? She was too naive. How could there be so many prodigies in this world? If you wanted to bully her just because she was a descendant of the Feng family, if you want to trick her to achieve your goal, then you're completely wrong. After saying that, Shi Xiaoxiao clapped her hands lightly. Instantly, for people with bodies as strong as mountains came in. However, there were many stitches on their bodies, as if they were pieced together. These 4 subordinates of mine each have a 4th-grade immortal palace. With the 4 of them working together, although their strength can't compare to that dark cultivator, they aren't too far behind. If you can withstand more than 100 moves from them, I'll admit that you're qualified to hunt with us. Kill that dark cultivator. Otherwise, go back to where you came from. Shi Xiaoxiao sneered. She pulled Feng Moran's arm and walked out of the door. Xiaoxiao, what are you doing? Why did you make such a decision without my permission? Feng Moran was a little angry. Because you're too naive. I don't want you to be deceived. 5 breaths of time. I guarantee that he won't even be able to last 5 breaths of time. Just watch. Shi Xiaoxiao smiled. 5, 4, 3, bang, 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 bang. For loud sounds seemed to resound at the same time. However, there was an undetectable interval. Immediately after, the 4 cultivators with bodies as strong as mountains flew out and landed beside Shi Xiaoxiao's feet. 2. Before Corpse Xiaoxiao could finish counting, she witnessed a scene that left her utterly dumbfounded. Ning Qi led Wang Shui and Lin Mei out of the hall with a smile. He smiled at Shi Xiaoxiao and said, Your 4 subordinates are really on par with that dark cultivator? Young master, the 4 corpse clan cultivators got up in a sorry state and knelt in front of Shi Xiaoxiao. Their faces were full of shame. If it weren't for the fact that they were pale, their faces would have turned red by now. Before they could even reveal their immortal palaces, they were sent flying by Ning Qi with lightning speed. At that moment, they could sense that the power flowing in Ning Qi's body was extremely terrifying. It had far exceeded the scope of immortal palace cultivators. Xiaoxiao, I've said it before. Young Master Zhang's strength is beyond your imagination. With him around, I'll definitely be able to complete my mission. Quickly take us to that dark cultivator. Feng Moran said. Interesting. Shi Xiaoxiao took a deep look at Ning Qi. She had to admit that his strength had indeed exceeded her expectations. Thinking up to this point, Shi Xiaoxiao nodded and said, Elder Iron Armor has received my father's order and is using our corpse clan's method to track that dark cultivator. We just need to contact him. However, the Boundless Tribe cultivators are about to arrive. If the Boundless Tribe cultivators blame him, I will definitely be the one to bear the consequences. Moran, you have to compensate me. How? Feng Moran was slightly startled. Shi Xiaoxiao smiled and pointed at her own face. Can I do it after it's done? Feng Moran said angrily. No, what if you don't admit to it? Shi Xiaoxiao smiled and said. Feng Mo glanced at Ning Qi, then looked at the curious Wang Shui. Lin Mei, who had a strange expression, and the cultivators of the immortal palace of the corpse clan who had their heads lowered and were blaming themselves. Feng Emo clenched his teeth, walked to the front of Shi Xiuxiu, and gently kissed her face. She lightly kissed her face. Is that enough? Feng Moran said helplessly. Chapter 30, 385. Shi Xiuxiu led Ning Qi and the others out of the courtyard. She made a hand seal at the entrance of the courtyard. Then, a bright red bead of blood seeped out from the tip of her index finger. The bead of blood slowly flew into the air and eventually flew southwest. Let's go. We will definitely find Elder Iron Armor and that dark cultivator if we head in this direction. Shi Xiuxiu smiled. She paused and looked at Wang Shui and Lin Mei. One of these two ladies is at the early stage Tao-seeking realm, and the other is only at the second step. Are you sure you want to bring them along? Why don't you stay in my residence? I definitely have to follow Uncle. Otherwise, what if he gets lost? Wang Shui immediately grabbed Ning Qi's arm and looked at Shi Xiuxiu cautiously. Her intelligence had already recovered to a high level. The way Shi Xiuxiu looked at her just now gave her goosebumps. If she stayed here with Lin Mei, something terrible would definitely happen. I have a way to protect them. Ning Qi smiled. All right, I'm just giving a suggestion. Shi Xiuxiu smiled, following the direction of the blood bead. After everyone left the corpse language market, the places they passed became more and more desolate. Although the divine Luo world had thousands of races, Ning Qi felt that it was vast but sparsely populated. It was just that they arrived at the corpse language market from the Chaofeng market. During the journey to the market, Ning Qi saw a few large territories that didn't have many people living there. Ning Qi wasn't sure if the borderless cultivators who were directly under the Supreme Saint Council had any special methods to recognize his identity as a dark cultivator. Thus, she decided to put on the smiling mask along the way. This reminded Feng Moran that she should also put on her blood puppet mask. The half-crying, half-smiling mask made Feng Moran's temperament seem a little strange. Are you the only ones with masks? I have one too. Shi Xiuxiu snorted in her heart and casually put on a mask. Her mask was the devil mask. When she put it on, her aura became extremely fierce. Uncle, when are you going to get me a mask too? Wang Shui looked envious. There will be a chance. Ning Qi smiled. Although Lin Mei was envious, she didn't dare to speak like Wang Shui. A blood puppet mask could be sold for at least 1,000,000 essence stones in the black market. This was equivalent to the entire wealth of an ordinary immortal palace cultivator. Along the way, they occasionally encountered a few groups of cultivators. But as soon as they saw the masks on the faces of Ning Qi and the other two, they immediately consciously moved aside, although they were not wearing tear masks, which proved that the three of them were not cultivators from the Lost Cities cleanup team. To be able to wear a blood puppet mask meant that they were all people with a net worth of tens of millions. Such existences were naturally very powerful. This route, several days later, Ning Qi discovered that the route they were pursuing was the same as the route the Silver Dragon had given him. This meant that the Dark Cultivator was returning to the settlement of the Dark Cultivators. It was impossible to believe that there were no fourth step or fifth step experts in a settlement that existed right under the nose of the Supreme Sacred Assembly. There might even be sixth step experts. There didn't seem to be any other titles for this step. They were all called Great Emperors. The human races for Great Emperor clans had such experts overseeing them. Half a month later, Shi Xiuxiu suddenly stopped, and so did the blood bead, seemingly searching for something. A few breaths later, the blood bead changed its direction and flew towards the southeast. Elder Taijia is 100 li ahead. Let's go. Shi Xiuxiu smiled and followed the blood bead. The distance of 100 miles was covered in the blink of an eye. Feng Monan's expression under the mask grew more and more excited. However, When they arrived, they saw a similarly masked cultivator continuously suppressing another fellow with a ferocious expression. At the same time, there was a figure watching the battle from afar with a relaxed expression. Elder Taijia. After Shi Xiuxiu landed, she took off her mask. The figure turned around and looked at Shi Xiuxiu in surprise. Xiuxiu, what are you doing here? This heavenly snail race's dark cultivator is about to be suppressed. Feng Mo sighed in her heart. In the end, the boundless Jiang cultivator was one step ahead. The masked cultivator had a lightning symbol on his mask. This was a symbol unique to the boundless Jiang cultivators. One lightning represented the immortal palace cultivator. Because 2 bolts of lightning represented the karma state, 3 bolts of lightning represented the heavenly fate state, and 4 bolts of lightning represented the rebirth state. They are. Shi Xiuxiu's gaze landed on Feng Mo and Ningqi. Because the 2 were wearing the blood puppet masks, he couldn't see their backgrounds. They're my friends. This time, they were ordered by the clan to suppress the dark cultivator. Shi Xiuxiu said. Then they came too late. Before this boundless Jiang cultivator arrived, the Jiang clan also sent a prodigy, but he was killed by this dark cultivator. The Nangua clan sent 3 prodigies, and they also died in his hands. Only the Lei clan didn't send a prodigy. You and your friends shouldn't get involved. This boundless Jiang cultivator has a rank 7 immortal palace, and seems to have refined it for many years. His cultivation is higher than this dark cultivator. It won't take long to capture him alive. Shi Xiuxiu said. As soon as he finished speaking, the boundless Jiang cultivator suddenly took out a golden bell. The aura of a rank 3 primordial spiritual treasure engulfed the entire place and suppressed the heavenly snail race's dark cultivator. Soul-suppressing bell. Shi Xiuxiu's eyes flashed with a hint of envy. Although he was already a karma initial stage cultivator and didn't care for rank 3 primordial spiritual treasures, the soul-suppressing bell was the standard equipment for all boundless Jiang cultivators. It could suppress the immortal palace cultivator and prevent him from exploding, because this way he could capture the opponent alive and have a stronger existence destroy the immortal palace to prevent future troubles. You want to suppress me with a mere soul-suppressing bell? Break. The dark cultivator, who had been at a disadvantage, suddenly let out a sinister laugh. In the next moment, he opened his mouth and a blood-red bead flew out. It instantly turned into a fire dragon bearing its fangs and claws and bombarded the soul-suppressing bell. This is a dragon bead left behind by a Karma Realm dragon? Why does he have something like this? Shi Xiuxiu was slightly shocked. Boom! The soul-suppressing bell was torn apart by the fire dragon, and the masked, boundless Jiang cultivator was instantly engulfed in a sea of fire. When the fire dragon dissipated, the boundless Jiang cultivator with a rank 7 immortal palace was destroyed on the spot. Ding dong, a mask and a universe ring fell to the ground. They were picked up by the dark cultivator. Kakik, corpse iron armor. I can still use this fire dragon bead one more time. Leave it for me today. You followed me for so long. It's time to invite you to my house for tea. After killing the boundless Jiang cultivator, the dark cultivator looked at Shi Xiuxiu with a sinister smile. The fire dragon once again turned into a red bead and floated in front of him, emitting an extremely dangerous aura. I am a Karma Realm cultivator. Do you think this can threaten me? Shi Xiuxiu said coldly. Chapter 30, 386. The atmosphere was a bit stiff. After a long time, Corpse Iron Armor chuckled. My Corpse Whisper City has no interest in killing dark cultivators, but you have killed several boundless border cultivators. Sooner or later, there will be a day when a karma boundary boundless border cultivator will be drawn over. At that time, your fire pearl will not be effective. There is no point in talking so much. You are not interested in me, but I am interested in you. A Karma Realm cultivator is definitely rich. Today, I will take this opportunity to make a fortune. As for whether the boundless border cultivators can find me, it has nothing to do with you." The dark cultivator grinned. Then he took out the fire spirit pearl and attacked Corpse Iron Armor. Madman! Anger flashed in Corpse Iron Armor's eyes. He lightly stomped his feet. Instantly, a wall made of giant rocks rose from the ground, trying to block the fire dragon formed by the fire spirit pearl. This is the fire spirit pearl of a Karma Realm peak. How can a mere Karma Realm corpse race block it? Not to mention that the fire dragon is the nemesis of your group of otherworldly items that are neither human nor ghost. The other party laughed loudly. The giant rock wall was instantly broken. Corpse Iron Armor's expression was grave. With a boom, an immortal palace appeared behind him. This immortal palace looked very strange. It was like a giant coffin shrouded in endless black fog. The coffin lid opened instantly. The vast power of the immortal palace surged into Corpse Iron Armor's body. His body instantly became much bigger, like a small giant. Bang! The fire dragon instantly slammed into Corpse Iron Armor's body, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. His entire body was sent flying, his expression dispirited. Even the coffin immortal palace behind him was covered in cracks. One could only imagine the power released by the fire spirit pearl. How terrifying! The aftermath swept towards Ning Qi and the others. Ning Qi protected Wang Shui and Lin Mei and escaped unscathed. Feng Mo and Shi Xiuxiu reacted quickly. They were almost affected by the aftermath. "Elder Iron Armor, are you okay?" "Sure," Xiuxiu transmitted. As expected of a divine item left behind by a fire dragon at the great circle of the karmic realm, that attack just now was like the full power of a late karmic realm cultivator. Although I didn't die, I won't be able to fight for a while. Run for your lives. It takes a lot of energy to use such a method. As long as you can escape, I won't die. At worst, I'll just abandon this corpse and condense a new one." Corpse Iron Armor replied. Discussing how to deal with me? He, the dark warrior from the heavenly conch race, sneered and slowly walked toward the corpse iron shell. "Are you going to explode yourself? Or do you want me to do it for you? You made me use my final trump card. Not only does that boundless cultivator just now deserve to die, even you deserve to die. Isn't it good to stay in your corpse whisper market? Why should we get involved in the battle between us, the dark cultivators and the Supreme Saint Council? Are you qualified? Dark cultivators. Everyone has the right to kill them." Corpse Iron Armor clutched his chest and forced a smile. With that, he quickly sent a voice transmission to Corpse Xiuxiu. "Let's go." "Elder Iron Armor, take care of yourself." Corpse Xiuxiu nodded with a serious expression. Then she pulled Feng Moran and was about to leave. Just at this moment, a figure suddenly moved. "What a joke. You're just a normal cultivator. I'll take on 10 of you. Do you think you can deal with me without the fire spirit pearl?" The dark cultivator from the heavenly conch race stood on the spot and sneered at Ning Qi. In the next moment, a celestial palace rose behind him. The celestial palace looked a little like a giant conch, and its quality surpassed that of any celestial palace cultivator that Ning Qi had seen in the divine Luo mystic realm. Its aura was extremely terrifying. Even the golden crow demon from the Shenluo secret realm and the other two who died in the Heaven Realm Mountain couldn't compare to him. Boom! The boundless hell, suppressing divine palace, suddenly appeared. The terrifying power of the divine palace swept out. Together with Ning Qi's fist, he punched the dark cultivator from the heavenly conch race. Compared to Ning Qi's hell, suppressing divine palace, the divine palace behind the dark cultivator was not worth mentioning. It was like a child standing in front of a strong man. Grade 9 divine palace? Who are you? Among the human race, there were only a few cultivators with grade 9 divine palaces. If such a guy broke through to the 4th step, he would have a chance to enter the rebirth state and become an overlord. He would even have a chance to peek at the fifth step. The mocking smile on the dark cultivator's face had disappeared. Instead, it was replaced by panic. If he still had the fire spirit pearl, he would definitely not be afraid of Ningqi. But the key was he had never taken Ningqi seriously from the beginning. He had used the second use of the fire spirit pearl on Corp's iron armor. Moran, where did you find this guy? Who is he? Corp's Xiuxiu was dumbfounded. She turned her stiff neck and looked at Feng Moran. This was also the first time Feng Moran had seen Ningqi use the divine palace. Her expression was no better than Corp's Xiuxiu's. She had thought that Ningqi was a cultivator who had tempered his body. But the current situation was beyond her expectations. Grade 9 divine palace. Terrifying physical strength. He has cultivated both his inner and outer body to such an extent? Feng Moran was inexplicably shocked. I don't have to self-destruct my body today. This guy's aura even makes me a little fearful. If he goes all out, his battle strength is infinitely close to the early stage of the karma state. Corp's iron armor's expression became much better. He looked at Ningqi curiously. Break. With nowhere to run, the dark cultivator could only brace himself and forcefully attack Ningqi. Bang! A terrifying power directly rushed into the dark cultivator's body from Ningqi's fist. It instantly started to disintegrate from the cells, turning him into a cloud of blood mist. The divine palace behind him was about to disappear, but it was also affected by the terrifying suction force of the hell-suppressing divine palace. Suppressed. Boom, boom, boom. Ningqi threw out 9 punches and shattered the divine palace. At this point, the dark cultivator was completely dead. The mask left behind by the boundless realm cultivator fell to the ground again. At the same time, there were 2 interspatial rings. Ningqi scanned them with his divine telekinesis. There were more than 20 million origin stones in the 2 interspatial rings. The wealth of this dark cultivator and the boundless realm cultivator far exceeded that of a normal divine palace cultivator, beyond the ordinary cultivators of the immortal palace. They couldn't even compare to Feng Yingqian's group of 3. After putting away the spoils of war, Ningqi turned around and walked toward Feng Moran. Your mission is over. Ah, thank you, young Master Jiang. Here are the ghost breeding pills. There are a total of 10 of them. Feng Moran finally reacted. She quickly took out a porcelain bottle and handed it to Ningqi. Since that's the case, you should go back to the Feng family to turn in your mission. I'll head to the Ancient Star Pavilion first. Ningqi put away the porcelain bottle and smiled at Feng Moran. Okay. Chapter 3387. Facing Corp's iron armor's question, Feng Mo shook her head. I don't know. Mo ran. How did you meet him? Corp's Xiuxiu curiously asked. For a purifying spirit flower. Feng Mo smiled. Fortunately, she had encountered this, or else she would have missed the chance to make friends with Ningqi. Not only would she not have been able to complete the mission, but she would have also died to that dark cultivator. Yes, our corpse clan is very sensitive to things like ghosts. The little girl next to him is a ghost celestial. Corp's iron armor nodded and then curiously asked, Is this child going to the Ancient Star Pavilion to participate in the assessment? With his combat power, I dare say that he is 100% confident in becoming a disciple of the Ancient Star Pavilion. His surname is Jiang, so he is most likely a disciple of the Jiang family. His celestial palace is very terrifying. His immortal palace is very terrifying, a 9th grade immortal palace. Such a grade is rare even in our corpse clan. I heard that in this generation of your Feng clan, there are only 3 people with 9th grade immortal palaces. I don't know how many people the Jiang family has. One of the geniuses of the previous generation is called Jiang Tianshu. He is already at the rebirth realm and is very famous in the Ancient Star Pavilion. Not only did he become a core disciple, but he was also sent to one of the 10 realms under the 9th hub, the Ocean Spring realm, to fight for our human clan. Once he returns to the divine Luo realm, the Holy Council might allow him to reach the 5th step. Corpse Iron Armor said with some envy. Speaking of which, he and I are of the same generation, but unfortunately Jiang Tianshu was the most outstanding in that generation. The others are only at the Heaven's Mandate realm, and only a few have reached the early stage of the Rebirth realm. Everyone's glory has been suppressed by Jiang Tianshu. That person just now is likely to be the future Jiang Tianshu. It is best to have a good relationship with him. Jiang Tianshu. That's not right. Elder Taijia, I remember that in your generation, there was a genius comparable to Jiang Tianshu, but he suddenly disappeared. I heard that he was Jiang Tianshu's senior brother and entered the ancient star system pavilion before him. He obtained the recognition of the primal desolation star and condensed 9 great star paths to create a terrifying spell. I think it's called the creation domain. I heard that when this spell is created, it can form its own realm. Corpse Shosho said, "Shu, lower your voice. I've met the guy you're talking about once. After he went missing, he returned to the Shanluo world. His cultivation wasn't any weaker than Jiang Tianshu's. At that time, he was already a rebirth realm initial stage expert. In our generation, he and Jiang Tianshu were the first to step into the rebirth realm. Later on, I heard that when he temporarily entered the reincarnation world to train, he discovered some kind of secret and was ordered by the Supreme Saint Parliament, not even the ancient Star Pavilion. Because of this matter, very few people talked about it." Zombie Iron Armor said in a low voice, "The followers of a great emperor. They are all at the peak of the 5th step. No wonder that person died. Compared to the followers of a great emperor, even Jiang Tianshu is nothing." Corpse Shosho said, "Shosho, I'm going back to the clan. I have a presumptuous request. I wonder if you can arrange for some people to escort me back?" Feng Moran suddenly said. She did not have much interest in the matters of the older generation. The older generation naturally had their own world. The two sides were not on the same level. "It's nothing, I'll personally escort you." Corpse Shosho's eyes lit up. "Sigh," Feng Moran nodded helplessly. With Corpse Shosho escorting her, there would definitely be some Immortal Palace cultivators following her. Perhaps there would be Karma Realm elders following her. She should be able to return to the Feng family safely. This is the settlement of the Dark Cultivators. Ning Qi looked at the small market built on the barren mountain in front of him with a hint of doubt in his eyes. After parting with Feng Moran, he let Wang Shui and Lin Mei go to the creation area. After all, the place he was going to was a little dangerous. Wang Shui could also digest the ghost pregnancy pill and advance to the middle stage of the Dao querying realm. However, when Ningqi reached the end of the route given by the Silver Dragon, he had a trace of doubt in his heart. Could this place, which looked more than 100 times smaller than the Chaofeng market, be the settlement of the Dark Cultivators? There were no concealment methods here, nor were there any defensive arrays. Could the Supreme Sacred Council be blind and not have discovered this place? Could it be that the settlement has been eradicated and this market appeared later? With a trace of doubt in his heart, Ning Qi walked towards the market. The cultivation levels of the cultivators in the market were very ordinary. Most of them were second step cultivators. It was rare to see third step early stage Dao querying realm cultivators. Therefore, when they sensed the faint Immortal Palace aura on Ning Qi, their expressions were very nervous and respectful. Even the haggling sounds from the surrounding stalls were much quieter. Perhaps I really shouldn't have killed that dark cultivator. I still had a chance to get information about the settlement from him. Ning Qi felt a little regretful. From the escape route of the dark cultivators, he deduced that the settlement mentioned by the Silver Dragon might still exist. But now No matter what method he used to investigate this market, he couldn't find anything wrong with it. Suddenly, a group of people appeared at the end of the market and walked quickly towards Ningqi. When they got closer, the person in the lead immediately revealed a fawning smile and kept bowing to Ningqi. "Are you a cultivator from the Immortal Palace? My small toad market is able to welcome you. Such an expert really brings light to my humble place." The person was short, just over 3 meters tall. He looked like a dwarf, which instantly reminded Ningqi of Zhaotong. "You are?" Ningqi said lightly. "I am Taoist Toad. Thanks to the care of other Taoist friends, I am now the owner of Toad Market." Taoist Toad smiled. "So it's Taoist Toad. It's an honor to meet you. I am Jiang Yu." Ningqi smiled. Taoist Toad could obviously hear the perfunctory tone in Ningqi's voice, but he didn't care. He still smiled warmly and said, "What does young Master Jiang want to buy today? As long as it is available in Toad Market, I will definitely sell it to you at the best price." When the group of cultivators behind him heard Ningqi's name, their expressions changed slightly. His surname was Jiang, and he was a human. It was very likely that he was a genius from the Jiang family. "I'm just passing by and casually looking around. There's no need to trouble Taoist Toad." Ningqi smiled. "All right then. If young Master Jiang has any questions, just mention my name. The Taoist friends here will still give you face." Taoist Toad smiled and nodded. Then he turned around and left with his subordinates. After he left, Ningqi's eyes moved slightly. Even Feng Mo was slightly surprised when she heard that his surname was Jiang. But this Taoist Toad, who was merely a Tao querying advanced stage cultivator, didn't have any special emotions after knowing that his surname was Jiang. His subordinates behind him behaved as usual. Chapter 30, 388. If there was really something wrong with Toad Market and it was related to the dark cultivators, then the only way to prove it was through Taoist Toad. Perhaps he was a decoy used by the dark cultivators to confuse the Supreme Saint Council and other major forces. Thinking of this, Ningqi strolled around Toad Market a few more times, then headed towards Taoist Toad's dwelling. "He's here. There's something wrong with this kid." Taoist Toad had been paying attention to Ningqi's movements. Seeing Ningqi walking towards him, his face turned serious. Soon, one of his men hurried to Taoist Toad and said in a low voice, "Master, that Immortal Palace cultivator wants to see you. Invite him in, then you and the others can leave." Taoist Toad's eyes flickered and said, "Yes." Soon, Ningqi walked to Taoist Toad with a smile. The cultivator who brought him here immediately left. "What can I do for you, young Master Jiang?" Taoist Toad smiled. "I have a question, but I don't know if I should ask." Ningqi smiled. Taoist Toad's eyes turned serious. Then he smiled. "Young Master Jiang, please ask. As long as I know, I will tell you everything. I followed the route left by an old senior and found this place. That old senior once told me that this is the gathering place of the dark cultivators. What do you think about this, Taoist Toad?" Ningqi smiled. The gathering place of the dark cultivators? Taoist Toad was shocked. Then he smiled fawningly. "Young Master Jiang, you don't have to say that. If this news gets out, I will have to receive boundless Jiang cultivators every day. Just a few days ago, a few boundless Jiang cultivators passed by this small place. Let's not beat around the bush. A straightforward person doesn't beat around the bush. I'm here to advance to the Karma realm without the Holy Assembly's approval." Ningqi said plainly. "What? Without the Supreme Saint Council's permission? Doesn't that make you a dark cultivator and everyone will kill you? Young Master Jiang, you can't do that. If the Supreme Saint Council finds out, they will send boundless Jiang cultivators every day to hunt you down. You will have nowhere to hide." Taoist Toad was shocked at first. Then he quickly persuaded Ningqi. His expression and tone seemed to be flawless. Unfortunately, what Ning Qi had decided on had to be true even if it wasn't. Since you don't want to tell me, I'll just have to kill you. Ning Qi's lips curled up. Taoist Toad was stunned. Young Master Jiang, you have to be reasonable. This is just a small market square. It has nothing to do with dark cultivators. Today, I will not rest until I achieve my goal. As for the truth, after you die, I will burn a stick of incense in front of your grave as an apology. Ning Qi smiled. The Taoist Toad was speechless. Burn a stick of incense to express my apology? By that time, the corpses would have already turned cold. In the next moment, a terrifying aura surged from Ning Qi's body and locked onto Toad Enlightened. Toad Enlightened's cultivation in the later stage of the Tao querying realm was as insignificant as an ant before this aura. Young Master Jiang, let's talk this out. Taoist Toad exclaimed. Ning Qi ignored him. His palm slowly fell on Taoist Toad's head. Just as he was about to kill him, Taoist Toad's aura suddenly changed. The fear on his face gradually disappeared. He looked at Ning Qi expressionlessly. Then his head suddenly turned into a toad head. Its bloody mouth opened wide and its chin dropped to the ground, turning into a dark hole. Taoist Toad's eyes became unfocused, as if he had lost his mind. He stared at Ning Qi blankly. A gust of aura came from Taoist Toad's bloody mouth. Karma State, you're just a cultivator from the Immortal Palace. How dare you come here? Tell me who told you that Toad Market is related to dark cultivators, and I will spare your life. As he spoke, a figure slowly walked out from Taoist Toad's mouth. It was a woman in purple with a beauty mark between her eyebrows. Her hair was pulled into a ponytail, which made her look neat and tidy. Most importantly, her aura had reached the middle stage of the karma state. His aura had reached the middle stage of the causality realm, perhaps even the late stage of the causality realm. Senior, are you a dark cultivator? Ning Qi's eyes flickered. He had already sensed that an array had been set up around the house. The other party was not worried that he would escape from this place. You're still so calm even when you're at death's door. Tell me, who told you that this place is related to dark cultivators? If you don't tell me, I will make your life a living hell. The woman in purple said coldly, that senior is already dead. I found this place through the clues he left behind. He said that there was an item in this settlement that could help people bypass the Supreme Saint Assembly to advance. Coincidentally, I came to the Shenluo world illegally. Some time ago, I came to the Shenluo world secretly. I just escaped from the slums region, so I wanted to use this item to advance my karma. Ning Qi went straight to the point. If Senior doesn't believe me, feel free to check it. He believed that there should be a similar verification method among the dark cultivators to verify a person's identity. Otherwise, how could they live together? Just their mutual suspicion could lead to a civil war. Could this person really be a dark cultivator? The woman in purple frowned. After thinking for a moment, she took out a fruit and threw it to Ning Qi. If you have any traces left behind by the Supreme Saint Council, you will die from the poison after eating this fruit. On the other hand, if you eat an ordinary fruit, you will die. Do you dare to eat it? Ning Qi glanced at the fruit in his hand and lightly pinched it, crushing it into pieces. He shook his head and said, Senior, please show me your true method of verification. If I eat this fruit, won't I be at your mercy? With the help of the system, even if Ning Qi couldn't recognize the origin of this fruit, the system would be able to. Furthermore, there was detailed information about it. The enchantment fruit was a mysterious Yin-level fruit, like the purifying spirit flower. After eating it, the connection between the physical body and the primordial spirit would be severed. At the same time, his connection with the immortal palace would be severed, and he would become a puppet. I didn't expect you to recognize the enchanting fruit. The woman in purple sneered, but a trace of heartache flashed in her eyes. Obviously, She felt it was a pity that the enchanted fruit had been crushed by Ningqi. No matter how stupid I am, how would I dare to come here with a mere cultivation base of the immortal palace to seek death? Senior should be clear about this. Ningqi smiled. If you weren't clear about this, you would already be dead. How would you still have the life to stand in front of me and boast shamelessly? Come with me. The woman in purple snorted coldly. She turned around and walked into the passage created by Taoist Toad's bloody mouth. Ningqi smiled and followed her in. Chapter 30, 389. What the hell is this Toad enlightened being? How can his mouth turn into such a magical passage? Walking in the dark passage, the back of the purple-robed woman was faintly discernible. Ningqi's eyes could only see through a distance of 10 feet. Senior, is Toad enlightened being a cultivator or a spirit of the arcane realm? Ningqi suddenly asked. The purple-robed woman paused and glanced at Ningqi. Knowing too much could cost you your life. Then I won't ask. Ningqi smiled. Humph! The purple-robed woman snorted. About an hour later, Ningqi saw that the passage was still endless. He asked, How should I address you, Senior? Violet Spirit. The purple-robed woman answered without looking back. After a pause, she asked, What's your name? Ningqi. Ningqi answered honestly. If he used an alias now, he might be mistaken as a disciple of the Jiang family and be slapped to death. Jiang Yu is a fake name, right? Good for you. Violet Spirit sneered. She can see through Toad enlightened being. Ningqi's heart skipped a beat. He guessed that the woman had already known of his arrival when he entered the market. Another 2 hours passed. There was a glimmer of light in front of them. When Ningqi followed Violet Spirit out of the passage, his eyes widened. In front of them was a vast territory. Mountain ranges stretched into the distance, like dragons. There were many cave mansions on these mountains. Occasionally, cultivators could be seen flying into the sky. At the same time, Toad enlightened being's mouth slowly closed. His eyes lit up again, and he no longer looked dull. Damn it, that guy dared to threaten me. If it wasn't for Violet Spirit, I would have been slapped to death by him. Toad enlightened being cursed. I'd better find out that he's a spy of the Jiang family and kill him. Senior Violet Spirit, where are we going now? Ningqi followed Violet Spirit as they sped along. Occasionally, they would run into other cultivators, most of whom were outsiders. When they saw Violet Spirit, they would respectfully clasp hands and then look curiously at Ningqi, almost as if they were trying to determine whether or not he was outsider. They seemed to be examining whether Ningqi was the same kind as them. Are you afraid? Violet Spirit looked at Ningqi mockingly. You were so bold in the outside world just now, and now you're afraid. Ningqi smiled. Senior Violet Spirit, I've offended you in the outside world just now. I hope you won't take it to heart. If worst comes to worst, I'll apologize to Senior Violet Spirit after I advance. Violet Spirit was taken aback for a moment before she sneered. Advancement? Even if you really are a dark cultivator, you don't have the right to use that thing. After saying that, no matter how Ningqi asked, she did not speak again. Seeing this, Ningqi could only follow behind her silently. It seems like that thing that can hide from the Holy Assembly is extremely important and won't be used easily. It needs the approval of the leader of the dark cultivators here. Ningqi's mind flickered, but he soon relaxed. He had 5 billion primary essence stones, and he didn't believe that such an opportunity couldn't be bought with primary essence stones. All cultivators needed these things, just like mortals needed gold and silver. After passing through countless mountain ranges, a magnificent city finally appeared in the distance. Ningqi could see many cultivators going in and out. It looked very prosperous. There are actually so many dark cultivators here. Ningqi was slightly dazed. He originally thought that the settlement of the dark cultivators would have at most a few hundred people, like a small village. However, Ning Chi estimated that the population of this huge city was at least over 100 million. As if sensing the shock in Ning Chi's heart, Violet's spirit smirked and led Ning Chi into the giant city. Not long after, the two of them arrived in front of a towering building in the center of the giant city. This building was cylindrical, but it occupied an extremely large area. On the two sides of the entrance stood two existences that exuded the aura of karma. They were examining the building with their eyes. They looked at Violet's spirit and Ning Chi, and one of them said, "Miss Violet's spirit, who is this?" He said he's also a dark cultivator, so I brought him here to see Lord True Spirit to confirm his identity. Violet's spirit smiled. The two looked at each other, then looked at Ning Chi up and down for a long time before nodding. "Please come in. Lord True Spirit has just come out of seclusion." "Thank you." Violet's spirit smiled and nodded. Then, without greeting Ning Chi, she walked straight into the building. Ning Chi followed, closely behind. He had a better understanding of the strength of this place. This building was guarded by a Karma Realm cultivator, which meant that there was at least a rebirth state cultivator inside, or even a fifth step cultivator. This is the Dark Parliament. Don't look around casually. If you offend someone, I won't care. Violet's spirit said lightly. Ning Chi trembled slightly and nodded. He retracted his gaze obediently, but in his heart he had some thoughts about the Dark Parliament, the Supreme Saint Parliament and the Dark Parliament. It was obvious that the latter was formed by imitating the former. Otherwise, they wouldn't have taken the word parliament. Since there was a parliament, it meant that it was a group formed by many people and not just one party. Then, could the Lord True Spirit that Violet's spirit mentioned be one of the leaders of the Dark Parliament? And the way the Dark Parliament did things was probably biased towards the Supreme Saint Parliament. Perhaps advancing here did not require the approval of the Supreme Saint Parliament, but the approval of this group of people from the Dark Parliament? The interior of the Dark Parliament was huge, and there were many cultivators. At the same time, there was something similar to an elevator. Ning Chi followed behind Violet's spirit and entered one of the elevators. He did not know which floor he had ascended to. In short, when Violet's spirit went out, he went out and followed closely. Follow. After changing 3 elevators, Violet's spirit finally brought Ning Chi to the front of a room and gently knocked on the door. "Come in." An old voice came from inside the room. Then the door opened slowly. "Lord True Spirit, this person said that he is a dark cultivator, so I specially brought him here for you to see." Violet Spirit walked into the room and went straight to the point. After saying that, she realized that there were already a few figures in the room. Each figure was followed by 1 or 2 people, and they were immortal palace cultivators with similar cultivation as Ning Chi. Ning Chi's gaze swept around and then landed on the figure in the middle of the room. It was an old man with white hair and a beard. He wore a purple robe with gold inlaid, and his hands were in his sleeves. When Ning Chi was looking at him, he was also looking at Ning Chi. I can't check his attributes. This person either has a Dharma treasure similar to the blood puppet mask, or is a 5th step cultivator. Ning Chi thought to himself. Chapter 30, 390. Other regions. Ning Chi's mind moved slightly. From the old man's words, he could tell that the entrance to this dark cultivator settlement was not just Toad Taoists. There were probably other similar passages. No wonder it could develop to such an extent. The Holy Council had been eliminated. Violet Spirit glanced at the others. Their cultivation was similar to Violet Spirit's. They were all in the Karma Realm, but there was a difference in cultivation level. One of them seemed to have reached the great completion of the Karma Realm. His aura was the strongest among them besides the old man. Even Ning Chi could feel a heavy pressure from him. When he looked at him, he felt as if his heart was being pressed down by a huge rock. All of you, come to the front. Come to the front. Don't be afraid. The old man smiled. Those who seemed to be of similar origin to Ning Chi looked at each other, then walked up to the old man. Ning Chi walked up as well. There were 7 of them, all at the great completion of the Tao querying realm. They had formed immortal palaces. Except for Ning Chi, the other 6 were not human. The old man's eyes swept around and fell on the first person on the left. Then a crack suddenly appeared between the old man's eyebrows, revealing a round red eyeball. A red light shot out and enveloped the immortal palace cultivator. That cultivator from the immortal palace seemed to be a little scared. His body trembled, but then he calmed down. Then a grain-sized fruit slowly appeared between his eyebrows. It was the karma of this cultivator from the immortal palace. So you're checking karma to determine if I'm a dark cultivator? Ning Chi's eyes flickered. He suddenly felt a little uneasy. The first time he had seen his karma, he had been caught by Feng Tingsha with a special mystique. Feng Tingsha had self-destructed after consuming his karma. At that time, Feng Tingsha had been extremely shocked, as if he had seen something in his karma. West. Ning Chi was not sure if the old man before him would be the same as Feng Tingsha. If he really found something in his karma, he might not even be able to leave this place safely today. Don't be afraid. He will only see a very ordinary karma, enough to prove that you are a dark cultivator. Silver Dragon's voice suddenly sounded in Ning Chi's ear. Ning Chi's hair stood on end. Wouldn't the other party notice if Silver Dragon spoke now? The old man had already started checking the second Immortal Palace cultivator. His expression did not change. Clearly, he had not noticed Silver Dragon, not to mention Violet Spirit and the other Karma Realm cultivators. Ning Chi heaved a sigh of relief. Pass. Pass. Very soon, there were 5 people who had passed the Elder's inspection. All 5 of them had looks of joy on their faces, feeling as if they had found a team. Ning Chi could understand what they were feeling right now. They weren't recognized by the Holy Assembly, and they were even being chased by the Boundless World's cultivators. Under these circumstances, if they could find the Dark Assembly as a backer, not only would their safety be guaranteed, but they would also have the possibility of advancing in the future. When the old man checked the 6th fellow, the one on Ning Chi's right, the instant that fellow's karma appeared, the old man's expression changed. Your karma has the aura of the Supreme Saint Council, the old man said calmly. Violet Spirit and the other's expressions instantly turned serious. The Karma Realm cultivator who had brought that fellow here turned ashen, and a hint of shame flashed through his eyes. Senior, this must be a misunderstanding. I'm a cultivator from the River Diagram Small World, and I snuck into the Shenluo world. I'm a dark cultivator that isn't recognized by the Holy Assembly. The cultivator hurriedly explained. Maybe the Holy Assembly helped you when you snuck into the Shenluo world. The old man smiled faintly and pressed down with his hand. The Immortal Palace cultivator's body instantly shattered, and the Immortal Palace behind him appeared. However, it instantly collapsed and turned into ruins. In just a few breaths of time, Immortal Palace cultivator who was hard to kill was killed. He died completely in the hands of the old man without any ability to retaliate. The atmosphere in the room instantly became a little strange. Everyone's gaze subconsciously gathered on Ning Chi, who asked the person in front of Ning Chi to be a spy sent by the Holy Assembly, even if the other party didn't know that the Holy Assembly had left a mark on him. Don't be afraid, as long as you have nothing to do with the Holy Assembly. The old man comforted Ning Chi. Then a red light shone from the eye on his forehead, enveloping Ning Chi. A karma sphere gradually appeared on Ning Chi's forehead. Compared to the previous 6, Ning Chi's karma sphere was extraordinarily large. It was the size of a fist, and it was a karma realm existence like Violet Spirit. When he saw the karma sphere, his expression changed. Could it be another spy? How long has this guy lived? How can he have such a large amount of karma? And he's only at the great perfection of the Tao querying realm. If he advances to the karma realm, his karma sphere will be constantly affected by karma, but once he advances to the heavenly mandate realm, his strength will definitely increase. He will far surpass those of the same level. Violet Spirit, where did you find this kid? Everyone was shocked. Someone started to ask Violet Spirit secretly. He came looking for me himself. Violet Spirit's expression was ugly. When the Karma Realm cultivators heard this, they looked at Violet Spirit with sympathy. He had such karma and was only at the great perfection of the Tao querying realm. It was highly likely that he was a spy of the Holy Assembly. However, the final decision still depended on the old man. You have cultivated a mystique that allows you to continuously reincarnate to increase your strength. Moreover, in each life, you are equivalent to a dark cultivator. You have nothing to do with the Holy Assembly. It seems like the resentment left behind in your first life is very strong. However, this cultivation technique of yours has its pros and cons. If you can't advance to the karma realm in this life, you might not even be able to break through to the Tao querying realm in your next life. After all, there are too many karma involved. There are many things that you need to make up for in the future to have a chance to advance to the heavenly mandate realm. The old man suddenly smiled. The red eyeball between his brows gradually disappeared. When everyone heard this, they knew that Ning Qi had passed the test. They had confirmed that he was not a spy sent by the Holy Assembly. Violet Spirit's expression visibly relaxed. She looked at Ning Qi with a much gentler gaze, no longer as hostile as before. The senior he mentioned might just be a memory from his previous life. He found this place through this memory, Violet Spirit thought to herself. Violet Spirit thought to herself. Then she became curious. She wanted to know if she had seen Ning Qi's past life. There really is someone who cultivates a cultivation technique that uses reincarnation to continuously amplify karma? He's just too eager for quick success. If he's not careful, he'll be doomed eternally. The other Karma Realm cultivators were secretly shocked. Thank you, Senior, for your guidance. Ning Qi cupped his hands. Bring these 6 people away. Whoever brought them here will be responsible for their arrangements. Tell them the rules of the Dark Cultivators so that they don't die without knowing why. The old man seemed a little tired. He smiled and waved his hand. Chapter 30, 391. After leaving the Covenant of Darkness, Violet Spirit glanced at Ning Qi and said, There aren't many rules in the Covenant of Darkness. Most of the time, it's the same as in the outside world. You have to be on guard against your own kind. In fact, it's even more dangerous here than in the outside world, because we believe in the survival of the fittest. Only dark practitioners trained this way can live longer and contribute more to the Covenant of Darkness. After a pause, she said, I'll have someone tell you the details. Come with me. Half an hour later, Violet Spirit brought Ning Qi to a building that was covered with a special restrictive magic. Ning Qi could feel that the restrictive magic was very profound. This is the Flesh and Blood training camp. Dark cultivators who have just arrived will have to stay here for a year. After a year, if they don't die, they can choose to leave or stay here for another 10 years. Violet Spirit said, Miss Violet Spirit, is this a newcomer? Leave it to me. In a year, I'll make him a qualified dark practitioner or corpse. A guy covered in warts walked over. He looked like a moving mountain of flesh. He was about 10 feet tall and reeked of blood. His cultivation was the same as Violet Spirit's in the early stage of the karma state. Wait, Senior Violet Spirit. I'm here to find a way to break through to the karma state. I don't plan on staying here for long. Ning Qi said, Ha ha ha. A group of practitioners had already gathered in the flesh training camp. They all laughed when they heard Ning Qi's words. We're also here to find a way to break through to the karma state. Yes, we'll teach you when you come in. Hee hee, soft skin and tender flesh. Looks delicious. You've already eaten one of the 5 newcomers who just came in. There's still this for the other 4. Don't be in such a hurry to eat it. They're all practitioners of the immortal palace who came here to find a way to break through to the karma state. If you want to break through to the karma state, you must first become a dark practitioner recognized by the Covenant of Darkness and stay here for at least a year. Die. Violet Spirit looked at Ningqi with a half smile and said to the Mountain of Flesh, Fatty, I'll leave him to you. First, tell him the rules of a dark practitioner. With that, Violet Spirit turned and left without looking at Ningqi. Jia. Rosen let out a weird laugh. Newbie, do you want to know the rules of a dark practitioner? Sigh. Ningqi sighed in his heart, then looked at the Mountain of Flesh and asked, What is it? First, in the future, if you have the chance to leave the flesh training camp and become a qualified darkness cultivator, if you encounter a boundless cultivator, you must remember this. Don't get captured alive. If you get captured alive and drag us down with you, believe me, we won't be able to escape. The true spirits of our dark parliament won't let you die so easily. Secondly, as a darkness cultivator, you must keep a low profile. If you wantonly publicize your identity, perhaps you won't be able to wait for boundless border cultivators, but will instead be met by our dark parliament's punishers. Trust me, compared to boundless border cultivators, they are a bit more terrifying. Third, live well and don't die easily. Only then can you become an outstanding dark cultivator. All right, I understand. Ningqi nodded. If you understand, why aren't you going in? Do you want me to do it? The Mountain of Flesh sneered. The people inside seemed to be gearing up for a fight, ready to give Ningqi a show of strength as soon as he entered. One of them, whose head looked like that of a crocodile, was the one who had been eyeing Ningqi's delicate skin and tender flesh earlier. Saliva continuously dripped from his crisscrossed fangs. I have one more question. Ningqi withdrew his gaze from the crocodile head and looked at the Mountain of Flesh. Could it be that everyone I've seen before has stayed in the flesh training camp, including those cultivators who are only at the second step? They are the Aborigines, the descendants of the former dark cultivators. From the moment they were born, the blood of the dark cultivators flowed in their veins. There are special flesh and blood training camps for them to grow. This has nothing to do with you. The Mountain of Flesh was a little impatient. Elementary school? Then is this considered an adult university? Ningqi shook his head with a smile and walked straight into the flesh training camp. Ha ha ha, kid, you smell so good. The crocodile head leaned over and exuded a foul stench from its mouth. Ningqi could even see a few pieces of red meat in its fangs. It seemed that the 5 people had arrived here earlier than him, and one of them had probably been eaten by the crocodile head. The law of the jungle. Huh. Ningqi nodded thoughtfully. Then his body suddenly changed into the form of an ancient giant ape and grabbed the crocodile head. The crocodile head, which was originally half a body taller than Ningqi, now looked extremely small. As it looked on in shock, Ningqi directly threw it into its mouth and swallowed it. It was digested in less than half a breath. Then Ningqi turned around and left behind a pile of stench in front of everyone. Ningqi turned around and left behind a pile of stench in front of everyone. Then he transformed back into his human form and walked through the dumbfounded crowd, heading deeper into the flesh training camp. Since this was a place where the strong preyed on the weak, Ningqi naturally had to be fiercer than any of them. That was the only way he could stay here in peace for a year. From Violet Spirit's tone, it seemed that only by becoming a qualified dark cultivator and being recognized by the Covenant of Darkness would one be qualified to use the thing that could deceive everyone, or some kind of array or sorcery. In short, the silver dragon did not explain too clearly. Ningqi decided to wait. According to the rules here, he could wait for a year. This guy, the mountain of flesh, looked at Ning Chi's back in shock. Then the corners of its mouth curled up. Interesting. He ate Taoist crocodile just like that? And he pulled it out for us to see. I'm so angry. This newbie is crazy. The cultivators of the flesh training camp finally came to their senses. Their faces were filled with anger, but when they glanced at the lump of Taoist crocodile's body, they could not help but feel a trace of fear. Although Taoist crocodile's immortal palace was still there, and he could still form a new body even if his physical body was destroyed, his strength would also drop by a lot. Taoist crocodile had been in the flesh training camp for half a year, and with his strong physical body he had made a name for himself. After being humiliated by a newbie in an instant, they only dared to curse. They did not dare to cause trouble for Ning Chi. He's so arrogant. Those monsters who have been here for a few years will definitely come looking for him. Let's just wait and see. That's right. Let's go. This place stinks. When the group of cultivators who wanted to show off their power to Ning Chi dispersed, for battered figures ran in front of Ning Chi, covered in wounds. How did you guys end up like this? Chapter 30, 392. The cultivators here are too ferocious. Chen Tai only managed to say a few words before Taoist crocodile swallowed him whole. When the four of us saw that, we shut our mouths and kept quiet. That's how we survived. Brother, you entered the Dark Parliament at the same time as us. Why don't we form an alliance? That's the only way we can stay here for a full year. An alliance. Ning Chi smiled and shook his head at the four's invitation. Not interested. He walked past them and continued deeper into the training camp. Violet Spirit had said that the maximum one could stay in the flesh and blood training camp was 10 years, and the shortest was 1 year. That group of people at the gate just now, although they were not rookies, they were certainly not the most experienced cultivators here. Perhaps someone would speak up for them later. Someone might come to trouble him later. Rather than being passive, it was better to take the initiative. Therefore, Ning Chi decided to trouble them first. Seeing that Ning Chi was indifferent to their situation, the four looked at each other with ugly expressions. Finally, they gritted their teeth and quickly followed Ning Chi. They could not care less about their pride now. Even if Ning Chi did not agree, they had to follow him. Only then could they ensure that their bodies would not be destroyed in the upcoming environment. The 5 guys in front look unfamiliar. Are they newcomers? No wonder there was some movement just now. The training ground seemed to be divided into many areas. The closer to the outer area, the weaker the cultivators were. When Ning Chi entered the first area, he saw that the auras of the dark cultivators were much stronger than those of Taoist crocodile. Very few. Newcomers, how dare you? This is the territory of the first-year students. Who let you in without our permission? Not long after, a group of cultivators gradually surrounded them and stood in front of Ning Chi's group of 5. When the 4 guys behind Ning Chi heard this, they quickly retreated outside with a blank and helpless expression. On the other side, Roshan was standing on a tall building in the flesh and blood training camp. He looked at the 4 people with slight mockery. In his eyes, such practitioners were not qualified to become dark practitioners. The Covenant of Darkness had strict requirements for dark practitioners. They could not imagine. Every single darkness cultivator was nurtured and trained to the point where they could fight against boundless border cultivators. Even if there were heavy casualties, they still wouldn't hesitate. Only in this way could the reputation of the dark cultivators deter ordinary cultivators, not losing face for the Dark Parliament. The most important goal was to prevent the dark cultivators from becoming the target of scorn. If it wasn't for the Dark Parliament persistently training these past few years, causing many cultivators in the outside world to tremble in fear at the mention of the dark cultivators, subconsciously believing that the individual strength of the dark cultivators was extremely great. Even if they sensed it, they would only send a message for the boundless world cultivators to deal with it. Ordinary powers basically wouldn't directly offend the dark cultivators. Dark cultivator, That fellow has the potential to stay here for 10 years. He is comparable to a boundless Jiang cultivator. As for the other 4, being able to stay here for a year is already quite good. Rosen muttered to himself, 1-year students. So you've all stayed here for a full year? Ning Qi said lightly. One of the cultivators sneered. What else? Do you think we're rookies like you? Other than the territory of the first-year students. Are there still second- and third-year students? Ning Qi suddenly smiled. You're so arrogant, aren't you? Why do rookies have so many questions? Let me beat you up first, then I'll tell you. A cultivator suddenly laughed grimly and walked towards Ning Qi. As he walked, the immortal palace gradually appeared behind him. It was a palace that seemed to be piled up from piles of white bones, and the cultivator's head was a skull with 2 eyes. The cultivator's head was a skull, and his eyes flickered with a ghostly green light. The corpse puppets are born as skeletons. Ning Qi glanced at this person's attributes and thought it was interesting. 5th grade Immortal Palace. A first-year student is already this strong? The 4 cultivators behind Ning Qi looked at each other, and a trace of fear gradually emerged in their eyes. It had only been less than half a day since they entered the flesh training camp, and they already felt despair here. Among them, the highest level of the Immortal Palace was only 3rd grade. It belonged to the lower 3 grades. Compared to the middle 3 grades, the gap was a bit big. At this time, the group of cultivators who had planned to show off their strength at the entrance had unknowingly gathered over. They didn't dare to step into the territory of the first-year students, and instead looked at Ning Qi with schadenfreude. If this guy had kept a low profile, he wouldn't have been targeted so early by the first-year students like us. What's not good about it? Taoist Crocodile's revenge has been avenged. I don't think he's much weaker than the first-year students. As long as they don't team up, the skeleton Taoist shouldn't be a match for him in a one-on-one fight. Impossible. The skeleton Taoist is one of the top 10 first-year students, and a 5th grade Immortal Palace isn't that easy to deal with. Taoist Crocodile was only subdued because he was caught off guard. A mere rookie who hasn't gone through the training camp? What grade of Immortal Palace can he get? A cultivator said confidently. But as soon as he finished speaking, Ning Qi had already flown high into the air and punched the Immortal Palace behind the skeleton Taoist. Bang! A terrifying shockwave swept in all directions, stirring up the dust on the ground. Asterisk crack. Asterisk many cracks suddenly appeared on the Immortal Palace behind the skeleton Taoist, with Ning Qi's fist at the center. These cracks spread in all directions. You, the skeleton Taoist, looked at Ning Qi in shock. He reacted extremely quickly and tried to put away the Immortal Palace on the spot. But Ning Qi punched him again before he could put it away. These 2 punches had caused the ghostly flames in his eyes to flicker and darken. This kid actually used his body to crack the skeleton Taoist's Immortal Palace. Just how condensed is this guy's body? How is it so terrifying? Even if I used my Immortal Palace to smash it with all my strength, I still wouldn't be able to break it. If he punches it a few more times, I think the skeleton Taoist's Immortal Palace will shatter. We first-year students probably can't afford to offend this guy. Many of the first-year students who had stood in front of Ning Qi felt fear and retreated a certain distance, not planning on becoming enemies with Ning Qi. Summoning the Immortal Palace without knowing how strong he is just courting death. Rosen suddenly appeared and stood between Ning Qi and the skeletal Taoist as he spoke. Greetings, Lord Butcher. Chapter 30, 393. Lord 2, you're right. I underestimated my opponent. The skeleton Taoist said, respectfully, these first-year students are no match for you. There are 3 more zones behind you. Namely 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 80 and 90. I can tell that your strength is equivalent to a senior student who has been in the training camp for 3 or 4 years. The Roshan smiled at Ning Qi. 3 or 4 years. Is this rookie really that strong? Many of the first-year students were in disbelief, including the skeleton Taoist. The 4 cultivators who had entered the training camp at the same time as Ning Qi could not help but feel a hint of jealousy in their eyes. He had just entered the training camp and already received such a high evaluation from the Roshan. Compared to them, the gap between them was even wider. Got it. Ning Qi nodded with a smile. After a pause, he said, "Please step aside, Lord Tuesday. My match with this person is not over yet." The Roshan's expression changed slightly. He said in a low voice, "I've already said that your strength is similar to that of a 3- or 4-year senior student. I know that. So what? Is Lord Tu planning to interfere in my match with him? Wouldn't that go against the purpose of the training camp?" Ning Qi said calmly. The skeleton Taoist's expression suddenly changed. It turned out that Lord Tu's appearance was not just to teach him a lesson, but to interfere in his match. Did Lord Tu think that he was no match for this rookie and might destroy his body? His body. "Lord Tu, please step aside. This rookie has just arrived and doesn't know the rules. So what if his strength is comparable to a 3- or 4-year senior? Let us teach him a lesson together." The skeleton Taoist grinned. The Rosen frowned and glanced at Ning Qi. Then he shook his head and stood to the side. The skeleton Taoist saw this and called out. As one of the top 10 first-year students, his strength was immediately displayed. 70 to 80 first-year students gathered around, planning to fight. They planned to outnumber him. "As a senior, I'll teach you the rules of the training camp today. Here, you won't be able to do anything even if you have no connections." The skeleton Taoist laughed proudly. "Stop wasting time with him. Go." With a low shout, the immortal palaces behind the first-year students appeared one after another. 70 to 80 immortal palaces appeared at the same time, creating a spectacular scene. It's so lively here for the first-year students. Is there an amazing rookie here? Suddenly, another group of people appeared behind the skeletal Taoist group. They looked at the scene before them with faint smiles. In the end, their gazes focused on Ning Qi. They were curious, malicious, and delighted in his misfortune. To be able to force the first-year students to join forces against him, this kid's strength can't be underestimated. I reckon he's about the same as us. Maybe he was just too arrogant, so they couldn't help but teach him a lesson. Let's wait and see. Suppress him. Don't let those seniors look down on us." The skeletal Taoist also noticed the situation behind him and immediately transmitted a warning. The next moment, 70 or 80 cultivators of the Immortal Palace attacked together. The terrifying power of the Immortal Palace swept toward Ning Qi with an earth-shattering aura. From the beginning to the end, Ning Qi stood there calmly. "You must be scared silly." Many people gloated over Ning Qi's misfortune. Even Rosen looked at Ning Qi mockingly. He wanted to see how Ning Qi would deal with this situation. Ning Qi smiled and gently raised his hand. A dragon's roar rang out. Then the 67 silver dragons were struck by his palm. The extremely firm and yang palm technique directly hit the dozen or so cultivators of the Immortal Palace closest to Ning Qi and sent them flying. At the same time, the terrifying force even caused cracks to appear on the Immortal Palace behind them. 18 subduing dragon palms. Bang! Bang! Ning Qi's figure constantly flickered. Every time he appeared, someone would scream and be sent flying. His method was very simple, but it was also very violent. The 18 subduing dragon palms was known for its strength, and Ning Qi's physical strength had already far surpassed that of the Immortal Palace cultivators. At that moment, every palm he struck out was a devastating blow that the skeletal Taoist and the others could not withstand. Bang! Bang! A few seconds later, groans constantly sounded from the ground. The Immortal Palace cultivators who had joined forces with the skeletal Taoist to suppress Ning Qi were all lying on the ground. Only the skeletal Taoist was completely unharmed. He still stood where he was and stared at Ning Qi, dumbfounded. This guy, Rosen's mouth opened slightly as he looked at Ning Chi in shock. The four cultivators who had entered at the same time as Ning Chi looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. How is this possible? The group of third and fourth year students were all astonished. Even they could not achieve victory so easily against the combined forces of so many immortal palace cultivators. This kid's strength is probably about the same as those monsters who have stayed in the flesh training camp for 7 or 8 years. 1 step, 2 steps, Ning Chi slowly walked towards the skeletal Taoist. During this time, the skeletal Taoist's entire body stiffened. He could only stare at Ning Chi, not daring to use any other methods. You said something wrong just now. Ning Chi smiled as he stood in front of the skeletal Taoist. What did I say? The skeletal Taoist said subconsciously. It's fine. It won't be difficult for me to take a single step. However, if I don't have the strength, I really will. Ning Chi smiled. He then reached out and patted the skeletal Taoist's head amiably. Seeing this, a hint of struggle flashed through the skeletal Taoist's eyes. In the end, he seemed to completely give up and allowed Ning Chi's hand to land on his head. Bang! Several dozen silver dragons rushed out of the skeletal Taoist's body and instantly pulverized it. What a pity! A hint of heartache flashed in Rosen's eyes. The skeletal Taoist was someone he had planned to nurture. Now that his body had been destroyed, his cultivation level would drop by quite a bit when he reformed his body. Feeling heartache? Looks like they still care about these students. Ning Chi had been paying attention to Rosen's expression all this time. Finally, he caught a hint of surprise and could not help but smile. Just when everyone thought that the matter was over, Ning Chi suddenly slapped out again. The silver dragons danced in the sky and frantically entered the bodies of the first-year students, who had been severely injured by Ning Chi. In the blink of an eye, these 70 to 80 first-year students were all beaten up. Their bodies were pulverized. Rosen looked at Ning Chi in shock and anger. He almost vomited blood in his heart. Senior, I didn't break the rules here, did I? Ning Chi looked at Rosen and smiled. No, you didn't. You're very good. Rosen forced a smile and turned to leave. Ning Chi smiled and swept his gaze across the area. When the other first-year students saw this, they all retreated and looked at Ning Chi in fear. They no longer had the arrogance from before. Seeing this, Ning Chi's gaze immediately fell on the group of people who were watching this place from afar. This group of people's auras were much stronger than the skeletal Taoist and the others. They should be from the second region, second or third year students. What's with that look? Is he planning to fight us? Chapter 3394. The flesh training camp had fallen. In less than a day, Ning Chi had directly penetrated from the territory of the first-year students to the deepest region. The 3 cultivators who were originally high and mighty in everyone's eyes hadn't shown their faces for several years had been defeated by Ning Chi. One by one, they were thrown to the entrance of the flesh training camp. They had no choice but to graduate early because, if they continued to be stubborn, their bodies might be destroyed. So far, all the students in the flesh training camp, except for those who had not even completed their 1-year stay, had graduated early. They either had their bodies destroyed or voluntarily left the flesh training camp, giving up on the rewards. The huge training camp seemed empty, and the students who didn't stay for a full year were hiding in fear. At the Assembly of Darkness, Lord Jinling, that guy must be a spy. He destroyed my flesh training camp. Except for a group of rookies, the rest of the students were forced to graduate early. Roshan was very excited. You mean I was wrong about him? The old man smiled. Rosen was slightly stunned when he heard this. Then he calmed down and said with a wry smile, I dare not, but this guy is ruthless. 83 first-year students have had their bodies destroyed. The rest of the students were also forced to graduate in advance. My flesh and blood training. How can my flesh training camp continue? There is almost no one left. Except for the 83 first-year students who had their bodies destroyed, what happened to the rest? The old man smiled. The rest are fine. They were just forced to leave. Roshan said, so he is even less likely to be a spy of the Holy Assembly. But this guy is a bit hot-tempered, and his strength is far beyond his peers. He can directly obtain the title of Dark Cultivator. He doesn't need to go through the flesh training camp to train him. The old man smiled. After a pause, he looked at Violet Spirit, who had been standing quietly next to him. You brought him here. You can go and take him away. Miss Violet Spirit, you have put me in trouble this time. Roshan looked at Violet Spirit bitterly. There were at least 30 similar flesh training camps in the Covenant of Darkness, and there would be a competition every year. The flesh training camp managed by Rosen had been ranked at least in the top 5 in previous years, but this year it was estimated that it would be at the bottom of the list. When he was a 10-year student, he couldn't even find a first-year student. I'm really sorry. Violet Spirit smiled awkwardly. Soon after, a trace of anger appeared in her heart. Ning Qi's actions, in her opinion, were clearly provoking her. Otherwise, no random person would cause such a big commotion. Couldn't he just stay for a year? He had just thrown him into the flesh and blood training camp, and in the end he had to personally pick him up after a day? This was a little embarrassing. Is there anything else? The old man suddenly said. Hearing this, Rosen and Violet Spirit immediately retreated. Invincible among those of the same rank, the old man muttered to himself. He then shook his head and stopped paying attention to Ning Qi. In his eyes, even if Ning Qi was invincible among his peers, he was just a cultivator of the immortal palace. He was not strong enough to warrant his personal attention. Flesh training camp. At the main entrance, Ning Qi stood with his hands clasped behind his back. Except for the 4 cultivators who entered the training camp at the same time as Ning Qi, the rest of the cultivators did not dare to approach Ning Qi. They only dared to stand far away, quietly looking at Ning Qi with horror, fear, and wariness. With his own strength, he almost emptied the training camp. Such a thing had never happened before. Not long after, 2 figures broke through the air and arrived. Senior Violet Spirit, Lord Tuesday. Ning Qi smiled and cupped his hands in salute. You knew I would come to pick you up? Violet Spirit looked at Ning Qi coldly. It's just that the sunlight here is warmer, so I came here to bask in the sun. Ning Qi smiled. Don't think that you can leave early just because you drove everyone out of the flesh and blood training camp. You still have to stay here for a year. A trace of anger flashed in Violet Spirit's eyes. Ning Qi smiled without saying anything and looked at Rosen. Miss Violet Spirit, Lord Jinling just said to take this kid away. You'd better take him away quickly. I don't want to see him again. Rosen immediately said. After a pause, he looked at Ning Qi and snorted coldly. You graduated early. Violet Spirit's expression changed a few times and finally said coldly, Come with me. Then, everyone farewell. Ning Qi turned to look at the 4 students in the same batch and smiled as he cupped his hands in salute. The 4 of them looked enviously at Ning Qi leaving with Violet Spirit, then looked at each other, and then at the people around them who had arrived half a year earlier than them with extremely vigilant eyes. Now that the older students had graduated early, they only needed to survive the first difficult period at the hands of this group of people, and the rest would be easy. This is your identity nameplate. With it, you can enter and leave this place freely. You can figure out the rest yourself. I still have something to do. Violet Spirit suddenly threw a black jade plate to Ning Qi and then flew away. This woman is really narrow-minded. Ning Qi smiled and shook his head. He looked at the black jade plate in his hand. There was a trace of a special fluctuation on it. If one did not carefully examine it with divine will, it would be extremely difficult to notice. Violet Spirit only gave him a brief explanation. As for how to use this black jade plate to leave the outside world, Ning Qi still needed to think about it for a while. Putting away the jade plate, Ning Qi walked in the direction of the Covenant of Darkness. His main purpose of coming here was to use something here to advance to the karma state. Violet's spirit did not tell him, so he would ask himself, "You're new here, right?" As he was approaching the Covenant of Darkness, a middle-aged cultivator suddenly walked in front of Ning Qi and said with a kind smile, "There are words on my face." Ning Qi was slightly startled. "There are words." The middle-aged man was also startled. "Otherwise, how would you know that I'm new here?" Ning Qi smiled. Actually, I saw Senior Violet's spirit bring you into the Covenant of Darkness yesterday, so I know that you've just arrived here." The middle-aged cultivator smiled. "I see." Ning Qi nodded, then walked around the middle-aged cultivator and continued to walk toward the Covenant of Darkness. "Sir, please wait." The middle-aged cultivator hurriedly said, "What exactly do you want? Just get to the point." Ning Qi frowned, his eyes gradually turning cold. "I've heard about what happened to you in the flesh and blood training camp. With your strength, you must be looking for a way to advance to the karma state, right? However, you might not know this, but there are only 10 spots in the Covenant of Darkness every 100 years. Chapter 30, 395. Who's behind you? Ning Qi smiled. Not interested. Then he ignored the middle-aged cultivator and walked straight to the Dark Parliament's building. Seeing this, the middle-aged cultivator's eyes flashed with anger. At the entrance of the Dark Parliament's building, Ning Qi was stopped by the Karma Realm cultivator. The reason was that he didn't have the right to enter. "Brother, you can only enter the Dark Parliament's building after reaching the Karma Realm. Immortal Palace cultivators can't enter unless they are led." The middle-aged cultivator from before appeared again and said with a smile, "Why don't you go see the one behind me? You can get what you want from him as long as you have the strength." "Piss off." Ning Qi smiled. "You will regret this." The middle-aged man finally stopped, showing a hypocritical smile, and threatened Ning Qi fiercely before turning around and leaving. "Seniors, I just want to know how to get the right to enter the Karma Realm." Ning Qi looked at the 2 Karma Realm cultivators and cupped his hands. The 2 of them stared coldly at Ning Qi. After several breaths of time, one of them said, "Merits, strength, none of these can be missing. I remember you. You just came to our Dark Parliament yesterday, and you want to break through to the Karma Realm today? You think the Karma Realm is too cheap? To think that when I was at your level, it took me 500 years to accumulate enough merit points to advance to the Karma Realm. What kind of merits?" Though the other's tone was mocking, Ning Qi still asked humbly. "Kill boundless cultivators. As long as you kill enough and earn enough merits, you will have the chance to enter the Karma Realm. Every 100 years, the Dark Parliament will give out 10 slots. This time, the slots have been used up. Kill boundless cultivators?" Ning Qi nodded thoughtfully. He paused and smiled. "Seniors, do you know where Senior Purple Spirit's residence is? She wanted me to deliver something, but forgot to tell me where it is." The 2 didn't doubt him and pointed out the location to Ning Qi. Ning Qi cupped his hands and left. Although they had all said the same thing as the middle-aged cultivator, that the spots had already been taken, Ning Qi still wanted to try other methods. Of all the people he knew, only Violet's spirit had the slightest chance of getting a spot for him. The place where Violet's spirit resided seemed to be a wealthy district. The cave mansions there were more luxurious than the last. Ning Qi saw many Karma State cultivators going in and out, and he also saw a few cultivators that he suspected were the Fate State. However, he didn't see any Rebirth State cultivators. There weren't many of them in the Dark Parliament. Arriving at the entrance of a purple cave dwelling, Ning Qi lightly knocked on the door. After a while, the door opened, but it was not the purple spirit who appeared, but a little girl who was only as tall as Ning Qi's knees. Spiritual herbs turned into spirits. As soon as he saw this girl, Ning Qi saw through her origins. The fragrance wafting from her body was extremely alluring. "Who are you?" The spirit grass sprite looked at Ning Qi warily and asked in a childish voice, "I am here to pay a visit to Senior Violet Spirit." Ning Qi laughed. "My master is not here. Come back tomorrow." The spirit grass sprite waved her hand and was about to close the door. At this time, Ning Qi stretched out a hand and slowly opened his palm. Under her vigilant gaze, there was an origin essence stone. Origin essence stone? Don't even think about bribing me. The spirit grass sprite's eyes suddenly widened, but her body was very obedient. With a swoosh, she took the origin essence stone from Ning Qi's hand. Seeing this, Ning Qi's eyes flashed with a trace of a smile. He saw that the other party was a spirit grass sprite and should have a similar temperament as the demon-eating vine. Sure enough, as soon as he took out the origin essence stone, the other party's attitude softened a lot. "My master is really not here, you." Before the spirit grass sprite could finish her words, her eyes widened again. This time, Ning Qi had 10 origin essence stones in his hand. "You'd better come in and wait." The spirit grass sprite warmly greeted Ning Qi and took away all the origin essence stones in his hand, not leaving a single one. Ning Qi only used 11 origin essence stones to bribe a spiritual monster that was left in the cave residence by a causality realm cultivator. "My master doesn't like others to touch her things, so you sit here obediently and wait. As soon as my master comes back, I will immediately inform you." The spirit grass sprite brought Ning Qi to the reception hall. After giving some instructions, she looked at Ning Qi with sparkling eyes, as if waiting for something. Ning Qi smiled and tossed her an origin essence stone. Only then did she turn around and leave. She seemed to be floating as she walked. Several hours later, Ning Qi heard the spirit grass sprite's surprised voice. "Master, you're back. There is a guest who has been waiting for you for a long time." "Guest?" "Yes." Not long after, Violet Spirit looked at Ning Qi with a stunned expression. "Why are you here?" "Senior Violet Spirit." Ning Qi stood up and bowed. "Tell me, why are you here?" Violet Spirit's tone gradually turned cold. The spirit grass sprite seemed to sense that something was wrong and planned to sneak away, but Violet Spirit gently grabbed it and held it in her hand. "Master, it has nothing to do with me. I absolutely did not take his origin essence stone. I was deceived by him." The spirit grass sprite screamed in panic. "If there is a next time, I will stew you." Violet Spirit coldly snorted, casually throwing the spirit grass sprite to the ground. She secretly glanced at Ning Qi, then shrunk her neck and slipped away. "What are you trying to do by coming here?" Violet Spirit lightly glanced at Ning Qi. "Senior Violet Spirit, I want a place to advance to the karma realm this time." Ning Qi smiled. "What do you want?" Violet Spirit almost laughed in anger. "Do you know how many places the Covenant of Darkness has to advance to the karma realm every 100 years? You are a newcomer who has not made the slightest contribution and has not even stayed in the flesh and blood training camp for 10 years. Under such circumstances, you tell me you want a place to advance to the karma realm? The places this time have long been divided among others. What right do you have to snatch a place from them? Don't tell me staying in the flesh and blood training camp for 10 years will give me a place." Ning Qi was slightly startled. "Only priority will be given, but many people will stay in the flesh and blood training camp for this small chance. But you graduate early." Violet Spirit sneered. She paused. "Tell me, why are you so sure that I can get a place for you? Don't tell me you have 100 boundless border cultivators' heads?" "I have money." "What do you have?" "I have money." Chapter 30, 396. You have a lot of essence stones. Violet Spirit looked at Ning Qi suspiciously. Then she sneered, "You're just a cultivator from the Immortal Palace. No matter how many origin essence stones you have, it's only 10 million. You want to buy a spot to advance to the karma state with just 10 million origin essence stones? If there were only 10 million origin essence stones, how could I have the nerve to come here? Ningqi smiled. Violet Spirit frowned slightly, then suddenly relaxed. She said lightly, 1 billion origin stones. If you can get 1 billion origin stones, I'll fight for a spot for you, of which 100 million is the fee for hiring me. Can you do that? Deal. Ningqi immediately smiled. What did you say? Violet Spirit was slightly taken aback. She just wanted to use the sentence to dissuade Ningqi, but he actually nodded and agreed, not to mention the cultivators of the Immortal Palace. Even she herself was only worth 20 million origin essence stones. As far as she knew, 1 billion origin essence stones. Even some rebirth state experts could only afford it. He couldn't even take it out. As she thought of this, Violet Spirit subconsciously scanned Ningqi with her divine telekinesis. However, she found that Ningqi did not have any storage treasures like an interspatial ring on him. Senior, I naturally wouldn't bring so many origin essence stones with me. That would be too dangerous. Ningqi laughed. I'll ask you again, seriously. Are you sure you can take out 1 billion origin essence stones? If you dare to lie to me, even if you are a dark cultivator, I will still kill you. Not even Lord True Spirit will punish me. Violet Spirit glared at Ningqi. Senior, do you think I would joke around with my life? Ningqi smiled. This matter is of great importance. I will ask Lord True Spirit to be a witness. Come with me. Violet Spirit pondered for a moment before she stood up and said. After the two of them left, the spirit grass sprite quietly poked its head out and stared at Ningqi's back with shining eyes. It kept muttering to itself, 1 billion origin essence stones. 1 billion origin essence stones. So, rich! The two cultivators guarding the entrance of the Council of Darkness saw that Ningqi had come again, and their eyes were filled with impatience when they saw Violet Spirit beside Ningqi. I have an important matter to discuss with Lord True Spirit. Violet Spirit said a few words before leading Ningqi straight into the Parliament of Darkness building. Not long after, the two of them appeared in the old man's office. What is it this time? The old man looked at the two of them indifferently. Violet Spirit's lips quivered. After several breaths of time, the old man's eyes flashed with surprise. He looked at Ningqi and said, You want to sponsor our dark parliament with 1 billion origin essence stones? Sponsorship? Ningqi was slightly taken aback and was just about to speak when Violet Spirit's voice sounded in his ear. Just nod your head. Yes. Ningqi nodded obediently. Ha ha ha. Very good. How many years has it been since I've seen a dark cultivator with such a high level of awareness like you? Those fellows can't wait to empty out the Dark Parliament's belongings. I've never thought about what the Dark Parliament relied on to rise to power. Gather. The old man smiled happily. Could it be that the Covenant of Darkness rose to power through sponsorships? Ningqi cursed in his heart. At this moment, the old man spoke again. 1 billion origin essence stones is not a small number. I will inform the other secretaries of the council to hold a meeting. Please wait for a moment. As he finished speaking, he gently waved his hand. Ningqi and Violet Spirit saw over a dozen beams of light suddenly descend from the sky. Within the beams of light condensed figures, some of them humans, some of them outsiders. Xian Zhenling, why did you suddenly gather us? One of the figures frowned as he looked at the old man, but Ningqi could only see his mouth move. But he couldn't hear what he said. After the two sides discussed for several breaths of time, everyone's eyes suddenly fell on Ningqi. Ningqi could see from these gazes that there was scrutiny, surprise, and all sorts of other emotions smell. These fellows seemed to have the same status as Lord Jinling. Did he just say that they were secretaries? Could it be that Lord Jinling is also a secretary, not a senator? Ning Qi suddenly had some guesses about the Dark Parliament here. Secretaries usually did auxiliary work. There must be a higher position above them. From this, it could be inferred that the Dark Parliament that Ning Qi was in was just a small department under the real Dark Parliament. And Lord Jinling's strength might have reached the 5th step, but there must be a stronger existence above him. The peak of the 5th step, or even the 6th step, a great emperor-level existence. That was the only way they could go against the Supreme Saint Council right under their noses, right? Otherwise, they would have been easily wiped out by the Supreme Saint Council. After a few breaths of time, the pillars of light disappeared one by one. The old man looked at Ning Qi with a smile and said, "After our discussion, we have unanimously decided to accept your sponsorship of the Dark Parliament. At the same time, you have also obtained a place to advance to the Karma state. It has an effect and can be used at any time." Hearing this, Ning Qi let out a long sigh of relief. His efforts during this period of time had not been in vain. He had finally achieved his goal. Violet Spirit's expression was a little strange. It was done just like that. In fact, when Xian Zhanling called for the secretary's meeting, she was a little nervous. If Ning Qi could not produce the origin essence stones, what should she do? Lord Jinling would definitely lose face. She was afraid that she would also be severely punished. "Thank you, Lord Jinling. Here are 1 billion origin essence stones. Please accept them." Ning Qi thanked her as he took out an interspatial ring and handed it to Xian Jinling. Violet Spirit was slightly startled and looked at Ning Qi strangely. Just now, she had clearly scanned Ning Qi with her divine telekinesis and did not find any storage treasures. Xian Jinling took the interspatial ring and scanned it with her divine telekinesis. She was slightly startled and then looked at Ning Qi with a smile. "You are worth teaching. You are worth teaching." In addition to the 1 billion origin essence stones, there was an extra 200 million origin essence stones in the interspatial ring. This was Ning Qi's private gift to Xian Jinling. Seeing the other's attitude, Ning Qi was truly relieved. Not only could he obtain a place to advance to the Karma state, but he would also have a backer in the Dark Parliament in the future. "Lord Jinling, can I use my place now?" Ning Qi asked tentatively. "Now." Xian Jinling frowned slightly. "This year's quota has already been assigned, and I can only send 10 people to the headquarters at most. Logically speaking, you have to wait for the next one, which is about 100 years later." Speaking up to here, he suddenly changed the topic and smiled. "But sometimes rules are dead and people are alive. There are not many dark cultivators like you who have such awareness. I allow you to go to the headquarters with the other 9 people to advance to the Karma realm. This time, I will let Violet Spirit follow you, and you will leave in about a month." "Thank you, Lord Jinling." Chapter 30, 397. On the way back to the cave residence, Violet Spirit didn't speak much. Only when they entered the cave residence did she look at Ning Qi with a strange expression. "Senior Violet Spirit, is there something on my face?" Ning Qi smiled. "I didn't expect you to really get a place to advance to the Karma state." After a while, Violet Spirit snorted with a strange expression. "That's all thanks to Senior Violet Spirit." Ning Qi smiled. "Do you know how many years it took for me to successfully advance to the Karma state when I first came here?" Violet Spirit said, 100 years. Ning Qi smiled. 1,000 years. Violet Spirit raised a finger. "It took me a whole 1,000 years to accumulate enough merits 200 years ago to earn a spot to advance to the Karma realm. And I spent a whole 10 years in the flesh and blood training camp here. But you can take out 1 billion origin essence stones. That's your ability." Violet Spirit sighed. Unconsciously, her attitude toward Ning Qi seemed to have improved. Perhaps it was because Ning Chi took out 1 billion origin essence stones that shocked her, or because Ning Chi got a place to advance to the karma state. Senior Violet Spirit, this is the 100 million origin essence stones I promised you. Ning Chi took out another interspatial ring. Violet Spirit took it and scanned it with her mind, then nodded with a strange expression. There is indeed 100 million. Did you dig up the grave of some great emperor? I was just lucky to pick up some origin essence stones. After this, I'll have to tighten my belt. Ning Chi smiled. Violet Spirit looked at Ning Chi suspiciously, but on second thought, the immortal palace cultivator could only take out 1 billion origin essence stones, which was probably the limit. If I had so many origin essence stones, I would have taken the same path as you. You're very smart about this. You know that external forces are only an aid, so you didn't take these origin essence stones too seriously. Only improving your cultivation is the right way. Violet Spirit suddenly smiled. Her wealth had inexplicably increased several times, so she was naturally happy. After chatting with Ning Chi for a while, she arranged for Ning Chi to wait in her cave residence, while she went out to arrange for Ning Chi to go to the headquarters. Senior. As soon as Violet's spirit left, Ling Grass Sprite appeared again, looking at Ning Chi with a flattering expression. Take it. Ning Chi casually threw her 10 origin essence stones. Seeing this, the spirit herb Sprite said cheerfully, Senior, please wait a moment. I'll go brew some tea for Senior. Ning Chi smiled and slowly closed his eyes. This time, he had spent a total of 3 billion origin stones. His net worth had shrunk by more than a third, leaving him with 2 billion origin stones. However, it was all worth it, even if he had to pay for 5 billion origin stones, as long as he could advance to the karma realm. Ning Chi would not hesitate. All of a sudden, an old man arrived at the gate of the Covenant of Darkness. He was emitting the aura of a peak fate state cultivator. He was followed by several cultivators at the karma state and a cultivator from the Divine Palace sect who looked extremely angry. When the karma realm cultivators saw this, a look of surprise flashed across their eyes. Then one of them took a step forward. Patriarch Nangong. Gentlemen, I wish to see Lord True Spirit. Nangong Yuanqing said, suppressing his anger. May I ask why Patriarch Nangong is in such a hurry to see Lord True Spirit? The gatekeeper frowned. He could sense the fury that was about to explode from the other party. Given the other party's current state, he naturally could not let him into the Dark Council building easily. Otherwise, if something were to happen, he would have to take full responsibility. This is my son, Nangong Zhuhui. Originally, he had already obtained the quota to advance to the karmic realm, and he was going to head to the headquarters for the promotion ceremony in a few days. However, someone just informed me that my son's quota has been postponed to the next term. I would like to ask Lord True Spirit, who stole my son's promotion spot? Nangong Yuanqing said angrily. When the two guards heard this, they looked at each other, and one of them said, This is naturally Sir True Spirit's decision. There's no need for Patriarch Nangong to ask. Sir True Spirit is busy with official business and doesn't have time to see you. What about you? Are you going to force your way in? A young cultivator with an ice-cold expression said coldly. He was about to enter the building, but he stopped and observed Nangong Yuanqing's situation for a while. Jiu Kuan! Nangong Yuanqing was slightly surprised to see the young man. Although the Nangong family had some influence here, the young man was an outstanding dark cultivator who was also at the fate state. He was also a trusted subordinate of Sir True Spirit. Brother Jiu Kuan, my son, Nangong Zhuhui, has been waiting for many years for a promotion, and it will be postponed for another 100 years. Nangong Yuanqing calmed himself down and said slowly, It's just postponing it for 100 years. It's not like you're depriving him of his promotion spot. Are you really going to disturb Sir True Spirit over such a trivial matter? Do you believe that I will report this to Sir True Spirit and ask him to deprive your son of his promotion spot? Ju Kuin said bluntly, I was too rash. Farewell. Nangong Yuanqing's expression changed several times. In the end, he cupped his fists with a livid expression and left with his men. Jiu Kuin sneered and walked into the building. Soon, he appeared in Xian Jinling's room. Sir True Spirit, I didn't disappoint you. This is the head of the boundless cultivator who slaughtered 10 of us. His cultivation has dropped by at least 30% this time. Jiu Kuin took out a head and put it on the table in front of Xian Jinling. The head's eyes were closed, and there was no sound coming from it. Its face was covered in blood. It was obvious that it had been through a fierce battle. Very well. He killed 10 of our Karma State cultivators, and will kill 1 Fate State cultivator. Let's see who gets the better deal. Xian Jinling nodded in satisfaction. She paused for a moment. Those kids will be going to the headquarters to advance to the Karma State soon. I haven't arranged a leader yet. Since you're back now, I'll have to trouble you. Yes, sir. Jiu Kuin bowed. After a moment of hesitation, Jiu Kuin spoke again. Nangong Yuanqing wanted to see you just now. It seems that his son, Nangong Zhuhui, has been replaced. It's just postponed for 100 years. Xian Jinling smiled carelessly. Don't worry about it. His son's quota has been discussed by me and the other secretaries. First, it will be given to another little guy. This little guy has a high consciousness and has sponsored us 1 billion essence stones. Your mission could have been 2 million origin stones, but I'll raise it to 4 million. Take care of him on the way. Jiu Kuin was slightly stunned. He immediately bowed and said, Thank you, Sir True Spirit. A moment later, Jiu Kuin walked out of the room and gently closed the door. A pensive look flashed across his eyes. Chapter 30, 398. Nangong Family. Damn it. Even Dad can't do anything about it? Do I have to wait another 100 years before I can advance to the Karma realm? Where should I put my face? When I see my friends in the future, will I have to call them senior? Nangong Zhuhui roared angrily as soon as he returned to his courtyard. At this time, a middle-aged cultivator quietly came over. Master, as long as we take a look at them on the day they set off, we will know who has eaten the heart of a bear and the leopard to dare to snatch the spot that belongs to you. If Ning Qi was here, he would recognize this middle-aged cultivator as the guy who wanted to recruit Ning Qi that day. You're right, I must find that guy. I want to see who else in the 5th Ward is willing to go against me. Nangong Zhuhui said with a gloomy expression. After a pause, he seemed to have thought of something and looked at the middle-aged cultivator. Fan Air, have you found the new dark cultivator that I asked you to recruit? He just arrived in the 5th Ward and he already caused such a huge commotion. With such strength, he's qualified to be my subordinate. Master, that guy doesn't know how to appreciate favors. Fan Air's eyes were filled with anger as he told Nangong Zhuhui how Ning Qi rejected him. He even added some of his own words to the story. Oh, so arrogant? It seems like he doesn't know the strength of our Nangong family in the 5th district. Among the dozens of families here, our Nangong family can be ranked in the top 15. How about this? I'll go talk to Elder Yu, and you can bring him along. Bring him along and see if he still dares to reject me. If the spot is stolen, and the talent is also stolen, how am I, Nangong Zhuhui, going to inherit the Nangong family in the future? How am I going to be the head of the family? Nangong Zhuhui sneered. Fan Air was slightly startled. He then nodded with a strange expression and turned to leave. He didn't expect Nangong Zhuhui to want to recruit that arrogant cultivator so badly. If the other party was really afraid of the Nangong family strength and agreed to Nangong Zhuhui's request, wouldn't his position as Nangong Zhuhui's #1 lackey be stolen? Wouldn't his position as Nangong Zhuhui's #1 lackey be stolen? Violet Spirit Cave Abode. Everything has been arranged. Once the time is up, you can go to the headquarters and participate in the promotion ceremony. However, the quota is one thing. Whether or not you can reach the karma stage will depend on your own luck. Out of 100 Immortal Palace cultivators, there might not even be one. You have successfully advanced. As soon as Violet Spirit returned, she told Ning Qi a piece of good news. In this way, everything was settled. Thank you, Senior Violet Spirit. Ning Qi cupped his hands and smiled. After a moment of hesitation, Violet Spirit said, I've taken 100 million Origin Essence Stones from you. On account of that, I'll tell you one more thing. I'm all ears. Ning Qi smiled. Seemingly satisfied with Ning Qi's attitude, Violet Spirit nodded and said, How much do you know about the Karma Realm? Karma Realm? Ning Qi was slightly stunned. Seeing this, Violet Spirit smiled and said, It seems that you don't have a deep understanding of the existence of the realm of karma. Once you reach this realm, you can sense the existence of karma. You can condense karma, devour karma, and so on. The cultivators of the Immortal Palace are very strong, right? Only, as long as the Immortal Palace is not destroyed, you will not die. However, if your karma is destroyed, everything will return to dust, dust to dust. Even the reincarnation cycle will not be able to find a trace of you. After a pause, she continued, However, although the Karma Realm cultivators have such divine abilities, most Karma Realm cultivators will not deliberately kill unless it's a deadly feud. Because every time you kill someone, you will have to bear a portion of their karma. If your cultivation is not high enough, you will suffer from chi deviation, and if worse, your karma will be destroyed. As for the specifics, you will naturally understand when you successfully advance. You only need to know that advancing to the Karma Realm not only brings benefits, but also disadvantages. This is a double-edged sword. If you don't use it well, you will hurt yourself and others. However, if you can advance to the Destiny Realm, you will entrust your karma to the reincarnation cycle. When that happens, you will no longer have to bear the suffering of karma. When that time comes, your fate will be in your own hands. You can kill whoever you want without fear of karma entanglement. This is the Destiny Realm. At this point, Violet Spirit smiled. That's all I have to say. You just need to be mentally prepared. Don't run around during this time. I'll have the little one arrange a room for you. You can stay there for now. Many thanks, Senior Violet Spirit. Ning Qi solemnly cupped his hands. He was still in the process of digesting everything that had just been said. Although it wasn't very detailed, it gave him a better understanding of karmic realm cultivators and the difference between karmic realm cultivators and heaven's mandate realm cultivators. 100 million origin stones. Sure enough, it wasn't a waste. Not long after, the spirit grass sprite arranged a room for Ning Qi. After receiving the 10 origin stones as a reward, she happily left. Closing the door, Ning Qi's gaze suddenly became incomparably deep. I didn't expect Karma Realm cultivators to have so many misgivings. However, karma can also be divided into good and bad. If I kill someone, I will bear their karma. Perhaps it will be bad luck, but it can also be good luck. It's hard to say. Days passed. Ning Qi remained in his room, not casually walking around. He also didn't see Violet Spirit again. She seemed to have gone out. Usually, the spirit grass sprite appeared the most frequently. Her intimacy level with Ning Qi, if there was a numerical value, it should be over 100. One day, Violet Spirit suddenly appeared, directly called Ning Qi and left. On the way, she didn't tell Ning Qi where she was going. Ning Qi calculated the time and guessed that she should be leaving for the headquarters. Sure enough, Ning Qi followed Violet Spirit to the entrance of the dark Parliament building and saw the other 9 Immortal Palace cultivators. They were standing quietly, and there were many cultivators nearby watching. Among the crowd, Fan Er looked at Ning Qi in disbelief and shock. Damn, who is this guy? Why haven't I seen him before? He was brought by Violet Spirit. Could he be Violet Spirit's descendant? But Violet Spirit is just a rogue cultivator. She has to bow respectfully when she sees my father. How could she snatch what belongs to me from my father's hands? Quota? Nangong Zhu Hui stared at Ning Qi, puzzled. Master, Fan Er said in a daze. What's the matter? Nangong Zhu Hui looked coldly at Fan Er. That guy is the new dark cultivator you want to recruit, Fan Er said in a low voice. During this period of time, he had been looking for traces of Ning Qi, planning to recruit him again. He didn't expect to see him here today. What shocked him the most was that Ning Qi was the culprit who snatched his master's quota to advance to Karma Realm. How was this possible? Chapter 30, 399. Where did he come from? Nangong Zhu Hui said through gritted teeth. Fan Er could even hear the sound of his teeth grinding against each other. Master, didn't you say that Master Jiuquan scolded our family leader? Master Jiuquan is leading the team to the headquarters. Could he be related to Master Jiuquan? Fan Er glared at Ning Qi and said softly, Jiuquan? He's only at the perfect destiny state, just like my father. He doesn't have the ability to steal my spot. Nangong Zhu Hui denied it immediately. Could it be those three great commanders? They are rebirth state cultivators. They are the most powerful people in District 5 apart from Master True Spirit. I heard that they have connections at the headquarters. A hint of fear flashed in Fan Er's eyes. I will give you 10 days to find out more about this kid. If he is really related to the three commanders, we will put this aside for now. Nangong Zhui coldly said. After saying those words, he once again took a deep look at Ning Qi, then looked at the other 9 people before turning around and leaving the crowd. Fan Er's face was ashen. Ever since he knew that Ning Qi had stolen Nangong Zhu Hui's spot, he did not want to have anything to do with Ning Qi anymore. But Nangong Zhu Hui had given the order. If he did not give a satisfactory answer, he might not be able to use the Nangong family's influence to obtain a spot to ascend to the Karma state. He was not the kind of cultivator who would dare to kill boundless border cultivators for merit. He could only take a roundabout way. Are those 10 the most outstanding dark cultivators who have been promoted this year? I'm so envious of them. I wonder when I will have such an opportunity. You are not even at the intermediate stage of the Tao querying state. We don't even know if you can become an immortal palace cultivator. Why are you thinking so far ahead? Also, who are they and who are we? Which one of the 10 doesn't have the support of a major family? Why do I feel like I don't recognize the human cultivator who was promoted? I heard that he is the young master of the Nangong family, Nangong Zhu Hui. It's not him. I recognize him. Oh, an immortal palace cultivator looked at Ning Qi with lingering fear in his heart. His expression was very complicated. I saw him in the flesh training camp some time ago. He's very strong, but he's definitely not Nangong Zhu Hui. That guy's strength is on par with mine. Based on what you're saying, he snatched Nangong Zhu Hui's spot. It's possible. Jiuquan glanced at Ning Qi indifferently, then nodded at Violet Spirit and said to the other 9 Immortal Palace cultivators, Now that everyone is here, follow me. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask, and don't do what you shouldn't do. Otherwise, if anything happens, you will be responsible. Yes, Lord Jiuquan. Everyone responded in unison. At the same time, they were also sizing up Ning Qi from the corner of their eyes. Their hearts were filled with doubt. Wasn't the one who obtained the promotion this time Nangong Zhu Hui? As disciples of the great clans, they would more or less keep in contact with each other. Some of them were even good friends of Nangong Zhu Hui. Yet Nangong Zhu Hui did not appear. Instead, an unfamiliar face had appeared. Lord Jiuquan, please take good care of this child. Violet Spirit hesitated for a moment before speaking. Ning Qi was a little surprised. Jiu Kuan nodded faintly and said telepathically, "Don't worry, Lord Zhenling has already instructed me. With Lord Jiuquan leading the way, you won't be in any danger on this trip to the headquarters. However, you have just become a dark cultivator, so don't be too high profile in the outside world. Do you understand?" Violet Spirit looked at Ning Qi and said telepathically, "Senior Violet Spirit, please don't worry." Ning Qi nodded with a smile. At this moment, a ferry boat flew out of Jiu Kuan's sleeve and expanded with the wind. After Ning Qi and the others boarded the ferry boat, it directly flew into the sky. "Wake me up in the cabin 3 days later." Jiu Kuan calmly informed everyone and entered the cabin, leaving the 10 Immortal Palace cultivators looking at each other. The other 9 looked at each other. Finally, one of the cultivators with a fish head and a human body asked Ning Qi, "How should I address you?" Ning Qi. Ning Qi smiled. Ning Beixian didn't want to be called Ning Beixian before he had the ability to protect himself. Otherwise, if Jiang Tianshu heard about it, Ning Qi wouldn't be able to fight against a rebirth state cultivator with his current strength. Ning? There doesn't seem to be a big family with the surname Ning in the human race. I really want to know, how did you snatch Zhuhui's spot? The man with a fish head pondered for a moment, then his eyes turned cold. Spot? Wasn't it given by Lord True Spirit? Ning Qi smiled. Are you playing dumb? A while ago, when I was drinking with Nangong Zhuhui, he had already told me that one of the 10 spots in this year's competition was for him. I had originally planned to go to the headquarters with him to join hands and make a name for our 5th district. Now that you snatched his spot and messed up my plan, what do you have to say about that? The man with a fish head sneered. What do you want to say? Ning Qi said calmly. Komodo, Lord Jiuquan has instructed you not to cause trouble at this time, lest you implicate us. You can resolve the matter between you and him at the headquarters. Someone beside him said. When Komodo heard this, he looked at Jiuquan's cabin fearfully. Then he looked at Ning Qi coldly. This isn't over. After saying that, he walked to a corner of the deck and sat down cross-legged, as if he was cultivating some kind of cultivation method. Not long after, his body was surrounded by a blood-red mist. Brother Ning, I am Sun Shu from the serpent race. Nangong Zhuhui has a grudge against me, so I'm very happy that you snatched his spot. Shall we be friends? Suddenly, a cultivator with the head of a serpent walked in front of Ning Qi and grinned. Since we're on the same ship, then we're friends. Ning Qi smiled faintly. Makes sense, makes sense. Sun Shu could not help but nod. When the others saw Sun Shu and Ning Qi striking up a conversation, they did not say anything and found their own seats to meditate. Brother Ning, when you reach the headquarters, you have to be careful of Komodo. This guy has been friends with Nangong Zhuhui since childhood. Nangong Zhuhui saved him once, so he will definitely stand up for Nangong Zhuhui. Sun Shu secretly transmitted his voice. Don't worry, it's a fair fight. I've never been afraid of anyone. Ning Qi smiled and nodded. Don't underestimate him. Komodo's Immortal Palace is the Yiksha Immortal Palace. In the Sea clan, the Yiksha Immortal Palace is ranked in the middle 6th grade and is very powerful. Sun Shu could not help but remind Ning Qi when he saw that Komodo did not seem to care about him. Ning Qi still smiled and nodded. Chapter 3400. After a few breaths, Jiu Kuan walked out of the cabin. At this moment, the position of the ferry boat was in a large canyon. The mountains on both sides of the canyon towered into the clouds. Below the canyon, a fast-flowing river was constantly flowing. When the river slammed against the stone walls on both sides, it would cause the water to shake violently. When the river hit the rocks on both sides, it produced layers of white fog, making it look like a paradise on earth. The passageway to the headquarters is hidden here. Ning Qi's eyes flickered as he quietly released his divine consciousness. He immediately sensed that Sun Shu and the rest were also releasing their divine consciousness. Jiao Kuin stood on the deck and looked at the sky. Then, without any movement from him, the rapid river below suddenly parted. A river whirlpool suddenly appeared in front of everyone. The next moment, the ferry boat gradually tilted and rushed directly into the river whirlpool. Ning Qi and the rest instantly felt the world spin. When the ferry boat stabilized, they found that they were surrounded by river water that had been condensed by an inexplicable force, and the ferry boat was moving in the middle of the river. "Don't disturb me if there's nothing else." Jiao Kuin gave them an order and returned to the cabin. "This is the flowing water time passageway. It's the only passageway to the headquarters. When the ferry boat reaches its destination, it will be the headquarters. It's very safe and won't be discovered by the people of the Supreme Saint Council." Sun Shu walked to Ning Qi's side and said emotionally, "Flowing water time passageway." Ning Qi's eyes revealed a trace of doubt. Komodo had been paying attention to Ning Qi and immediately mocked him. "I wonder where this bumpkin came from. He doesn't even know about the flowing water time passageway. This was personally set up by the strongest counselor of the Ocean Clan, Emperor Flowing Water." As he spoke, Komodo couldn't help but reveal a trace of pride. It was evident how high the status of the Ocean Clan counselor, Emperor Flowing Water, was in his heart. Unbeknownst to him, his words confirmed Ning Qi's conjecture. The counselors of the Dark Parliament were emperors, but the existence of the Supreme Saint Council was far beyond the seventh step of an emperor. It seemed that the difference in strength between the Dark Parliament and the Supreme Saint Council was huge. It was no wonder that they could only hide in a corner and develop secretly like rats. "Brother Ning, this flowing water time passageway contains the power of Emperor and a trace of the power of time. Sometimes we can stay in it for 10,000 years and only a year has passed in the outside world. We are equivalent to walking on top of time. Therefore, the Supreme Saint Council has no way to catch us, and this passageway is one of the proudest methods of the Dark Parliament." Sun Shu explained with a smile. Although he had the head of a flood dragon, his tone was more like that of a human scholar, calm and peaceful. Walk on top of time? Ning Qi's heart thumped. His innate divine ability, God's grace, also increased along with his cultivation, manifesting an extraordinary power to control time. However, it was only effective against cultivators whose cultivation was lower than his, so it seemed a bit useless. But if the power of God's grace could continue to increase, when he reached wood, he'd be able to set up a similar technique once he reached the Emperor realm. Perhaps the system is also a manifestation formed by the power of a great emperor. Ning Qi suddenly had a guess. As far as he knew, the divine Emperor Beixian had only reached the peak of the fourth step in his previous life. When he died, he wasn't a fifth step cultivator. Although he was an expert in Shenluo world, he hadn't come into contact with the circle of the upper echelons. If the system was formed by the power of a sixth step great emperor, maybe the death of the Beixian divine emperor had something to do with the system? "Brother Ning, what are you thinking about?" Sun Shu's voice suddenly rang in Ning Qi's ears. Ning Qi smiled. Seeing the curious look on Sun Shu's face, he said, "I'm wondering what the headquarters is like, right? Do you know the process of breaking through to the Karma realm? Every Karma advancement ceremony is very grand, and a counselor will preside over it. However, it's also very dangerous. Our Covenant of Darkness has 50 districts, and we belong to the 5th district. The other 49 districts have different numbers of people who can advance to the Karma realm. However, I estimate that there will be at least 300 people, and every Covenant of Darkness only produces 100 Karma realm cultivators. For countless years, no one had broken this record. Rules." Sun Shu said in a low voice, "That's why Komodo is targeting you. He should have an agreement with Nangong Zhuhui to join hands during the promotion ceremony. Yu snatched Nangong Zhuhui's spot, which is equivalent to lowering his chances of advancing to the Karma realm. No one wants to team up with this fish spirit, because his cultivation method can rely on devouring flesh and blood to obtain a temporary explosive increase in strength. No one is willing to expose their backs to him, afraid that at some critical moment they will be swallowed by him. I see. Ningqi smiled and nodded. He glanced at Komodo, who also seemed to be looking at Ningqi fiercely. The two of them stared at each other in midair, and it was as if electricity had collided. After an unknown period of time, Ningqi seemed to have lost the concept of time and the passage of time. It was as if a mysterious force was affecting him, and he couldn't calculate time in his mind. An immortal boat suddenly flew out from the river on both sides, and it sailed side by side with Ningqi's group. On that immortal boat, there were also 10 cultivators emitting the aura of the immortal palace. Seeing this, Komodo and the others stood up and stared at the other party from afar, their eyes filled with hostility. Isn't that Jiokuin's blue wave immortal boat? A white figure suddenly walked out from the other party's immortal boat. Ningqi couldn't tell his age, because he had no eyes or nose. He was a faceless person, the 8th District's executioner, Senior Wu Xiang. Seeing this faceless person appear, Sun Shu and the others immediately recognized him, and a trace of fear flashed in their eyes. At this moment, Jiu Kuin also walked out of the cabin and glanced at him indifferently. So it's a guy who has no face to see others. When the immortal palace cultivators behind Wu Xiang heard this, a trace of anger surged in their hearts. However, Jiu Kuin's strength was much stronger than theirs, and they were not on the same level at all. Therefore, they only dared to hide their anger in their hearts. Jiu Kuin, I haven't seen you for hundreds of years, but your mouth is still so vicious. Wu Xiang smiled faintly, and he didn't seem angry. You flatter me. Do you need something from me? If not, I'm going to cultivate in seclusion. Jiu Kuin said indifferently, I just wanted to say hello when I saw you. I heard that this time you have a little guy who sponsored 1 billion origin essence stones and got promoted. Who is it? Wu Xiang smiled, and then he turned his featureless face to Ningqi and the others, as if he was examining them. Chapter 3401. 1 billion primary essence stones. How could he be so rich? Where did he come from? Even a rebirth state expert would only have so much wealth. Is he really the descendant of the 3 commanders? No. Even the 3 commanders wouldn't pay 1 billion primary essence stones for a cultivator from the immortal palace. They could wait for the next quota in 100 years. All the cultivators from the immortal palace, including Sun Shu, stared at Ningqi, dumbfounded. Oh, it's this little guy a human. I remember that among the 3 commanders of the 5th district, only Commander Jialan is a human, right? This little guy is her descendant? Wu Xiang's eyes fell on Ningqi. Ningqi suddenly felt uncomfortable, as if he was a prey being targeted by a hunter. You're quite well informed. Jiu Kuin frowned. It's nothing. Little guy, are you interested in coming to the 8th district? I can take you as my disciple. It's much better than staying in the 5th district. Wu Xiang smiled. Jiu Kuin immediately emitted a cold aura and swept towards Wu Xiang. Are you trying to steal from the 5th district in front of me? Do you want to have a fight here? You're still so hot-tempered. Why are you so agitated? I was just asking. If you're interested, you can find me at the headquarters. Wu Xiang smiled, then ignored Jiu Kuin and returned to the cabin. Are you kidding me? Fight in the flowing water time tunnel? If they were not careful, they would be lost in the tunnel, even if they were at the fate state. Jiu Kuin snorted as he watched Wu Xiang return to the cabin. The ferry boat suddenly sped up, leaving Wu Xiang's boat behind in the blink of an eye. Don't think that he really wants to take you as his disciple. Be careful when you get to the headquarters. Jiu Kuin glanced at Ningqi, gave him some instructions, and returned to the cabin. Ning Qi nodded. He could feel that Wu Xiang was up to no good. Wu Xiang wanted to take him as his disciple because he wanted to see how many primary essence stones he had. Even a rebirth state cultivator would be attracted by the origin essence stones, not to mention a fate state cultivator. During the meeting that day, Master True Spirit called over a dozen secretary-level people. One of them might be the secretary of the 8th Division. That's how he found out that I sponsored 1 billion origin stones to get promoted. Logically speaking, it should be sealed so that it won't leak out easily. It seems like the secretary in Division 8 doesn't have a good relationship with Lord Jinling. Ning Qi thought to himself. Brother Ning, you really hide your strength. 1 billion origin essence stones? How much is that? I've never seen 1 billion origin essence stones together in my life. Sun Shu moved closer to Ning Qi with a look of amazement. Komodo and the rest looked at Ning Qi with a tinge of fear in their eyes. 1 billion origin essence stones was enough to hire a rebirth state expert to do something for them. Although they all had their own backgrounds in the 5th district, to put it bluntly, they did not have any backing. He might not even be able to take out 1 billion origin essence stones. All of a sudden, Ning Qi became somewhat mysterious and unpredictable in their eyes. Senior Wu Xiang must have misunderstood. 1 billion origin essence stones? Even if you kill me, I won't be able to take it out. Ning Qi smiled and waved his hand. Hearing that, Sun Shu smiled and did not pursue the matter further. Another period of time passed. Komodo suddenly walked in front of Ning Qi. Ning Qi slowly opened his eyes and said, "What's the matter?" "Give me 1 billion origin essence stones, and I won't interfere with you snatching Zhu Hui's spot." Komodo looked at Ning Qi and said. The others heard the commotion and opened their eyes to look at the two of them. Before Ning Qi could speak, Sun Shu said mockingly, "Komodo, have you gone crazy thinking about money? You want 1 billion origin essence stones from Brother Ning? Who do you think you are?" "I agree with him." Ning Qi smiled and nodded, expressing his agreement with Sun Shu. Komodo's expression changed slightly and his eyes were extremely cold. "Do you really think you can sit back and relax after getting the spot? If you give me 1 billion origin essence stones, I can help you once during the promotion ceremony. This way, you will have a higher chance of advancing to the karma state realm." Ning Qi thought about it and sighed. He took out 10 origin essence stones and threw them to Komodo. "Take them. Don't bother me anymore." Komodo subconsciously took the origin essence stones and looked at the number. His face turned red and he looked at Ning Qi angrily. "Do you think I'm a beggar?" "No." Ning Qi shook his head and said seriously, "I just think you're crazy. Have you ever seen a beggar ask for 1 billion origin essence stones? Am I your father? Do I owe you?" "Ha ha ha." Sun Shu could not help but laugh. "You two are very good." Komodo suddenly smiled. His smile was dark and cruel. He took the 10 origin essence stones and returned to his seat. Ning Qi was slightly startled and looked at him again. This guy even wanted 10 origin essence stones. Was he that desperate for money? "Let me introduce myself. I'm Shi Xiaoya from the Corpse Clan." A few figures suddenly walked in front of Ning Qi. One of the women who had not spoken to Ning Qi all this time suddenly smiled and said. Then the two men beside her also introduced themselves. Nightmare Clan, Dream Cloud Swamp, Bird Dragon Clan Niao Yu, Human Clan Ning Qi. Ning Qi smiled and nodded. After the three finished their self-introductions, they returned to their seats. Komodo's eyes flashed with viciousness when he saw this. No one knew what he was thinking. After some time, everyone suddenly saw a white light appear at the end of what seemed to be an endless path. Jiao Kuan also walked out of the cabin. At the same time, ferry boats appeared all around them. In just a few seconds, Ning Qi and the others saw more than 20 ferry boats, including formless. Some of the ferry boats only had 3 to 5 people on them, while others had 7 or 8. There were not many ferry boats with 10 people on them. When everyone looked at each other, they could feel the intense hostility. Protect your primordial spirits. Jio-Kuin's voice suddenly sounded in everyone's ears. Then, the ferry boat disappeared into the white light. At this moment, everyone felt their primordial spirits suffer a heavy blow. The world spun around them. This feeling was at least 10,000 times stronger than when they first entered the passage of time. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Ningqi felt like there was a bell ringing in his ears. The blood in his body surged. After a few seconds, he finally caught his breath and slowly opened his eyes. He happened to meet Jio-Kuin's gaze.